Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Wakelet Community Week 2025 12-hour live stream. Now, those of you who have been at Wakelet Community Week before and attended know that this is my favorite session of the entire week, because not only do we get to experience 12 hours of incredible tips, tricks, best practices, and information from some of our most amazing ambassadors, we also take a trip around the world as well and showcase just how international this incredible community is. We're going to be going through every single time zone on Earth to make sure that everybody is awake at the same time and can watch some incredible stories, impact stories, information, and the best ways to use Wakelet on the planet. So I want to thank you all for your patience. We are running around 12 minutes past schedule here. I will be your first guest on the 12-hour live stream, and then we'll be jumping into our guests, which is great. And I thought I would take this time to really just kind of showcase some of the features that you guys might have missed at Wakelet Live, and really just get a conversation going and talk about how you will be taking these features and using them in the classroom and using them in your own personal lives as well. So I am going to share my screen. Give me 1 second. Okay. This is always fun. There we go. And that should be now on the stage. Okay, so we've put this collection together to show off some of the features that we wanted to share at Wakelet Live. And some of these will be coming live onto the platform very, very soon. Others might be here in a couple of weeks or so. But nonetheless, we've really gone to town on the features this year. We know that you want to have better experiences curating. We know that you want to have more control over the way that your collections look. And of course, we wanted to talk a little bit about AI and how that brings a new element into the Wakelet ecosystem. So let's take a look and see what our first feature is. So when we talk about AI at Wakelet, from the beginning, we've always been a very human-focused platform. And those of you who've been with us for quite some time know that our phrase, and it still is the humans are coming. We always thought that when it comes to the web, human beings are always that incredible link that tells stories, that make connections, that thread pieces of information together in ways that computers and algorithms can't. Now, when AI came on the scene, I think everybody got really excited because all of a sudden, within seconds, you can create a lesson plan, you can create a mood board, you can create an idea list, you can do whatever you want, right? But we still believe that there is an element that is missing, and that is the human element. Now, when people use AI, you can put an input in and you'll get an output out. Where's that information coming from, right? Like, what is scaffolding it? We believe that humans scaffold that the best. We believe that when you put a collection together on Wakelet, you are drawing from your own experience, your own inspiration, you're drawing from your own expertise. And the AI can't do that, right? It knows what's happening on the web, but it doesn't know what your experience is like. It can't see the looks on your students' faces when you present information to them or present an exercise to them. So when we think about AI at Wakelet, it's all about the human. And we've tried to bring that into the AI features that we're going to be releasing. So we released 3 awesome features that are AI powered at Wakelet Live. The first one is smart collections. The second is smart suggestions. And the third is a personalized explore page. And we'll go through some of those right now. Say that again?
You're not sharing.
Oh, I'm not sharing. Oh, I've just been told that I'm not sharing. How did that happen? Bear with me a second. Share screen. Wakelet Live. There we go. Okay, I thought that I was sharing my screen for the last 5 minutes. I must have clicked something. Okay, so smart collections is amazing, right? We realize that when people use Wakelet and you're using it every single day, quite often you'll use it as a bookmarking tool and you will bring in and just save lots of different pieces of content that you've found on your travels. You might been online on social and somebody shared a really awesome idea. You may have just uploaded content yourself, and your items area can sometimes get really crowded, right? This is an area where things that you've not necessarily added to a collection are stored. So we were like, okay, let's look at this area. There's so much value there. We've taken AI and created smart collections, which means that all of those unsorted bookmarks, we're able to curate them into organized collections for you, right? So when you're on your items area, you will be able to, I'll just play a video. here. When you're in your items area, you will see a little button on the top right-hand corner that says Suggest Collections. And when you click that, Wakelet's AI is going to suggest collections based on the items that you've already got in your collection already, in your items area already. How amazing is that? You can save the collection, edit it. It takes away that little bit of heavy lifting, and it does all of that work for you, which is really cool. And then obviously you can edit the collection, share it, add more. And the really cool thing about this is that you may have items in your collection, in your items area, that you don't know that there's a theme there, but there is. Let's say, for example, you've been saving a bunch of resources around AI, but you've not quite got around to creating a collection on it. This sorts that out for you very quickly. And again, this is all about our philosophy, right? You've already curated this. We're just giving you a helping hand to help you get there faster, right? Now, the second feature, which I found really, really exciting, one of our engineers, this was like their passion project, is smart screen. Now, this one's important because when we do talk about AI and we talk about that black box, right? Where is this information coming from? If you type something into ChatGPT or Claude, where is it sourcing information from? Is it true? Is it factual? Is it real? Well, we wanted to do things a little bit differently. And rather than suggest items in your collection from just across the web, in our mind, we thought there are millions and millions of pieces of content that have been added to Wakelet every single day. And this is not just random content. This is content that's been added by educators, by people just like you across all different age grades, lots of diverse different thoughts and ideas, but they've all been vetted by a human. They've all been added to the Wakelet ecosystem by a human. So let's surface those items, right? If we know that you're creating a collection on the Civil War, for example, we know that there are incredible amounts of items already on Wakelet about the Civil War. Let's surface those and see whether you want to put those into your collection as well. So I'm really excited for this one to go live. I think it's going to completely transform the way that you create collections and interface with your content on Wakelet. And the third and last AI feature that we released in Wakelet Live was the personalized explore. One of the things that people forget about sometimes is educators, people, experts on Wakelet every single day are making their collections public, sharing them with the world, right? And we want to find better ways to surface those collections with you because they're incredible. It's really the only place on the web that you're going to find a multi-layered content experience, right? Where you can have a YouTube video, a tweet, an article, the person's own thoughts, all on one page. We wanted to come up with better ways to surface those for you. So in the past, we've had our Explore page and we built AI into that in a way where we can surface high quality collections and show you them. And we also pick collections as well we can share, but we wanted to take that a step further and say, okay, well, what are you interested in? What are the collections that you have created lately? What are the things that you're passionate about? So we've done that. And now based on the collections that you have created, we are going to source recommendations. So you can see here on screen now, this little area, we will recommend it based on a collection that you've already made and show you other collections that you can draw inspiration from. So it's end to end, right? You're taking the curation experience and layering AI on top of that. So it's just doing a little bit of heavy lifting for you. It's not doing the actual research. Then you're bringing it into the collection itself and saying, hey, here are some stuff that other people have created, other people have added to the platform. Would you like to use this? And then thirdly, it's from the search and discovery aspect as well. Pulling in collections that other people have made and saying, hey, you've created a collection recently about this subject. Would you like to see some more? So these are the foundations for AI on Wakelet. And stay tuned because there are going to be some really, really awesome things heading soon as well. Okay, next up is around organization. So we know that people like getting organized on Wakelet, and we know that you've loved sections as well. Sections have been a really popular way of adding that structure and adding that extra layer of organization into your Wakelet collections, right? So we wanted to just do some enhancements on that and make that even better. So we've allowed you to now collapse sections. So when you create sections in a collection, have you ever had it? There's quite a lot of scroll and you see the section, but you have to scroll all the way to see it. We listen to your feedback. You can now collapse sections whilst you're in a Wakelet collection. This is really cool for when you want to add that extra layer of navigation. It means that you can hide a long section of content behind a title. And also when you're presenting with your students in the classroom, sometimes you don't necessarily want them to see the answer to a question, the solution. So you can hide that and then just click it and it collapses. It's absolutely amazing. I think it's one of the. So you can see you've got a collection with collapsible sections in it. Bottom on the left, those collections are really cool. And then the second thing that we did with sections was allow you to add a section between a section. This one's really small enhancement, but powerful. It just allows you, when you're in any layout, to add a section between another one. Again, save you scrolling all the way down to create a new section. You can just put it in between each other. Right, we've got around 3 minutes left, so I'm going to have to hurry before we head over to the next session. This one's really one of my favorites. It's such a simple one, but adding color to items. This is something that you have asked for quite some time now, and we've got around to doing it. Adding color to items. This is great. It allows you to choose from a number of different colors, and we'll add more and add them to an item regardless of what the item is. So this is really good for color coding. Really good for collaboration as well. If you wanted to highlight certain things, let's say you've got a collaborative board that your students have all contributed to, you can use the color coding to highlight the most interesting ones, or you can assign a color to a person, and that kind of thing. Next is image carousel. I've been speaking with people over the last few weeks, actually, who've been really, really excited about image carousel. And you can head over to your Wakelet collection now and give it a try. This is really cool because in the past you would have to, when you uploaded images to Wakelet, you'd have to scroll, right? And sometimes if you've added multiple images, but below them you've added some really important information, the viewers of your collection will have to keep scrolling down to view that important information. Well, now you can add a image carousel, an album card that will allow you to upload multiple pictures in one go and then just click through them, like Instagram, I suppose. Next is pinned items. Really, really powerful way of taking that content that you want to highlight and putting it to the top, kind of like a pinned tweet, right? Let's say, for example, you've created a collection and you've got instruction for your students. It's like some kind of exercise or something, and you want that instruction to stay at the top regardless of what happens. Sometimes when you're sharing a collaborative collection, it can get a little bit messy because students are jumping in, they're adding all of their content, and you don't want that to drop or go above or below. Pinning multiple items to the top of the collection means they always stay there. Really good for highlighting instructions, adding context, and for newsletters, it's really good as well because everybody usually has the same thing at the top of a newsletter, basic information, contact information, that kind of thing. So this means that whenever you add any item to your collection, if something is pinned, it's always going to stay at the top. Super helpful. And you can see how scroll down, find the item that you want to pin, hit the triple dots, love it. Right, I'm going to stop sharing there. I just thought it would be really cool to get some more feedback on these features and share on social and share with us in the chat how you feel about these features and how you're going to take them into the classroom in the new school year, or how you're just using them in your personal life. I've already started using like a bunch of them, especially the album card. I find that really, really useful. Right. Okay. How did I do, guys? I had to fill 20 minutes off the cuff. I think I did pretty well. I always love talking about the Wakelet, new Wakelet features. And I think that this year we've really smashed it in terms of how many we've added. And that's going to continue as well over the next few months, particularly keep an eye open for the AI stuff that we've been doing. Right, we are going to jump into our first session of the 12-hour live stream. And I am really, really excited about this one. Again, one of the things that I love about the live stream, and this is really important, is all of your comments and your suggestions, right? When we do these live streams, we've got so many different diverse voices from all over the world who are sharing how they use Wakelet in the classroom, outside of the classroom, for collaboration, for communication, for creativity. And again, it's an opportunity to see these voices from all over the world. So the next person joining us is the amazing Kamaria Awang from Malaysia. Welcome to the stage. Hey, how's it going? Also known as Teacher K. How are
All right.
you?
Hi, Miss Ba. Okay. Hi.
What
Okay.
time is it? What time is it there in Malaysia?
6:26.
6:26
6:26
a.m.
p.m. Miss
PM.
Ba, I'm so sorry because my voice is a little bit
Oh no, you sound great. I promise you. The voice quality is perfect. The visuals are perfect. The quality is great. So I'm really, really happy with that. Today, teacher, all right, am I calling you Teacher K or am I going to call
yeah,
you Kamara?
Teacher
Teacher K.
K.
Okay,
Yeah.
Teacher K. Okay. So your session is titled Wakelet for
Oh,
Words with AI
words.
empowerment. Yeah, I cannot wait to see this because, like I said, I'm very, very passionate about how to marry Wakelet with AI right now. So I'm going to be watching and taking notes, and I really can't wait for you to get started. Let us know when you're ready to pull your session in, and we'll
Yeah.
we'll, we'll get going.
Okay, I think I'm get ready, and hopefully, this time, okay, this year, my audio with my student can be here to all around the world because last time, I
Oh, I
forgot
hope
to
so.
share the audio, right?
So did you share audio this time?
Yeah, of course, definitely, because my colleague, my school, and my pupils get want to get participate in this Wakelet community. Of course, every year
Oh,
they're
that's
waiting for
brilliant.
this.
Well,
Yeah.
we can't wait to hear your students' voices. And listen, Teacher K, you know that this is a
Oh,
very relaxed environment, right? Like we've had to deal
yeah.
with a technical issue on our side for the last 20 minutes. So
Yeah.
if you need to just figure it out whilst you're there, if it doesn't
Yeah.
work, take a few minutes to figure it out. We're all patient here. We'll get there.
Okay.
Right. I'm gonna
All
jump
right.
off and it's
All
over
right.
to you, Teacher K.
Thank you, Miss Ma. Thank you, Miss Ma. Okay. All right. So let's take a look. This um our okay. Okay. First. Okay. Wait. Because I can. All right. Why I can should I back to tab? If I back to tab and then my screen lost.
Well, we can see your screen.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
I
okay,
can
okay.
see it. Maybe if you scrolled up or down just to
All right,
test
all
it.
right. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay.
I
All
can
right.
see a Canva presentation. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Perfect.
Okay.
You can full screen the Canva presentation as well, you know?
This one, how to full screen?
Just in the
All right,
bottom
this
right
one.
hand
Okay,
corner. Yeah,
okay,
there we
okay,
go.
okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Here we go. All right. I'm so sorry. Okay. So this is me. Okay. Thank you, Miss Ba. And also Team Wakelet. And so this year, 2025, everyone is waiting because Wakelet is always around June. But this year, 2025, yes, Wakelet is around August. And I really love August because this month is my anniversary month. So I really love this. Okay, so for this time, okay, I'm sharing Wakelet for Works with AI empowerment. So how I'm using Wakelet at the same time AI with my students. All right. Okay, let's see. All right. So this is me. All right. So as you can see, the Wakelet handle, LSTK, and my Facebook, Kamara Binti Awang, and TikTok at the X, and also the YouTube, and also I got TikTok for Teacher K. Yes, my full name is Kamaria Awang, but everyone call me Teacher K because it's simple, it's short, and it fun. I my students say like that. So I am a Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert. I'm a Google certified educator, and also I'm a Apple teacher. All right. Okay. So as usual, I'm gonna put out and shout out this my awesome friend from Wakelet, Malaysia, and of course we have so many friends here. Cikgu Yu, Kak Umay, Cikgu Wan, and everything lah. I'm so sorry because I can say one by one. All right. And okay, so this is my lovely and amazing colleague in my school. We have a great guru besar when we call it headmaster, and then the assistant, the three of them, which is for curriculum, for student welfare and also co-curriculum. And these are my 31 of my colleague. They were so awesome in doing their job in this teaching and learning, of course. All right. Okay.
Wakelet Community Week live from Malaysia.
Hopefully this time around everyone
Oh,
can
that was
see this.
beautiful.
Yeah, all right.
We heard
I'm
it.
I'm I'm designed the banner and also the what we call the administrator in my school, headmaster and the assistant are preparing the flag, of course, to show this is our school, Gombalai in Terengganu. Okay, in the Malaysia we have 14 states, so our state is Terengganu, which is black and white color. All right.
I just wanted to say, sorry to interrupt, Teacher K. Could you go
Yeah.
back to that slide?
Wakelet Community Week live from Malaysia.
Can you
Oh, that
see
is
that?
beautiful. A huge thank you from the Wakelet team to Gong Balai Primary School. Thank you so much for your
Yeah.
passion. Thank you so much for putting this video together. That brings a huge smile to all of our faces. I just wanted to say that, Teacher K. You can continue now. Thank you.
All right. Yes, because everyone is waiting for this every year. Of course, definitely we take a video every year. But last year, our audio is not working. But it's okay. It's okay. All right. So this is my collection. I think the code. All right. Oh, sorry. This is a Mentimeter for the response, the audience. But I think I can present it, maybe because of the technical problem from me, not from Wakelet, but it's okay. All right. Okay.
Balai, come here.
All right. That one is my students, all right? Because I'm a class teacher. They were 8 years old and they are very superb. And by the way, they call me mommy, not teacher. So I got 31 of my students calling me as a mommy. All right. So we go for the Wakelet forward. So what is words actually for with AI empowerment? So the W is stand for watch, listen, and read. All right. So when we are teaching English, of course, I am teaching English and mathematics in my school. So W is stand for watch, listen, and read. For sure, every day we keep going, we keep teaching. So we need their attention. All right. So we need the student attention. So for me, words is an acronym for my teaching to my student. All right, I'm teaching my student in the classroom, in the computer lab. So I use this must be watch, listen, and read. So it's focusing for listening skill, of course, because if student can listen, then it's not working at all, because after they listen, so they watch and they listen, and then they can repeat, they can read after me. All right. So and then open your mind to understand. So of course lah, when we teach our student in the class, after we teach, of course we want our student open their mind and can understand what is actually it's about, but what we learn actually for today. I want that, because I don't want to get into the class and then they got nothing at all. So R is repeat, record, and reflect. Yes, of course, because we want they can repeat, can record, can remember everything, can memorize, and also of course reflect what we teach for today. And D, do it for together. Okay, do it together, and we collaborate globally, hands on. This one, learner connect with peer worldwide via Wakelet and other platforms. All right. So as we know, Wakelet, for example, for this year, so my student want to I think each of my students want to make the video and then want to present to around the world, because they want what we call it, that they have the main the aim for why we must learn English in the class. So of course, because they want to go globally, and they want go higher and higher. So that's why they have to learn English. Okay, so that's why when I'm teaching English and mathematics, when I ask them which one they like, mathematics or English, when I'm teaching, they like English better than mathematics, because when during mathematics, I'm gonna be a little bit angry, because yes, of course, mathematics needs to more exercise and everything, but then English is more what we call it literature, the language art. So I keep dancing in my class, I keep singing in my class. So yeah, students need that, all right, rather than they do a lot of exercise in the class, all right. So as for speak with a confidence and shine, this one the most important things. Okay, for example, this year I'm training for my student in the public speaking for competition, and then my student to get into higher, into better in present everything. For example, last year I'm bring them to one competition in the mathematics exhibition and innovation. Even though they didn't win, but then I love their brave. I love the way they can present in English. All right, that was the winning for us. All right, so it's so hard to present. For example, I'm not saying my student, it was me also, because it's not easy to get into the in front of the public, in front of the audience, okay, in the hall, in the rooms, or in the seminar, in the conference. It was so hard if we don't have the braveness, okay, the brave, the confident level. So that's why S is the most important things for me, all right. So that's why if you can see the Wakelet forwards, empower voice, connect minds, and inspire the world. All right. If we can empower our voice, of course, we can connect and inspire around the world. So need to nurture a literacy and global communication skill. Of course, that was my ambition. That was my aim, to make sure my student can go global and can communicate well, even though maybe grammar a little bit wrong, maybe they cannot write the complete or the perfect essay for their essay, the story, but then they can speak like me. All right. So of course, I'm use Wakelet and AI for innovative language learning. All right, and then to build vocabulary mastery through visual and digital connection, and also to develop student confidence in using new words in context. So every day they learn something new, and then they got something, and then I want them to use that new words, okay, that new vocabulary, and of course to nurture collaborative learning through Wakelet collection. Of course, I'm always show to them, this one is collection for example, the menu, the recipe of cooking, and then the healthy and unhealthy food and everything, and so much so many collection for in the Wakelet. All right. Okay, so this lesson is by week and word of the week collection. Right, so I'm already shared the link for the my collection. What tools? Okay, out later after this, and then each week a student contribute one new word they learn with either in Bahasa Melayu, which mean in Malay, or Bahasa Inggris, which is English. All right, like a picture or drawing, a sentence they create, and then voice note is optional if I get to snap their video in the classroom. Yes, of course, right? All right. So my word, my world. All right. I love this one. My word, my world. So you got your word. All right. So it's up to you. Okay, student create words, we represent them. For example, hope, brave, respect, and everything. All right, and then it's for socio emotional learning. Okay, and also oral presentation. All right, and then create Wakelet collection based on the things like emotion, nature, and everything. We can collaborate with GIF and with the picture and embed quizzes or Canva poster to reinforce meaning. All right, okay. This one is collaborate for short storyboard and everything. Okay, everything you can read this my presentation. All right, so uh, and we do the post challenge monthly, and we do storytelling. Everyone can story and then can present in front of the class. All right, so okay, this is tools integration. We call it Delima. All right, so in Malaysia we have a platform, digital learning. Okay, and then beside the Lima, so we have Canva, of course. We have Wayground or formally quizzes, and for gamified vocabulary and revision. And then we have immersive reader, of course, built in Wakelet. So everything we use it in the and put it in the Wakelet collection. All right. So yes, of course. The impact was to encourage ownership of learning and promotes digital literacy, because our Ministry of Education for this year and for the next 2027, each student need to we call it fasih digital. Okay, everyone need to mastery in the digital literacy in the classroom, with the teacher, with the friends and everything. So it's built a sense community and identity and in language learning, and easy to share, because when everything is in the online, in the digital, so we can share. Yes, of course, I keep sharing with my parents, the if the audience, the friends in the YouTube can see. Yes, of course, my student in the classroom, I already asked their parent, how about when I want to take the video, when I want to snap the picture, I say maybe I want to post into the Facebook, into the TikTok. Yes, their parent love that. All right, their parent give the permission for me as a teacher to post what the student, my student, did in the classroom. There are so many. If you can see into my TikTok channel or in YouTube channel, I post every single of evidence my student did. For example, get dressed topic, what we call it, home, the home, the old house and everything. So I keep posting, and then the parents can access, can see what actually the student do. All right. All right, so this is in my activity, some in the classroom, some for activity in co-curriculum. We have a club, right, in the evening club and everything. So I give it the, okay, this one in the classroom, what we call this a new vocab for each student got this every day. So they have to they must know, and they have to, yes, repeat, read, listen and everything. Okay, the words do here. All right. Macam tu. Okay, so this video a few seconds maybe, because I'm afraid there was a long video. So actually in the TikTok there was a long video. This one I just asked, give me 2 words or 3 words when you, because they had a flying fox actually in the camping, in the scout camping in the areas in Terengganu, which is call it Setiu. So after they did the flying fox, and then they came to me, and then I asked, okay, now you can elaborate, you can describe 2 things, two words. All right. So yeah, as you can see the video. Macam tu. All right. Actually, there was a long video, but you can go to my TikTok channel. Macam tu. All right. All right. So this is in the exercise book. Yes, of course, we have this in the exercise after this one, and then we have what we call it, the activity. All right. Okay. So this is the lima I want to show to the around the world today. Okay, so this is digital education learning initiative in Malaysia. So we have a portal, we have a platform. So each student in the Malaysia got this ID. Okay, we call it the Lima ID, and then when can they log in to this platform? So we have Google Classroom, we have the Lima Play and everything. Okay, the next is okay. This one, they have a textbook, and then they have Google apps, Microsoft app, and others app. All right. And the latest one last week. Okay, last week. We have the AI tools. All right, we have the AI tool. Before this, last year only teachers get this access, but then last week, all right, 2025. So our student, all our student, all right, maybe around 400,000, I think. So get this access AI tools. So what in AI tools? All right. So there are Tanya Buku, Notebook LM, Microsoft Copilot, Gemini, ChatGPT, Conquer AI, Khan Academy, Perplexity, Bing Image, Suno AI, okay, Pixlr. I don't know how to how to pronounce it. All right, but then this was the collaborate AI tools that ministry offer for the student. All right, all right, okay. Oh, all right. Okay, so I think that was my sharing for today, because but then you can go to my you can go. All right, this one I want to how to unfull. Okay, this one go
escape.
to escape. All right, okay.
Maybe
All right.
yeah, there
All
we
right.
go.
So we have this the link for Pelanta de Lima. Okay, as you can see, the Pelanta de Lima here, and then we use a reading coach, of course, and then read along. Okay, my student read, and then they got star. They got for the reading coach, they got star. I say good, or try again. Okay, this one is animated drawing. Yes, of course, they really love. Okay, because my student love to sketch, and then they turn to fun animation. This one, everyone, you can try this animated drawing. All right, okay. Yeah, this one. Okay, if you can see, this is from the picture to animation. All right, so I already put in the Wakelet collection. All right, so everyone really love this. All right, my student mostly. All right, so we have photo editor, Pixlr, and of course Bing Image. I put it all in my collection so that everyone can know which apps that we use for in the classroom, okay, with my students. All right, and I think the best AI for my student is Suno AI Music. All right, so if you can open, I don't know, can see. I don't think they can see because I
No,
just
because I
only.
think you're only sharing the one tab. So, but
Right,
everybody
because
everybody will be able to access all of these resources when they
yeah.
use the certificate link. So.
All right. Okay. So I think that's for my sharing for today. Okay. The last one is for Suno AI Music. That everyone should try this. They make their own song, and everyone keep asking me, teacher, do we have a copyright or something else like, yeah, copyright kind, right? So I think, oh no. You can create as many as you want. Can. All right. So that's it, Miss Ma, from me.
Amazing.
I'm so sorry because my voice is not very well,
No,
clear. I
what are
think.
you talking about? You sound amazing. What a fantastic presentation, Teacher K. I think that for myself and everybody watching, one of the things that stood out to me the most was just the smiling faces of your students. Like they look so engaged and so happy, and it looks like you're creating a really, really connected classroom. I mean, what's your philosophy to your students? Because I feel like we speak to a lot of educators, and the educators that gravitate to things like Community Week, the educators who are ambassadors like yourself, they have a deep connection with their students. And what you've shared today is amazing, being able to connect the dots and use these tools, use these AI platforms to connect things and create these really engaging experiences for your students. And everybody will be able to view those resources that you shared. And it was an amazing presentation. But what tips do you have? What's the secret, Teacher K, to getting those smiles out of your students and creating an environment like that?
All right. So I think because my purpose to go to the school, of course, because of my student. All right. When I go to school, in my mind, just my student. So what the activity for today? What the extra, the big, the X factor for them? Because I want them to remember me as a Teacher K, which is everything is possible. Is not impossible, right? Everything is not what we call it. So everything, you can get everything, even though you just in the classroom. But then
Yes.
my student is keep inspiring me, and I'm also always remember my late father. Okay, my late father say that I should be a teacher. So because maybe I love to talk, maybe. So yeah. So my parents say like that. So so why me? So when this year was 17 years, I'm be a Teacher K also.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it's ended different. I was teaching in my previous school in Kuala Lumpur, and then I'm going back to Terengganu. So I have in the metropolitan city school, and then this is my village school. So I really love
Oh,
them.
amazing.
And then the best part is they call me mommy.
Oh, that's beautiful. Well, I can see why. I think that your connection that you have with your students is incredible. I can see that Muhammad has joined us in the back, ready for his session. But Teacher K, I am so happy to engage with you and connect with you again.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that the thing that rings true to me, and I'm sure, like I said, to our audience joining us today as well, is not only your ability to connect those dots and bring new technologies into the classroom in an accessible way that the students can enjoy, but also just the happiness and the joy and the passion that I can see between you and your students. It's so inspirational, and I'm sure that they will remember you for the rest of their lives. And I think if that's your purpose, you're definitely achieving that. Teacher K, thank you so much for joining us and being the first
Thank you so
session
much.
today for the 12-hour live stream. Stay connected, and we'd love to have you on again soon.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Ma. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, that was brilliant. What a great session to kick us off. I mean, one of the things that I love the most, again, about this 12-hour live stream is the opportunity to speak with educators around the world. And I think that session was particularly beautiful just because we got to see the final product, right? We got to see the smiling faces of the students who are engaged, who are happy doing what they're doing, and who are educationally nourished. And I think that seeing that is a really big inspiration to not only ourselves in the Wakelet team, but I'm sure for all of the educators joining us as well. Mohammed, I can see you'll be joining us next. If you have a presentation to share, if you could share that now by clicking the share screen at the bottom, it should be like a little plus button in a screen. Share the window that you wanted to share, and then we'll be able to pull it up from behind the scenes if you have it. If you're able to do that, nod your head. If not, then I'll just bring you in and you can do it live. Okay, Mohammed, I'm just going to bring you in, okay? And we can have a quick chat whilst you get prepared. Okay, so next on stage joining us is the amazing Mohammed Khalaf from Egypt. Our Egyptian community is incredible, so passionate, so many amazing ideas. And I know that Mohammed's session today is going to be covering a number of different things, but it's really around storytelling and reflection in the classroom, all about student voice. That is huge to us. You know how we feel about digital portfolios. You know how we feel about students being able to express themselves and share their voice on the platform. So I'm really excited. So if Mohammed, you just select the, I think you've shared your screen maybe. It's better if you share, actually no, let's leave it like this, and then if you have tabs to go through. Okay, I'm gonna bring you in, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Salam, welcome. You're now
Welcome.
live. How's it going?
It's okay, thank you. I'm very happy today to join you too, Misbah. Thank you so much.
No, it's a pleasure. What time is it in Egypt, and which city are you joining us from? Are you in Cairo?
Today 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Okay, it's
Yeah,
coming up
yeah.
to 12 p.m. here now in the UK. So 2 p.m. And where are
Yeah.
you joining us from in Egypt?
I'm from Damietta.
Damietta. Okay, how
Yes.
close is that to Cairo for the people in the chat who are wondering?
We are on the Middle East, Mediterranean Sea.
Very nice.
Yes.
Very nice. We're neighbors. My father is from Libya, from Tripoli. So
Yeah,
very close.
we're neighbors.
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Mohammed, thank you so much, really, for joining us today. I'm really excited to see what you have to share. Again, as I say to all of our guests, this is a super relaxed environment. So if something technical doesn't work, or if you're trying to do something, just let me know and I'll be able to help. I can see that in your screen, you're going to be sharing. If you can just navigate to the tab or the page that you're sharing from, you can do that now.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. You're on that, yeah. So just nearly there, I can see it loading. Okay, perfect. So just so you know, Mohammed, you are sharing your full screen. So finish your presentation, just and then I can bring your screen back into the backstage. Does that sound good? No, you're sharing your screen. No, go back to that page, and then I'll bring you on.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to bring that screen on now, and then you can begin your presentation. How does that sound?
Is it okay now?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'm going to add that to the stage. Okay. So now you're live, Mohammed. Feel free to kick the presentation, and background if you need any help.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Musbah. Hello, everyone. Hope everything is going well. Welcome to you at Community Week, Wakelet Community Week 2025. Today, we are going to talk about storytelling, reflection in the classroom. Storytelling, reflection in the classroom, how to use Wakelet to amplify student voice. I will be with you today. I am Mohammed Khalaf from Egypt. I'm a teacher of English as a second language. Also, I am a certified trainer, Wakelet ambassador. I'm very happy today to join you. Let's start by today's session objectives. We will understand the power of digital storytelling and reflection. We will learn how to use Wakelet to support the student voice. And we will explore ready-to-use templates and classroom ideas. Finally, we will discover assessment strategies using Wakelet. First of all, we have to answer this question. It's a very important question. Why student voice matters? To answer this question, we have two main points. The first one is to build confidence, how to let them feeling heard. When students talk about their ideas and feelings, and teacher really listen to them, students feel important and cared for. They know that their voice matters and that adults respect what they have to say. This helps them feeling more confident and happy to take part in the class. Second, public speaking and expression. As you know, when students do activities like giving presentations, telling stories, or talking in classroom discussions, they get better at speaking clearly and confidently. These activities also help them feel less shy or worried about what others might think. Also, they can believe in themselves. By sharing ideas and receiving feedback for helps the students believe in their abilities. When students share their ideas and get feedback from teachers or classmates, they start to see what they are good at, and it also helps them to feel more confident and believe that they can do well and keep improving. The second main point is to encourage ownership, taking responsibility. When students are given a chance to share their thoughts, ideas, or even opinions, they start to feel like their learning is in their own hands. They become more responsible and take their work more seriously because they know their voice matters in the classroom. Very important point is personal connection. Students begin to feel that what they learn in school connects to what they really are. It shows their interests and the things they are cared about, the problems they have faced, and also the goal they want to reach. This makes learning more meaningful and personal for them. A very important point to make a personal connection. The last one is active participation. Active participation, when students feel that their opinions are heard and they can help more decisions about what happens in the class, they become more interested and involved. They enjoy learning more and more to take part in class activities. So now why Wakelet? Why I choose Wakelet to do this mission? As you know, in Wakelet story project, students put together collections to that show that they have learned step by step. They can add images, pictures, videos, and their own thoughts. This helps them feel proud of their work and gives them a chance to think deeply about their learning. What students lead a classroom when a students lead a classroom discussion, they choose the topic and guide the conversation. This gives them a sense of control and makes them feel their ideas are very, very, very important. It also helps them stay more focused and involved in learning. By using Wakelet, we can create stories with multimedia elements. Students can combine text, images, videos, or even notes and links to tell their own stories. This helps them to express their ideas and creative and in engaging ways. I choose the column layout for sequencing because in Wakelet column layout, students can organize events and ideas in order. It's also great for timelines, step in a process, or beginning, middle, end story structure, as we have an example today. Students can share also stories with classmates or family. They can get feedback. They can share it privately or even in public. This encourages peer feedback. It also builds a great environment in classroom discussion, or even they share it with parents or family at home. My example today is my hero story. Let's click on this collection. I already made it. As you see here, my dad is my hero. I designed this collection to model a story for my learners. The title here is My Hero Story. In the description of my collection, I write a message. I love you, Dad. As you know, or as I mentioned before, I choose as column layout to make sequencing. The first section of my collection is the beginning. In the beginning, I drop a picture of a boy reading a story, and I wrote the beginning of my story. Since I was a child, my favorite hero was my dad. He taught me how to ride a bike and tell the truth. In the middle section, or in the middle of my story, this is the climax. Here I dropped a picture of the father trying to teach his child how to ride a bike. The climax here: one day I fell off my bike. My dad gently said, "All heroes fall, but they get up and helped me stand up." As you know, this is the moral of my story. At the end, or the last part of my collection here, I put an end. This picture for the father and his son, they are very happy. They do something good. Now I know that true hero supports other. My dad didn't wear a cape, but he is my greatest hero. As you know, because for me as a teacher of English for young learners, it's a very simple model for my learners, for my students to make like. You can share it with my learners and ask them to do like this collection. Let us go back to see what we have today. We have today storytelling strategies with Wakelet. Here are different types of tasks you can ask learners to do using storytelling strategies with Wakelet, organized by skill. The first one is personal storytelling. Builds that my task here. I'm asking my students to make a collection, my learning journey. I'm asking students to document a unit or project they have already completed, include reflections, pictures, their work, and even links. This strategy builds reflection, voice ownership. The second one is real world connection. My task is, or I'm asking my students to create a collection on a local hero or a change maker like Muhammad Salah. Students research someone who inspires them. They can add text explanation, YouTube interview, photos, anything they want. This strategy encourages research and empathy. The next strategy is creative story writing. My task here to create a collection. My task here is to create a fiction story Using images and audio or video, they can upload or record, or they can film themselves to record a story and upload it in their collection. They can write or illustrate a story using Wakelet columns. Also, they can add AI generated images or their own drawing, recorded voices or videos, narration. This strategy enhances imagination and digital fluency. The next strategy is timeline task. Like, for example, the life of butterfly, the history of rose, in timeline in columns. They can use they can use column layout to create a timeline or an event. But this strategy builds sequencing and structural skills. The next one is reflection and goal setting. My task, I'm going to ask my students to make a collection of my week in review or my goal for the term. Students reflect weekly using Wakelet. For example, they can say, what did I learn? What challenged me? What's one goal for next week? This collection or this strategy support self-awareness and metacognition. Metacognition. The next one is collaborative storytelling, like class group story. I'm going to divide my class into groups and ask them to make a group collection story. Like each student adds a part of the story to share a collection. This strategy promotes teamwork. They can also promote creativity, something like that. The last one is a book or topic review. I'm asking students to summarize a book or lesson with tickets, memes, videos, and links. As you know, it strengthens comprehension and digital presentation skills. You can get this digital resource by scanning this QR code. Is it clear, Misbah?
Yes, we can see the QR code.
Yeah, I will share the link also. I'm going to share the link. The chat box.
Yeah, I can share that in the chat.
Yeah. At the end of my session today, we will conclude that digital storytelling with Wakelet helps students express their thoughts, feelings, and creativity in fun and meaningful way by using tools like text, images, videos. They can bring their stories to life. They can these activities builds confidence, support reflection, and they make learning more personal. Whether students are telling real stories or even fictional ones, they can share what they have learned. Wakelet gives them a powerful voice. It turns learning into a journey that are proud to share. Thank you, Misbah. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Oh, Mohammed, that was absolutely fantastic. I mean, as somebody who, when I was in school, the things that I were most passionate about would have been anything that was creative, especially when it came to writing. I would have loved to have had a lesson like this that is scaffolded, that has a guidance, because quite often I think students will begin writing a story or telling a story, and they'll know how to begin it, but they won't know how to end. So seeing that structure that you laid out, I think is going to be very useful. I'd love to hear, what was the inspiration behind putting something like this together, Mohammed?
Yeah, as you know, Musbah, young learners love to hear a story, love to create a story. It makes learning more fun. They already have a good imagination. They can you can sit with a young child, you listen to him, many stories. So it's very important to use Wakelet to do that with your learners, as I do today.
Yes, I loved seeing how you structured it using Wakelet, and I think that it's an amazing platform for storytelling, for digital
Yeah.
storytelling. I think it really empowers students and allows them to customize that and be creative as well. And I just think that students and people in general, we remember stories better than we remember facts and figures. You know, if you're looking at
That's right.
sharing
Yes.
a feeling or an experience, is that how you feel the same way?
Yeah, I feel that's the same way. This is very important. I also remember my grandfather's stories.
Yes.
Anything in the past, but facts, no.
Yeah, but when facts are attached to a story, I remember them then, you know. If somebody
Yeah.
was to just stand in front of me and talk to me about the Second World War and just give me facts, you know, here's the date, here's how many people were in this battle, here's what happened. You don't retain that. Yeah, you don't retain that information. But if somebody was to tell the story of a soldier who, you know,
The sequence.
exactly, yes, exactly. So I really love that session, Mohammed, and I think everybody in the chat did as well. And thank you so much for sharing those resources with us. I'm a big fan of anything to do with creativity and storytelling. If you were to give one piece of advice to the educators who are watching today on how to empower and just get their students to start thinking creatively, what would it be?
To use Wakelet in column layout, it's a very good, very important point to make the sequence of the story and let students collaborate to make a meaningful way of learning. As I said, it makes learning in their own hands. This is the important point for young learners. They cannot forget anything they do with their hands.
Yes. I goes back to the point that you made right at the beginning, which is about instilling their confidence first, not just jumping in and giving them an exercise, but doing things and engaging with them in a way that makes them feel confident that they're a natural storyteller. Everybody can tell a story. Everybody can be creative. I think that's the ingredient.
Even it's a very simple story. We don't need a climax. We don't need a very long beginning. Simple story for even they can remember, they can create step by step. They can do the biggest one or the largest one.
Yes. Mohammed, shukran. Thank you so much for sharing with this amazing community.
I'm very glad to be with you today. Thank you.
No, thank you. And thank you for representing the incredible educators across Egypt as well. I know that you have an amazing Wakelet community in Egypt. You're all so passionate. The things that you're doing with your students are on a world-class level. So thank you for joining us, Mohammed. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
That was brilliant. Another fantastic session. I mean, like I said to Mohammed, maybe I'm repeating myself here a little bit, but for me, storytelling is one of the most important things that you can bring into the classroom, whether it's from yourselves being able to share, especially with younger students, whether it's yourselves being able to share things. I mean, when I look back at my time in school, like I was saying to Mohammed, the things that I remember the most are the stories that I was told, and the lessons and the things that I created as well. The most memorable ones are from stories. As humans, we're all storytellers. I think that's the theme for the 12-hour live stream, is amidst this new world of artificial intelligence and technology, that humans still tell amazing stories because they're personal, they're deep, they mean something. The fact that Mohammed could leverage Wakelet to empower that with his students, I think, is a testament to how wonderful the platform is and how passionate this community is. Okay, I have another special guest joining us for this. Will be this is a shame. I'm coming to the last session of my segment. I love speaking with this next guest. I'd love to welcome to the stage Krupali Sangvi, joining us from India. Hey Krupali, how's it going? Welcome.
Hi, how are you, Mishra? I
I'm
think we are
good.
meeting for the first time virtually also, and I'm
I
excited
see.
to present again on the Wakelet Community Week.
Amazing. And where are you joining us from in India, Krupali?
Yeah, I'm joining from the state of Gujarat, Prime Minister state, and the city is Ahmedabad. We are a
Brilliant.
Wakelet Showcase school. We are a Wakelet Showcase
Oh.
school since 2021.
Oh, that is incredible. And as a Wakelet Showcase School, I'm incredibly proud to invite you today. I know that to achieve the status of being a Wakelet Showcase School, you have to do quite some incredible things with the platform. So welcome, welcome, welcome to the 12-hour live stream. And I know that today you're going to be talking about something which is really the thing that I am the most passionate about in education, which is portfolios, digital portfolios and profile building. So what I would love, Krupali, is if you'd be able to prepare
I'll just
your...
take a minute. I'm sorry to bother. There's someone at the door. Just 1 second.
Of course, no. Take your time. I'll take you off stage, and then you can join in when you're ready. I've had people at the door as well. I've had Amy and James looking through and knocking and saying, "Is everything going okay?" So it happens. It happens to the best of us. Oh, Krupali, you're back.
Extremely sorry.
Welcome back.
Extremely sorry.
No problem at all. It happens. Like I've said to everybody who's joined us, this is a relaxing atmosphere. Everything goes. Don't worry. We don't like formalities here at Wakelet. We like things to be authentic and genuine. I would just like to say, Krupali, if you'd be able to prepare your presentation, if you could just click on the share button and then just select...
definitely. I'll do that. I was just waiting for you to let me know when I can share my screen.
If you do that now whilst I'm talking to you, then I'll be able to bring it back onto the stage when you're ready.
I'll probably share the entire screen only so that I can, interact with them by showing them certain live demos and
Perfect. Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah, well, when you're ready, just let me know. I'm really excited to learn anything to do with digital portfolios. Honestly, I think that we at Wakelet have been speaking about digital portfolios for quite some time now. And I think that people are really starting to realize that it's not a nice to have with students, it's essential. If you want your students to compete in this modern world, you have to get them prepared in ways that go beyond tests, beyond test scores. Back to what we were speaking about with Mohammed, the things that people remember, it's not the test scores, it's the moments of achievement, it's the evidence of the learning. So I can see that you've got your presentation ready. Are you ready for me to bring that to the stage?
Yeah, I've got it ready. Got it ready. I'll be there with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, I can see it.
Hello everyone, greetings to everyone.
One last tip, sorry, Krupali. If you could just click the hide button in that dialogue, it makes it look just a little bit. If you just click the hide button on the...
Where do you want me to do that? Here?
Yeah, so in that little dialogue where you've got, you're sharing your screen, there's a little button. I can see your screen, but nobody else can, so don't worry. But if you click on the little button that says hide, yes, perfect. Okay, you're back on stage now. We can see your wonderful opening slide. Let me know if you need anything, okay?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Greetings from Krupali Sangvi. As I have been interacting with you all since years with the Wakelet Community Week. In the past 3 years, I've been talking about magic of Wakelet in the classroom. I have even talked about how to, create collections in the classroom with the help of art integrated learning projects. And today I'm back in the Wakelet Community Week 2025 with my idea of creating impact via portfolios. I know when we are talking about portfolios, we think about profile building and we feel that a class 9 student or a class 8 student, how come portfolio is going to help the child? Portfolio comes generally in the higher education, but no. I think I had the same perspective before I was being introduced with student portfolios with Wakelet tool. So I'm sharing here by certain things which I want to share with the community at a large about the pedagogies. I think earlier we used to have a chalk and talk method, but I think this today's in the today's AI era, we cannot use chalk and talk only. We need to change as per the learners are changing. The pedagogies need to be changed. So we need to leverage technologies. And when we are talking about technologies here, especially during the Wakelet Community Week, the first and the foremost thing what I love about Wakelet is it compiles everything at one place. Like may it be my lesson plans, maybe the blog project from the students. I have to collect so many URLs of the computer assignment, which is a blog creation project. So what I do is I just create a collection of assignment and share the link with the students, and all the students update their blogs over there in one platform. So I think we need to leverage technology to make our work easier. The same process if I would have done via email, I need to check 150 or 250 mails, and one by one I need to check all the URLs. But when I keep all the URLs of their blog at one place using Wakelet, I think that helps me a lot. So today we are going to talk about how to create your impactful profile. It's not only for students here; it is also for the teachers who have joined us today. I think each one of us should have a profile building, even though being experienced with 18 years of teaching in the one of the reputed school of Ahmedabad, that's Udgam School for Children. We have one of the best CBSE schools and Microsoft Showcase schools since 2012, Wakelet Showcase School since 2021. I think we have been doing great in the community. Still, I feel that individually I should have my portfolio to create an impact in the community. So today I'm going to showcase two of the portfolios. One is the teacher portfolio and the another one is the student's portfolio. For that, we need to see that whatever assignments, assessment, as I mentioned earlier, I used to create these assignments in Wakelet and take the submissions. I'm going to show that demo also to you. The another one is the teachers can keep the record of their portfolio, and even students can keep their e-portfolio about their achievements throughout the year, academic year. And let's even talk about art integrated learning via Wakelet. So before I talk about the impact of profile building, we all should know what all elements should be there in a profile. So we are going to discuss about the elements before we talk about what is portfolio and deep dive into portfolio building. What are the elements a child needs to have? First thing is his own biodata. And now when we talk about biodata or resume, we feel that it's a thing which comes after you're qualified from your higher education and college life and all. No, it's not like that. The child has to be prepared for the future by putting up his achievement at one place in the form of a word template or in the form of a wakelet. And once he starts putting up his thing, he will realize that what else he needs to do more. So by the time year by year, he will upgrade his portfolio. And when he reaches to the campus interview or campus placement, I think he is better ready for his future. So I think that's the way we all, as an educator, are here to empower our students with the portfolio building. So what are the advantages of portfolio? One is an educational impact. For example, let's say when I'm going to create my portfolio as a teacher, I will understand that still some more courses I need to offer, or I need to, sorry, there's some more courses I need to go for myself in order to upgrade my skills in a particular area. The same way holistic learning. When we talk about holistic learning, when you see a child's portfolio, I'm going to showcase few of the portfolios of my own students of this year, wherein while I was going through the portfolio, I came to know that certain children are only good at academics. But I think when it comes about profile building, it has to be academics, it has to be extracurricular activities, it has to be a sports portfolio. So when you do this, when you actually implement this in your studies or in your teaching processes, you will realize that holistic learning is also something which matters. Customized teaching tool, obviously individualized instructions can be given. You can create multiple collection as a teacher and give it accordingly the way you want it to your students and get the data out of it. I always use Wakelet to even, in fact, I use Wakelet to ask my students to do certain research work and bring in data to the classroom with the help of Wakelet. The second thing is progress tracking. Portfolios even help me. I used to check the portfolio in 9th standard and again in 10th standard. I go back and check their portfolio. I am tracking their progress throughout this years, what the child is achieving in terms of community initiative, in terms of sports, or probably academics. So this is the way you can analyze your portfolios once you've received it from the student. There could be three types of portfolio. One is the growth portfolio, second is the showcase portfolio, and the third one is the evaluation portfolio. So you can use Wakelet for all of the three. Once I'll show you some of the examples, you'll get an idea how to use this kind of portfolios in your teaching learning process. So So let's talk about how to do curiosity to creativity journey, how to go for this journey. The first thing you need to do, and you need to inform your students, is content guideline. You need to inform a guideline to the students what all elements they need to get ready. For example, when I start with my class for profile building, in the first period I don't talk about Wakelet, I don't talk about profile building, or neither I talk about the portfolio elements. I generally talk to them about who are they, what are their achievements, what they have achieved so far, whether it's a medal, whether it's a certificate, whether it's a trophy, what kind of achievements they have got it. Some students even come and tell me, ma'am, I don't have any trophies or certificates to be put on my portfolio. So shall I not make my portfolio? No, that's not the way. Even though they don't have it at this point of time, maybe in the upcoming years, they would achieve some or the other certification and they may upload it there. So I don't think so that having certificates, medals, or trophies only makes a portfolio. You can even list down your hobbies. Somebody has a photography hobby, he or she can put up all the photographs over there. Somebody has a hobby of art and craft or creative painting, they can put up a portfolio of painting over there. So the content guidelines given by us as a teacher to the child is very much important. We shouldn't say that portfolio is only about highlighting or showcasing your achievement. It is all about their own, identify their own self-worth. So the output what I get at the end of the year, the outcome is that when students come and tell me, ma'am, now I realize my self-worth, because they make the portfolio, they put up the things together, they organize it at one place, and when they are watching their portfolio at the end of the year, they feel like, okay, I have a special portfolio in my own learning journey. So I think that really helps them build their self-worth. The second is planning. We need to teach them how to plan for the portfolio. For example, when I say that when I'm asking them to have certificates, trophies, and everything, I teach them the tools how they can scan it properly. Having the certificates but putting it up on Wakelet is a journey again. You have to ask the students to put the certificate properly on a flat surface, take a Microsoft 365 scanning app, or any of the scanning app which is not using the third party app. So you can teach the children how to scan it properly, what should be the lighting effect when they are scanning it. The light shouldn't come from a background in order to have a blur scan. So all these elements we have to teach them. Otherwise, whatever they are doing in the process, if they are not doing it neatly, their portfolio won't be great. The third is effective presentation tool. Obviously, when I talk about effective presentation tool, for me, it's always Wakelet. Wakelet makes my work easier. So this is what I was discussing, the data. That's the first guideline we need to give. One is they should have a small, short resume. I know resume cannot have they cannot have highest qualification written there. They will not even have their educational experience or work experience there. It's absolutely fine. Ask them to keep it blank. As a student, they will slowly and gradually, whenever they do internships, they can add their experience later on. So one is that biodata which they need to do. Second is all the academics project they might have done from class 1 till 12th. They could put up the photographs of their science project, maths project, English project, anything. Maybe they might have participated in a school assembly and they would have the video of the school assembly posted on the school social media. They can take the link from there and put it in their portfolio. The fourth thing is co-curricular activities, the sports achievement, the sports participations, the winning news coming into the newsletters or magazines or newspapers. They can scan it and put it there. Fourth is their hobbies. Obviously, it's going to be very interesting when you actually see the children putting up their hobby. And when I am checking that portfolio wala project, I feel that that particular hobbies which they are putting up makes them special. So somebody is very good in photography, somebody is very good in art and craft and painting. So that all you need to, when you evaluate their portfolio, you will understand the child's potential. So I think that really creates a good impact with me and my learners when I watch their hobby wala section. And the next is achievements. As I mentioned, academic, sports, result card, academic cards. And what happens is when a class 9 child puts up his academic report card over there, and the next year he again keeps the report card over there, he himself is able to retrospect that what is the gap in his learning, how much marks he scored in English, and next year what is he scoring in English. So he can himself retrospect his report card when it is kept at one place. The second is testimonials by teachers and mentors. Yes, it happens. So at the end of the year or when going for an admissions abroad, children need letter of recommendations. So that letter of recommendation comes after 5 years of your schooling. So once you get that LORs after 5 years of your schooling, what happens is the teacher might not remember your activities or even participation. So I would suggest that whenever a teacher tells you that you've done good in an assembly or you've done good in a dance competition, take the testimonial via email, convert it to a PDF or probably a JPG screenshot, and put it in your portfolio. So that's the way we can all, as a teacher also, I keep all the testimonials at one place for my work done in the school. The next is academic score sheet, as we discussed. So now, as we were discussing, when we are talking about the type of data, that was the data which was needed. Now, what is the type of data? So when we tell that it's a curriculum vitae or a short biodata, it's a PDF. So Wakelet again allows you to upload a PDF there. Second is a photograph. That's a JPG file, which is again allowed in the Wakelet collection. Newspaper articles could be a scanned one as a PDF, or it could be as a JPG image. The next one is social media screen captures or the links directly to the social media post which has been done on your school portal. The fourth is the links to your website, blog, your own podcast. That is again there, and the PDF of your certificates, self-introductory video. I think videos we were very nicely doing it with Flipgrid earlier. When Flipgrid used to be there with Wakelet, it was a fun doing the Wakelet collection with Flipgrid integration. So yeah, there are some steps which are the easiest steps to create your portfolio resume by going to Microsoft Word, Office 365, create your, search for a resume template which didn't fit for you, and then add all your details which are required and save it as a PDF. That's the first step you will do. Next step is you will open wakelet.com. So instead of I'm showing you wakelet.com because we all are using Wakelet, and that's why we are here today for the Wakelet Community Week. So I will quickly take you directly to the demo of Wakelet, and I would like to show you. So yeah, I think I'll do escape from this slide, and I will quickly switch over to my Wakelet. So this is the Wakelet platform which I was discussing with you all. I'll just close it here. I hope, Misbah, that's the size of the platform which I'm showing here is visible, or do I need to increase the size? Okay, so if you see here, I hope the size is visible to all of them. Otherwise, I can just increase the size. So she's one of my students, Disha Joshi, and she was been briefed with uh, this Wakelet platform. I hope I'm audible and the screen is clear. If you could please confirm once, because I'm not able to see that screen from where we have connected. Yeah, am I audible? Hello. I hope I'm audible. Okay, anyways, I'll continue. So this is the wakelet.com profile where a child has inserted his or her photograph over here as a cover image. Then you'll need to ask the child to write the full name and the student ID, and then the child will give a short description about herself. And here, if you can see, the child has written a short paragraph about her strength and weaknesses here. Then she has added all the pictures of her work. Like, for example, I was never knowing that this child in my classroom had a special community initiative programs running from our own NGO. And this is the way, this is where, when I was seeing to these pictures, I came to know that this girl is doing a lot of things for the community beyond classrooms. So the portfolios actually helps us to connect with our children. These are some of our projects which were worldwide projects where we collaborated with so many other countries' students via Wakelet. So you can see all that collabs what we did. We have taken the screenshot of the collab where she is talking about menstrual hygiene and discussing with the students across the countries. So this Wakelet has proved a great platform to us to put up all the things at one place. So these are all the portfolio collections. And now this year, being a computer science teacher, I thought to get the Wakelet portfolio done. So this is my space where I give my computer application projects. And if you can see here, there are 996 portfolios as of now submitted this year. If I click on those portfolios, it is very systematically organized in the form of class sections. So whenever I have to evaluate this activity, if suppose let's say I have to check 9th A activity, the section division is A, I will find all my students' portfolio at one place. The similar way, if I want to check 9th B activity, so once 9th A gets over, I can see 9th B activity here. So these are all my students' portfolio, and I'm going to showcase some of the portfolios here with due permission from the child. And yeah, you can see likewise you can increase. There's the E section. So in total, I teach more than 250 students of 9th standard who will be doing this Wakelet portfolios in their own comfort zone. Whenever they are ready with the documents and everything, they are going to utilize this platform. So this is the way I've got all the submissions ready here. And there is a, if you can see the creativity of the child here. So if I go to this child's portfolio, he has used even Canva. So not only making portfolio helps him to put his things on the on a particular place, organized way, but the child learns a lot of skills as Canva is integrated with Wakelet, and Canva is one of the favorite tool again for the kids to create designs. You can see here how the child has beautifully placed artwork, certificates, and all. And if I click on certificates, the child certificates will open over here. So that's a collection in collection. So we call it sub collections, right? So you can see all his certificates of class 2, 3, everything he has kept it here. So it's all visible here. Not only this, if I go to the artwork of that child, we'll be able to see the artwork of that child, and I'll be able to, even the drawing teacher, art teacher, or maybe the class teacher will come to know the potential of that child by seeing the artwork of that child. So you can see a beautiful Ganesha artwork is there. So likewise, we are actually asking our children to put up their work in the form of portfolio so that teachers can actually identify their skills and potentials, and we can even maintain their portfolio. Any competitions coming in, I could immediately, this girl has also made it very nicely. So I was never knowing that the child could, I've asked them to keep their pictures over here, but the children, those who are shy, they don't want to keep their pictures over there. So they have themselves designed their name cards over here. And if you can see, I was never knowing that the child was good with photography. So when she has added the photography skill over here in the form of portfolio, somehow I don't know what is the issue with this 404. But many times when the child is putting up the sub events, it happens that we get a 404 error. So we'll rectify with that, and I think that's what the portfolio is all about for the students. Now coming to, you can see even this is beautifully done. So children, this child, actually, if you make him sit for a while in the classroom, he won't be sitting it. He will talk to you. He wants to share so many things to you. But when he gets such a beautiful platform to explore, you can see how beautifully he can express. He has put all his certificates, trophies, and everything here. So this is what I would say and convey from my end as an educator, that Wakelet has been amazing tool for me. You can see how beautifully we have taught them to scan. Even I've asked them to put it like this. Some background has to be there before they put up the portfolio, the medal, trophy. So they learn the capturing skills. Not only that, they even learn how to portray their achievements in front of others. Even I've taught them that once they've done with this, they can click on share button for their portfolio. They can have the QR code of their portfolio, take a print of it, and simply take their phone and put their portfolio here. So whenever they want to create connections, they meet someone of a similar taste, and if they find some opportunity from that person, they can even ask the other person to just scan the QR code and get connected with him or her in the portfolio. Moving towards my own portfolio, I'll just quickly go to my own portfolio for all the teachers who have joined in this room, just to share and inspire how we can proudly represent ourselves. So this is my portfolio where I have created multiple collections, if you can see, where I have created 2020, 21, whatever work I have done. I have even created news and social media impact from Microsoft and Education project, community initiative projects. So sub collections are done, all my trophies, achievements, the national award for teachers and everything. And now I have compiled it all at one place. So somebody asked, who is Krupali Sangvi? I have to just share the link with them or the QR code to be scanned, and they know who is Krupali Sangvi. So this is how my portfolio goes in. A graphic as the introduction part is there. If I scroll down, you will find the key points of my achievements so far, and then you will find relearning journey of every year I'm keeping. It's not like 2021 was the only year where I'll keep up my journey. Now it's 2023, 24. Now this year I'll again build up for 24, 25. And every year I'm keeping up my educational journey to find out that where I still need to. You can even see the certificates every year I get. I put it in a separate platform. The innovative practices beyond teaching as a mentor, going for international level, national level competitions with my students, achievements, awards, and recognitions. When I click on achievements, awards, and recognitions, I ensure to keep every single achievement, whether it's posted on social media, whether it's posted on any particular site, to be covered in my portfolio so that I don't have to look forward. See, this is first I've listed, then I've taken all the screenshots first here of all my achievements. And if you can see, this was a Twitter post which was being there for my national award for teachers. So I immediately grabbed the link from that platform and kept it here. Similarly, I have certain things posted on Facebook of my school media. These are certain pictures of my own school. There are certain certificates which I've received from various ministers. So the idea is, dear teachers, please identify your self-worth. Keep all your things at one place. This will give you confidence to move on. Just sharing a very small story from by heart, not as part of a resource person here. In 2023, suddenly I got a lumbar spine issues where I couldn't even stand up. It was an L5S1 break in my spine. So what happened was, I was just feeling that at a very young age I'll have to quit teaching, or I may not be able to go to school and all. And one day I was just scrolling through my phone with my portfolio and watching all these achievements like this, and then I felt, no, it's not like that. I've just begun my journey of teaching. It's just 18 years. I have to do more than 25 years, so I need to stand up. And then I started my physiotherapy and all, and now I'm back to the field doing good to the community. So please ensure that you should have a portfolio. It really empowers you at times when you are at low. Just go through your portfolio. So, teachers, this one was for you. Students, those whom you feel that they deserve to have some creative platform, this is for students. And if we go for the steps, as I mentioned here, it's all about creating portfolio, sharing the portfolio. Please teach them. And this is one of a very beautiful portfolio. Actually, I shouldn't show her portfolio right now because she is one of the presenter in Wakelet Community Week. My own daughter Briona Sangvi, who is going to come up on the stage for her portfolio story today at I think 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. So do watch her portfolio. She has an inspiring story to share as a student, that how portfolio has helped her. So this is again ending up. Before I end up, I just need to again have a quick revision for all of you, which says what data is needed for a portfolio. Any professional membership for you as a teacher, or your activities, your work reports, your grants or proposals written, you have gotten testimonial from your school management, your newspaper clippings, media clips, photographs, whatever you've taken in a professional setting, your printouts to your links, web pages, even I think Brianna is also going to share a very interesting story of how she is maintaining the collection of her own podcast. So it's a really beautiful way of putting up things to people with too many technologies combining into one. So these are some of the examples I've shared on the screen, which you all can do. Please create a checklist. If you want to take the screenshot of this checklist, do take it. But this has to be done just not to empower others, but also to empower yourself, right? So these are some of the things which you should take a screenshot, put it in your to-do bucket list, and start creating your portfolio. Because I think portfolio is the first steps towards one's profile building. So this is the third screen where I'm showing you what all elements I have added to my portfolio and which you can also add to your portfolio. So internship is a very important thing for the college students. We do not have a track of the internships, but when you will create your portfolio students, I think definitely you will create a track of all your internships at one place. So this is something which is community initiative, which is again one of the most important thing we need to inculcate in each of our children for empathy building and all. So I think community initiative records need to be maintained. Entrepreneurship, startups, ideas, everything has to be listed down in your portfolio. So I know it's not going to be overnight work. It's going to take time because any change happening, it takes time. So finally, what I believe and my belief is for the education community is, let's empower ourselves and believe that innovation begins from one's own classroom. I have been in the classroom since 2008, and I know how beautiful the feeling is when you see your batches passing by empowered with technology skills and innovation. And later on, when your alumni comes and tell you that they are working with the multinational companies or the highest tech companies, I think that's the reward which you get. So yes, innovation begins from your own classroom. Please look forward for that and start working towards that. So that's about me. Mishba, I have shared my Wakelet Community Week 2025 link for the reviews from the people around me so that it helps me to grow as a resource person too. I will look forward to share this link in the live stream so that they can give me the review, and I'll be sharing few more links with you.
Perfect. If you could just
You all have an awesome factor, just one slide. Yeah. So yeah, that was the slide where I end and stop sharing my screen. I hope I have shared the links with you in the stream here.
Yes. So we all of those links that you shared and all of those resources will be available in the link that I shared. It's also the same link that you'll receive your certificate on. Kripali, that was incredible. Honestly, I love it when people take the idea of a portfolio and provide some structure to it, because a lot of people, they understand the idea, they know that this is important for them, but they don't know how to start it. They don't know what information is required. So being able to lay that out on both the student side and also on the personal, professional growth side is so important. I love the story that you shared as well, which is that portfolios play a really important part, not only in career progression and getting you where you want to get to, but also in reflection. And what I found myself, I have a portfolio as well. And when you're feeling like, not very confident, when you're feeling like, things aren't particularly going your way, or you feel a little bit down, you need those reminders of the things that you've
Yeah,
achieved, of
exactly.
who you are. And so being able to go through them and say, hey, I'm that person that received all of these certificates. I'm that person that appeared on these webinars. I'm that person that has these qualifications is so important. And if it's important for us, imagine what it's like for those students. Imagine them going into an exam or getting a grade from an exam and knowing that I did my best, but I've also got all of this incredible stuff that I can share. This is me. This is who I am. So I love that last story that you told, and I think it was really, really important. Just
Yes,
lastly,
it
because
really actually, you will not believe this actually helps us. When you have tough days, at times it happens, you're working hard and things are not going as per your will. So at that time you really feel that yes, you have done a lot and you will still have to do a lot. So it's not about doing and finishing it up. Portfolio is all ongoing journey. So that's what I
exactly,
wanted to say to all the audience today in the Wakelet Community 2025. It's always going to be an ongoing journey. Portfolios never end. It keeps on
yes,
going and going and going.
yes, a reflection of a lifetime journey. Kripali, thank you so much for joining us with a very, very inspiring session. I appreciate you, and I cannot wait to collaborate with you again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please share the links. I will be sharing two of the links. One is a form link and the another one is the Wakelet, where I would like to see their reviews and I would like to connect with everyone around the world.
Perfect. Well,
Thank
what
you
you can
so
do,
much.
Kripali, is we'll share those through the certificate link. But if you wanted to join on the YouTube chat, we are about to enter a break, so it's a good time for you to just share those links as well, just so that people can see them right there. But thank you so much for your time, Kripali, and for an amazing session. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste from India.
Namaste. Thank you. Wow, another fantastic session to bring to close this first segment of the 12-hour live stream. This will be my last moment on the stream, although I'll try and jump in at some point and say bye to everybody. But we will be going into a quick 10 to 15 minute break, at which point after we will be joined by James, who will be hosting the next segment. And we are going to be speaking to Katrin from Estonia, Irene from Italy, and Beth from the USA. So another really nice mix of sessions. We're going to be talking about spaces, more storytelling, newsletters. Irene will be sharing about her experience shadowing in Iceland on her Erasmus, and Beth will be talking again about page to presence, connecting students with author resources. So we've got some really good sessions ready, but it is a good time for a short 10 to 15 minute break. So James will be joining you very shortly. That's all from me. I hope that you've enjoyed these 3 sessions as much as I did, and I will see you all very, very soon. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to part 2 of the 12-hour live stream. I've seen a lot of people have stayed since part 1, so thank you so much for sticking around as we get into this. We have 4 amazing speakers that will be joining us over the next 2 hours, and you're going to love them. Wakelet ambassadors sharing what they do best, how they use Wakelet in so many different ways. But as I said, first of all, thank you so much for joining today. I can see in the chat we've got people from all over the world. And to be honest, this is the reason why we do Community Week. This is the reason why we do the 12-hour live stream. We want to hear from different perspectives, cultures, different people from all over the world. So thank you so much for turning out to join us today. 2 quick reminders, because I know we'll get a lot of questions about this, the competition and certificates. So firstly, all the resources will be shared in the certificate link that is currently pinned to the top of the YouTube comments. Fill that out with your details, and all the resources that you receive or that are shared throughout the whole 12-hour live stream will be emailed directly to you. And of course, there will be lots of tips and tricks shared here. There'll be a lot of nice moments that you'll want to share. If you do share them, please do post them in the comments here, post on Community Hub, or even on social media. Anything that you do during Community Week, if it's tagged with hashtag Wakelet Community Week, we will count that as an entry into our competition. And you can win so many amazing things: coffee vouchers, gift cards for Amazon, and some Wakelet subscriptions, and even some Wakelet robot socks and some Wakelet plushie toys as well, which I know have been highly requested. So best of luck with that. Okay, I think we're ready to go then. Let's bring on our first speaker. We have Katrin. Hey, Katrin.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know you have a lot to share on Wakelet, but as you know, with the 12-hour live stream, it's quick, it's fast. You have the stage for 20 minutes. I know you're going to be sharing a bit about app smashing and how you share your newsletters. So, Katrin, please introduce yourself, and it's over to you.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I would like to share my screen as well.
Yep. We
Yeah.
can see that, Katrin.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome everybody to the second round to Wakelet Live at Wakelet Community Week. I'm Katrin from Estonia. I am educational technologist and working in education more than 20 years already. And yeah, today I like to tell about my story. Yesterday it was told about stories. Today we heard about stories, and we know that stories are very important in education and in schools. And like I said, today I would like to tell about my story and to talk about how I use Wakelet, how I create newsletters, and how I implement different other educational technology tools in the Wakelet. As I told, I work as educational technologist. I'm also a teacher, but my most or biggest task at school is to support teachers. And school workers, staff, and support by using different technology. And 2 years ago, I changed my school. Now I am working in Tallinn School of Service as educational technologist. And first, what I thought that I have to introduce so many different tips and tricks and tools for teachers all a school year, during the school year. And how should I do it? I had used Wakelet previously in teacher trainings and in projects, and I thought that I need a tool which is very easy to use, which is visually attractive, and I need to make collections. And of course, I chose Wakelet. I didn't want to send to teachers just usual emails or create Word or PDF documents. It would have been just plain documents. But I wanted to create collections, make it visual and make it alive. And I wanted that the teachers get more interest about the different tools I introduce to them. So I chose Wakelet, and today. First, as I am talking also how I am using Wakelet and other tools, and how I am creating newsletters, I want to say some words also about app smashing. You have heard yesterday about it, and I believe months before in different seminars, webinars, and I am using app smashing each time I am creating my newsletter. And yes, app smashing, it means that I'm using different tools to create one outcome. Why it's good to use different tools and kind of smash them or integrate. It makes content more interactive and engaging. It encourage creativity and critical thinking. If you use with students, then it promotes independence and gives students a voice. And it supports multimodal learning and, of course, differentiate. And there are many, many possibilities. You can add visual materials like the diagrams, videos, infographics, posters, whatever. Tools for audio, spoken instructions, add podcasts. Yesterday, we heard about Adobe podcasts. It's possible to add texts, reading, writing tasks, for example, for students, hands-on activities, simulations. There are many, many possibilities. And still about Wakelet, why it's great for a newsletter. You can add multimedia. It's very simple to use. You can create it collaboratively. You can add students. You can invite your colleagues to create something bigger together. It's easy to customize. It's very, very simple. And actually, Wakelet also has a template for newsletter. You can also use that. It's always good to have template, especially if you are a big beginner. It's hard to start from scratch or from blank page. Wakelet is easy to share. You can share it with link, you can share it with QR code, you can embed to your website, you can share it to your learning platform, is it Teams or Google Classroom. And for me, it very important is that it works well with different devices. Nowadays, my colleagues are using mobile quite often. Students are always using mobiles, tablets, computers. It all works well. It's safe. You can make private walls. You can make public Wakelets, so it's safe. And of course, spaces, Wakelet spaces. You can organize. Wakelet space, I am especially a fan of space. Wakelet space is like a profile inside your profile. And you can create many, many different spaces. kind of sub-profiles according to different topics, whatever. And how to create, very, very briefly. You all, I guess, you know how to create a Wakelet wall. Create new collection or use a template, add content, customize and share. And nowadays we are speaking about AI. All the time we are speaking about AI. So AI is integrated to Wakelet. And about the friends, I choose today to show you 3 different tools which I integrate to Wakelet and to my newsletters, or the tools I use for creating my newsletters. First, I have integrated these 3 tools inside this presentation, this Wakelet. First is Canva. I guess you all love Canva, especially who are using it. And if you don't use it, start using it. It's a very, very good tool to create different graphic design materials. Just some months ago, Canva came out with new things like sheets and of course AI, Canva code. If you have not tried it. It's absolutely mind-blowing. How to create? Very simple again. Find a template. There are thousands, millions of different templates, whatever you want to create. Is it a worksheet? Is it a presentation? Is it video? Is it infographic, table, whatever? Find template and customize it, or start from scratch. Insert content and customize. Add interactivity if it's needed, and share. And in Canva, AI is integrated. It can translate, it can code, it can suggest you a presentation, whatever. And I have also integrated here one Canva material I have created previously. If it's opening, it's a video which I have used in my newsletter previously. So it's possible to integrate different materials. Second, genially, again, hands up, who is a fan? Genially, if you don't know, Genially is also a platform for designing and creating interactive and visually engaging content. You can create presentations, infographics, games, and in Genially, I like especially interactivity and the games. There are many different templates for games and quizzes. It's possible to integrate multimedia elements also to make the Genially material more interactive. And about creating again, also very simple. Find suitable template, start from the template. Or you can start from scratch from the blank page as well. Insert content and customize. It's very similar to Canva. Add interactivity and animations if you need. And share. AI is integrated here as well. And my interactivity here, one example, it's a learning path for students. I have created a learning path. I am working in a vocational school and it's a learning path for a gardener student. And under each art is a different material. And here we have a Google website. I mean, website made in Google Sites. And under each heart is a different material. The third, book creator. I go full screen. It's better to see, but book creator also told yesterday about it. But it's a digital tool for creating and reading and publish ebooks. It can contain text, of course, images, videos, audios, drawings. And there are two types of ebooks you can create, a regular and a comic book. And this book, which I use as a presentation in the moment, it's also created as a comic book. And I always suggest to start with the comic book, because then you have these comic book feathers. If you start with regular, then you don't have these comic book feathers. AI is also integrated. It translates. It has a translator. It has AutoDraw. Maybe you know the tool AutoDraw separately, but it's integrated to Book Creator as well. It has speech to text, so you don't need to type your text. You speak and it types for yourself. And Book Creator has Adobe AI image generator inside. Creating an ebook in Book Creator also very, very simple. Choose as a template or start from scratch again, insert content and customize and share. And here I have an example about the one ebook I have created a while ago. It's about teacher trainings last academic year. And what I like in Book Creator, I can see how many times it has been read. This book has been read 35 times. And I can link different pages here, different materials inside here, links, photos, which I like. The videos are inside the book. And you see, this book is inside my presentation. And my presentation, Book Creator presentation, is inside the Wakelet. So it's like a tool inside of tool inside of tool. But let's see my newsletters now. I have told about the Wakelet. I have told about 3 different tools which I integrate to Wakelet. But now I am showing you my newsletters space. It's like a profile. And why I used the space? I used for newsletters space because I can share the whole profile, and teachers come, and myself as well. Teachers can come back to older versions if they like to. And here they are, different newsletters. I open one. It's all in Estonian language. And what else I use and what I like in Wakelet is that I designed this newsletter only once. and then I duplicate. I make a copy from previous newsletter, and I just customize. I delete all the old topics and add new ones, and I don't need to design again and again. And I have created different subjects to my newsletters, and now I am very excited that we can create this. James, you can help me now. This collapsible.
Hey, Katrin.
Yes, you can tell me now. This new feature is the collapsible
section.
Section, yes. Thank you very much for the word. Yeah, natively I am speaking Estonian, and it's very, very different from English. So it's very hard for me.
Understandable.
Yeah, and I am very excited because I don't need to create these sections anymore. Now I can these sections. If you are interested, about these animated headlines or sections, it's made in Text Studio. Maybe you know. You can just try it out. It's very, very nice tool as well, and free to use. But now I can use these collapsible sections, and it means that my newsletter will not be so long anymore. Now you just scroll and scroll and scroll. Then you have the headlines, and you just click and you can open the topic you like. So, but my newsletters are worked out so that it's headline or the topic, then it's introduction, it's text with links sometimes, and then it's integrated material. This is about rubrics, and this poster, interactive poster, is made in Genially, and it's integrated in Wakelet, and I like it because I can look at it inside the Wakelet. I don't need to go to Genially. The next subject is about feedback, a poster made in Canva, then Microsoft Learn. And as my school is using Microsoft, so there are always tips and tricks about Office tools. This one has a word tip. And what is all very important in newsletters is that it has to be. I mean, the reader should feel like it's meant for them. If I create a newsletter for you, then you should feel that it's meant for me. So I always add the questions for teachers that if you have any topics you want to know, let me know, and the topic will be on the next newsletter, and where and when you can find me at school, and so on. So let's see another newsletter. And I have sections here as well. The academic year 23-24, academic year 24-25, and from next academic year, it will be here the section 25-26 year. But let's see this. It's from the second academic year. I was working in Tallinn School of Service. It's September 24. QR code was a topic, little tutorial made in Canva, and AI was a very, very big topic my teachers wanted to know, and it's a big subject in my newsletter. And each month I introduce a different AI tool for my teachers, and tip about Excel, and here video made in Canva. So, and again, you can watch it just here inside the Wakelet. And another tip for Canva, how to use Canva, and a special topic about exit ticket, what it is, how to use, and example made in Canva again. And link for my newsletter space, because it was the next school year. And as I also make trainings for teachers, then I started to introduce my every monthly teacher training as well, and adding a poster and a topic and when and where it's happening. And in the end, it's the same picture, which is telling that let's try it. So about the newsletters more, I can see also, which I didn't, I open it again. I didn't show you. So what I like, I am sharing it via email. I create a link and I share newsletter to my teachers. At my school, we have 45 teachers. And later on, I can see here how many times my newsletter has been viewed, how many times it has been seen, how many times it has been read. This particular newsletter has been seen 64 times. So I can also monitor that if I do some work, then is it interesting for my teachers, or is it not interesting, my teachers? So, but I'm showing also, I have prepared a newsletter I want to create for September, for coming year. I made already a duplicate from the May, and I don't need to design much here. What I need to do is just change the cover picture. I have created it already, so I have it here. I just change it. So now it's September 25. Now you can see the last newsletter was number 19, number 18. Now the new newsletter will be number 19, and it was May. Now it will be in September 25. And I have deleted already everything which is not needed anymore, but I let be here the posts, the text and the picture, which will remain. And now I can add section, and let's see. I want to add the Canva, how it works. And now I can add, I have prepared a Canva material. So let it open. So it takes a little bit time because of the speed of the internet. I hope I can share it. Yeah, share. It's live already. I created already a public link so that everyone who has the link can view. And I have already checked that is the link also working. I always suggest that go to incognito window and check always check if you want to share the materials. So where is my, no, here it is. So, and I just paste here. I copied the link and I paste it. And now it takes a little bit time so that my tutorial is here. So next section, I want to add a Genially material. And I have prepared a Genially. I especially like in Genially, like I said before, different games. Escape room games, breakout room games, and in Genially you find different designs and different games you can customize. I have created one Jenga game, if you know about this, and I just paste it here. Very, very simple. And later on, I also had a tutorial how to create this kind of game, but now teachers can just start to try it, how the game goes. And the last one I want to enter here today is book creator. So. And I have also prepared a book about book creator. So it's about how to create a book creator book inside. And I need to publish here and copy the link and go back to my Wakelet, my newsletter, and paste it here. And of course, it's possible to change the order of the sections and materials. And if my newsletter is ready, just share. And I always publish. Publishing means that then my newsletter is available to everyone, even if the reader doesn't have Wakelet account. And also I want that my newsletter is available on my newsletter space. That's why I publish. But in the moment, I don't publish and because it's not ready yet. But so I create my newsletters. But now I am going back to my presentation. So, and I want to give you some tips for the newsletter. If you start to create a newsletter, make it visual. It should be visually engaging. Use icons, use emojis, use Canva. We also have in Wakelet Adobe integration. Use Adobe. What do you like? Try to have a common color palette and font style. Don't mix so much because it doesn't look nice. Keep it focused. Make short paragraphs. You know, today no one wants to read long texts, especially when we know that our students, our teachers, our colleagues are using and reading many texts on mobile phone. I have experienced myself that reading an email, and I am scrolling and scrolling and scrolling my phone, and it feels like it's very, very long email. But if I open it on my computer and read it on my computer screen, then the email was not so long at all. So we have to think about it. Then use different media, use multimedia, use videos, use different kind of activities, interactivities. Include stories, tell a story. And think about your goal. Why do you make a newsletter? Think about your audience, to whom you are creating it. Personalize. Make it easy to access, and Wakelet is very, very good tool for that. Use QR codes or send it to Teams via email. And if you have multi-language students who are speaking different languages, in Wakelet there is immersive reader, which is a very, very big help for students who are natively maybe speaking another language than your newsletter is. Keep it timely and relevant. I have my calendar, and each second week of the month I am publishing my newsletter. And now, as I have done it 2 years already, my teachers know that each second week of the month, Katrin is sending a new newsletter, and they have 1 month to work through it. And if it's seasonal, if it's some seasons, I have used, if Christmas is coming, then I try to give some nice tools to create Christmas cards, or about Easter holiday, or something about summer holiday, or something about Halloween. So keep it timely and relevant. Encourage interaction. You can add polls or surveys or ask quick feedback, as I am asking from my teachers, what is next you want to know, and reuse and remix. Sometimes it's good to duplicate and reuse. I feel that sometimes, as different tools are changing and there are many, many updates. Just a while ago, we heard about many different Wakelet updates. It means that I have to introduce the Wakelet to my teachers again, because there are new options to use a Wakelet. So these are the short tips for creating a newsletter. Of course, you can create newsletter with your students, for the parents, but I am kind of working background and helping teachers with the newsletters. But before I finish, I would like that we could create our own common Wakelet. I have prepared one for you. There is a QR code, and maybe James can also add the link to the chat. And please enter to this wall, Wakelet wall, and add at least one takeaway from this session you want to try out. And maybe there you heard something, but you want to know something more about it. Then add that too.
Amazing, Katrin. I've added that link into the chat so everyone can go ahead and click on it. I know there is a bit of a delay though in YouTube, so you'll probably see that filling up in the next few minutes.
Okay.
But Katrin, thank you so much for that. Did you want to share some bits on how people can connect with you?
Yeah, of course. You can find me in social media in different I like the name Twitter. As I heard yesterday, there are many people, and I even like the logo. I don't know, but okay, it's X. You can find me on Facebook. You can find me in LinkedIn. Of course, you can find me in Wakelet. I have Wakelet public profile, and I have published all my spaces. And if you go to my Wakelet profile, then you can see even all those teacher training space, my project space, Digitalis project, and of course this newsletter space. These are also, I have made a Wakelet wall for my spaces. So you can find all these materials, and yeah, if you want to discuss, ask something, then of course I am available. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sharon. I loved that you went through the different integrations and app smashes first to kind of give context to the tools, and then showed how it fits all into a newsletter there. And as you said, you have all of the newsletters published on your page. Those are in the resource. If you fill in that link at the top of the comments, certificate, inside the certificate will be all the resources shared from this, including newsletters there. So please go ahead and fill that in. But Katrin, thank you so much for joining today. We really appreciate you sharing how you use Wakelet.
Thank you very much for listening and thinking with and participating.
Amazing. Thank you, Katrin. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye. Wow, that was incredible. Thank you so much, Katrin, for that. We'll jump straight into the next session. We've got a kind of an hour left now with the rest of the speakers. I would love to head to Italy, where we have our ambassador Irene and her student Sophia. Welcome both. Hello. Irene, I cannot hear you, unfortunately. I cannot know. I can see you talking, but I cannot hear you, unfortunately. And it looks like you're unmuted too. Definitely not on my side. You can let me know in the chat, anyone, if you can hear Irene. I hope it's not my speakers. But yeah, maybe try and change the mic, Irene.
Can you hear me?
Sophia, I can hear you, yes. But Irene, I'm not sure why we can't hear you. Yeah, I think that's Irene saying she's going to jump out and back in maybe. Yeah. Okay. While we wait for Irene to get started there, Sophia, I'll remove you from the screen as well, just so you can be backstage. Let us know, guys, what you found interesting about Katrin's session there. Of course, like I said, every time you post in the comments or in the community hub or on social media, you are entered into our prize draw for coffee vouchers, Amazon vouchers, and some Wakelet subscriptions, the robot plushies and the robot socks as well. So the more you comment, the more you'll have a chance of winning. So yeah, let us know what did you like about Katrin's session? What was your favorite app smash in there? Which app are you excited to try out after this? So go ahead and enter those in. I can see Irene is backstage. So Irene, I'm going to bring you back on, and fingers crossed I can hear you. No, I cannot, unfortunately, no. The only thing I can think, Irene, is it some sort of microphone? Is it connected to headphones, maybe? That's the only issue I can think of there. Oh, I heard something then, Irene. I'm not sure. Yes, it almost sounded like I could hear myself through the... No. Unfortunately, Irene, we cannot hear you. I could suggest maybe if Beth backstage is available, we could go to Beth for her section and then we can jump on in 20 minutes for you. That works for Beth, yeah? Okay, Irene, I will remove you from the stage and you can go and try and test your audio out. We'll bring you back in 20 minutes time and fingers crossed your audio is working then. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, Beth, thank you so much. You've saved the day. You jumped in early. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome. It's so nice to see you in person. I love all of you guys because you're just so personable and human. And that's going to be a theme in our talk here in a couple minutes.
Yes, definitely. We love to be human here at Wakelet. Humans drive everything, drive the platform that we have, drive the content. And as you know, they drive this community as well. You can probably see in the chat, there's people from all over the world here, especially, I know it's earlier for you, but in the afternoon here over in the UK, in Europe, over into Asia and Africa as well. We have people joining from all over the world. So Beth, it's your time to shine. Please share how you're using Wakelet.
Okay, awesome. Well, first of all, I am in the United States and I'm from Iowa near the Chicago area. And a majority of my life, I have been a teacher librarian. So what you're going to hear over and over again in this presentation is just a love for books. You can see behind me, I love books. I love authors. I love connecting books with kids and authors. So that is just, it's magical. It's a game changer. And then you throw Wakelet in the mix and you're like, whoo, we have awesome stuff going on here. So that's what we're going to talk about today. The whole idea of page to presence. How can we make reading come alive for our students? How can we bring joy back into our classroom? I mean, we have mandates and we have things that we have to do, and that's all super important. This is all tied to it. But how can we think differently? And I listened to the Merrill's presentation yesterday and just the whole idea of creativity and critical thinking, and how are we giving our students opportunities to have voice and choice. So again, you're going to hear those two words over and over again as we make reading come alive, we make it magical, and we use Wakelet as our tool. So in about 15 minutes, you are going to get some practical ideas that you could try and use tomorrow in your classroom to bring this all alive. So hopefully I can present my screen here, and that would be awesome if it works for me. And James, if you could just let me know if you are able to see this presentation. Is that working? Yes? No?
It's not come through just yet.
Okay. Well, let me try that again. I'll go back here. Okay, so I'll present one more time. We're going to share our screen. And how about now?
Yeah, I can see it. And okay. It's on the screen. There you go.
Awesome. Okay, so again, that's me, whatever. Moving on. I always like to tell my students why we're doing what we're doing. There's awesome tech tools out there and they're amazing, but I want to bring it back to a why. And again, with Wakelet, as a Wakelet ambassador, I believe that Wakelet helps me build joy and excitement for reading. And that next point that's listed there is so important. I get to brand the work that is happening in my classroom. We're going to talk about that more in a little bit, but Wakelet allows me to make the work that we're doing very identifiable. People can start to follow us. Even young students can start to be influencers under my direction as a teacher. And again, what I love about Wakelet is it's safe, but I can make it public for them in a very appropriate way. So I've worked with students from kindergarten all the way through graduate level. And so what we're going to talk about today works for any age students. I'm also teaching digital citizenship skills in real time because the work that we're doing is professional. It's seen by others. And then again, we're able to connect with others, other classrooms, authors. And it's magical because it brings this all full circle. So again, I'm going to give you some ideas you can use tomorrow, ways to give your students voice and choice, how to connect with authors, and some examples, and then ways to support. I love this quote. Seth Godin says, "You're not your resume, you are your work." So by creating these opportunities that we then integrate with Wakelet, our students get real work. We sometimes use a phrase called fake work. There are times we give our students assignments that maybe don't really matter, wind up in a trash can, maybe no one ever sees it or gives them feedback. But when we create opportunities for them where their work is visual and alive and shared and collaborative, whoo, that's powerful. And so again, Wakelet allows us to create those opportunities in safe ways. So let's go ahead and go to a Wakelet wall. These are things that you could incorporate tomorrow, okay? So I love just putting in front of your students, your ideas matter. Those visuals that we put on that Wakelet wall are ideas that we're putting in our students' minds. And we do value. We value their ideas. We value their thinking. So this is, again, create this. You could start and do this tomorrow. Just create a Wakelet space where they pop up the book they've read, and the second part there, enjoyed. I'm not asking them to write a summary. I'm not asking them to fill out a worksheet. I just want to know, did you love this book? Did it matter to you as a human being? And they can just put the cover up there, and perhaps they, give it a thumbs up. But again, this is a visual way. Our students live in a visual world, and it celebrates reading. So, and it says, your idea of what you read, it matters to me. Maybe it's an awesome author space on your Wakelet. Maybe it's favorite series. This is another idea that we've had some success with. We create a back channel on Wakelet. So let's say I'm reading The Beat I Drum with my students, which Dusty Bowling is awesome, but I don't have time to listen to all of my students' responses or things they want to share. And it's so important to me as an educator to hear my students, but this gives us another way to listen to them. I'm not giving them a question they have to answer. I'm just saying, tell me a part you loved, or tell me what mattered to you, or what resonated with you, or maybe a question you have, and they can just pop it on this back channel. Now, I would keep that one private. I wouldn't share that out with the world because it's more contained to my classroom and what we're doing here. And as I heard the Merrills talk about yesterday, we want our students to be creative. We want them to be critical thinkers. So if they're making book trailers, or we've seen some app smashing opportunities, if you're doing something in other platforms, pop them up here. And again, this is an easy way to just celebrate reading. Start with this tomorrow. Another idea, and again, I front load this, but I do use Wakelet to just generate book ideas. So again, just covers. I could link these to Goodreads or my library catalog or other places where they can get information. But sometimes when I have a student come into the library, they don't know what to read. It's overwhelming, it's too much. But if I generate some ideas and I can put these in, categories of mysteries or favorite authors or certain series, it just gives my students a really great starting place. And sometimes we just need graphics. We need a picture. I need less words. And I love this because it's motivating. And if I've read White Rose, maybe I give that a thumbs up. And that's, again, something that can be shared. What if after today's session, you connected with another classroom across the world and said, you know what, let's do a reading page together. And we're going to collaborate with other people and just be able to share out ideas. Again, that builds like a love for reading, and reading is cool, and that we celebrate that together.
Hey, Beth, sorry to jump in, but we can just see the slide with Wakelet on it. I'm not sure if you're meant to be sharing a collection. I just don't want people to not see the wonderful things you're sharing as well.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
No worries. I think you change tab. You can click share this tab instead when you move over.
So, yeah, that's a bummer. Thanks for interjecting there. So if I go to present and just pick the other tab from there.
Yes. Or when you switch tab, you should be able to see something at the top that says like share this tab instead, and you can.
Right. Okay. So let's do this instead. Oh, I apologize for that.
No worries. It sounded great.
Yeah, but you kind of lost a little bit of the visual impact of Wakelet through the whole process. So real quick to recap, this was Your Ideas Matter, because you didn't see that, right, James? You guys didn't see that.
Yeah, correct. We didn't see that.
Okay. So again, very, very, I don't want to use the word simple because it's not simple, but it's something that you can so easily integrate tomorrow. So just the cover of the book and what have you read? Awesome authors, favorite series, all of that. Or you could just put a bunch of book titles that you as the instructor, maybe you collaborate with another teacher, your teacher librarian, again, putting covers up there for them. And this one I want to talk about a little bit. I do have Author Studio. It's kind of like my website. James, we're good on seeing that, right? You can see it?
Yes, I can see that. Author Studio.
Perfect. Okay. Authors, I think, are wonderful people. They love connecting with students. And so I do interview authors periodically and create with them and create this workshop space where we can kind of like, learn and connect together. So as I interview authors, I will always find these like cool quotes that kind of like pop. And I love sharing those quotes with my students. So you can see here, and again, these are published. You can use them if you want. I just picked three authors that I've recently interviewed, and I pulled up their quotes. So I'm going to look at this one of Jill Esbaum's. In one day, I got 13 rejections, and I said to myself, ouch, and I moved on. What if you use Wakelet as a way to share those cool quotes with your students? Again, it brings the whole idea of a static book full circle because my students read the book and then they, respond in some way. We discuss it, but I'm bringing it all the way back to that author as a human being. And so you can pull these quotes off of websites. Perhaps you have author visits. A lot of them have a presence on YouTube. But I love the fact that with Wakelet, I can put these all right here. It's motivating for our students. And again, it connects us as human beings. So I just wanted to share those couple of ideas of like how to very, very quickly get going on some ways. So James, we're going to move on to one other piece here. How many of you, and I can't see the chat or see the audience, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions. How many of you have ever read a book and you went to that spot in the book and you're just like, oh my gosh, this is so good. I have to read it out loud, this little part. So James, can you tell me, is anybody like chiming in like, yes, I found that spot in a book before?
They will be, Beth. There is a bit of a delay on the system, but yeah, I'm sure people are thinking, yes, I've been there.
Okay. So we created something called quotables. Quotables is our way of branding this work. And remember at the beginning, I talked about brand your work, and with Wakelet, I can brand my work. So students then pull out a quote that they love. And then it's a quote we talk about, we'll have class discussions about, they'll create a graphic that goes with it. And then we put it on this Wakelet wall. And if you notice, again, this is real live student work. These were 6th graders that did this. But if I scroll across here, you are going to see all of the incredible authors that these students were reading. And then they create a graphic, and you can create a graphic in whatever program you enjoy using. And they pop this in here. And then what happens is we wind up sharing that graphic back to the authors. We've put them on social media. We've shared out these Wakelet collections. And it's a game changer, because our students see that their work is professional. They see that we value their thinking and ideas, because as they pull out this one quote, there's no one right answer. They were the ones that chose it. They were the ones that created the graphic. And it does go through some cycles of revision. We talk about it. We talk about great design as well. But this has made reading for us, it's like super cool. And people love it. And it again brings that whole thing full circle. So I want to go back here, James. I want to present one other piece here. So we're going to try this instead. And I want you to see the process of how this works. Okay. So these are two examples. As a student is reading the book, we have them use a Post-it note and pull out a couple as they're reading. If you wait to the end to pull it out, it's too much. And it's hard to go back and find something that meant. So that's a really key point. So you can see that I'm going to look at the one on the right. This student pulled out this quote. And for the first time in my life, I feel all kinds of things are possible, period, even for me. We talk about how to design. We talk about, using fonts and colors. Do we want an image? Do we not? So that is a huge process of this critical thinking, creativity, communication piece that goes into it. It does meet our standards. I'd like you to look at this other one. I love this one it's a book by Natalie Lloyd called Hummingbird. Fragile is what I'll always be. I get that. But I'm 1,000 other things too. I'm whole constellations of wonders and weirdness and hope. Now you can see by the end of the school year, when we've been doing this for the entire school year, that this becomes this very, very powerful way to talk about books, to connect. It is no longer a worksheet where we fill in the blank. It is more than a summary. They do understand the storyline. They understand theme. They get all of those pieces. So again, like I said, we drop this into our Wakelet. We share this out. We connect back with authors, and it feels like real work. So I'll put it in the chat, but there's like a one-pager of how to do that. And with that, James, I'm going to stop sharing. And boom. So I kind of condensed that. But I'm curious to know if it's something people could use tomorrow or not, because again, we've got to have joy in our classroom. We've got to connect with other human beings. That heart piece is so important. And I don't know, it just makes me happy what Wakelet allows us to do.
Yeah, and I think you were asking everyone about the author's quotes and what you turned it into was amazing. I shared, I don't know if you saw them, but people absolutely love the idea. And I think the idea has come up a few times in terms of that full circle moment with Wakelet, being able to, like I said, kind of revise the graphic and the quote with the student, reflect on it, design it, and then share it back out to communicate it with the author. I think, wow, what a beautiful moment that must be for the author and for the students.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to interject one other point. Authors will often tell me, I work in isolation. So much of my time is spent just me creating. So when I get that feedback from students about what resonated with them, what touched their hearts, they love that. And with social media, they don't have to respond. It's not like it's an email where they have to feel like they have to craft a response back. So sharing this out with social media and helping our kids see how to appropriately and safely use social media is, again, it's wrapped in this whole process. So to me, it's a win-win-win-win.
Definitely, yeah. And it's all those skills around saying, like, yeah, even being able to communicate on social media effectively, properly. If you approached it like that, maybe they wouldn't engage as much. Whereas if they are, choosing that personalizing it, reaching out to someone they, admire, they respect, and being taught to do that in the right way, yeah, they're going to engage 10 times more.
Yep, absolutely.
Wow, Beth, well, thank you so much. Please do take a look through the comments. People are absolutely loving those ideas. Really appreciate you jumping on it and sharing, and jumping on early as well. Really appreciate that.
Okay.
I forgot to ask you, Beth, but could you share your resources in the chat so I can share them around with everyone?
Absolutely.
People would love to see the slides of the collections you shared.
Okay. Thanks, James. You guys rock.
Amazing. Thank you, Beth. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, wow. Again, absolutely incredible speaker there, Beth, all the way from Iowa. Yeah, so many great ways to use Wakelet. And again, just want to highlight that full circle moment of learning where, yes, you are using a tech tool, but you are using it around a concept and learning those soft skills. All the students will be learning those soft skills around your help and support as well. So tremendous ideas. Thank you so much, Beth. Really appreciate that. Okay, we will jump into our last speaker. So I'm fingers crossed. I've heard good things. Irene, your mic should be working. Welcome, Irene.
Oh, hello, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, Irene.
Oh,
and Sophia as well.
I'm so
Hi,
happy.
everyone.
Hi, Sophia. It's a great moment for us, especially because we were waiting and we are anxious. Okay, great.
Amazing,
so it's
Irene.
a pleasure for me. I can share my screen if you.
Yes, please go ahead and share your screen, and the stage will be finally yours and Sophia's to take.
Yeah. Okay. Great. In a moment, can you see it?
Yes, I can see. I've shared it. Yep, we can see the collection of
Great.
Iceland.
Okay, great. So, hello everyone. I'm so excited to introduce my Wakelet. Even if I've been working with Wakelet for many years, and Wakelet is a fantastic tool, digital curation tool that offers a way to collect online resources and just in one place referred as a Wake. As we can read in Wakelet. And this wonderful digital tool allows users to organize content that you can share just in a click. As you can see here, this is a wonderful Wakelet that I produced just 2 months ago because I went with a group of students from Italy. I'm an English teacher from Sicily, Catania, and I teach English in a wonderful school close to the Volcano Etna. This is an Erasmus project, and I am here with a group of five students from this liceo in Catania with a colleague of mine. Then this is Iceland, a wonderful island. And why I choose to share this wonderful experience with Wakelet, because I can create digital newsletters for my class. And in this case, what we did, we create a portfolio and a diary of every day, and every day we had the wonderful opportunity to write what we have done during this wonderful trip of 10 days. So, as I was saying before, Wakelet allows users to organize content with different items. And so we can see here, this is a wonderful map of the island, and this is the Icelandic flag. And as I was saying before, every single day, we had the opportunity to write every emotions, every moments, every things that we have visiting. This is Reykjavik. And why is important? Why is important? Oh, the screen is a bit crazy. Okay. So this is okay. So as I was saying, what we can do with Wakelet, we can create digital newsletter for my class, and I can create a sort of flipped learning. And another practical way to use Wakelet is to flip students' learning. Instead of just learning in class and in a passive way, students can learn at home using collections and resources as I can share with them, and they can come to class, they can engage in activities, discussion, and practice what they have learned at home. Digital storytelling, what we have done with our experience. I try to move slowly. Okay, this is our diary. This is a wonderful image of the capital of the island, Reykjavik. Digital storytelling. With our digital storytelling, students can create collections to recount stories using resources they designed or curated from the web. But in this case, they collected pictures from every moment. This is the first moment on the plane. This is a group of teachers. And this is a big group with teachers and students. This is me. Okay. But what is important? It's not just collecting pictures. We can collect and choose from those 3 points, dots. We can look for, research some information, some videos from YouTube, and and they can we can find information and videos from the web. But what we can do also, we can produce a professional development, and in this way, okay. Oh, I go on, but I don't touch anything. Okay, we can create some products for professional development. Wakelet collections provide great PD opportunities for teachers and educators. Okay. For instance, teachers collaborate with each other to create digital resources around things. So I use Wakelet every day with my students to create interactive collections or articles, videos, projects, and more. For this reason, I had the incredible opportunity to do my first job shadowing. For this reason, this is the title of my job shadowing in Iceland. And this experience was inspiring and gave me fresh ideas how to bring global perspectives. Okay. This experience was inspiring and gave me fresh ideas, as I said, and I'd love to share with you all my exciting experience. Now I can give the floor to Sophia, and she can she can show you the fascinating experience she had. I would like to say that Sophia was an excellent student for this reason, because she was laughing all the time during those 10 days. I chose her and I asked her to produce her Wakelet. She was enthusiastic, and she didn't know this tool before, but she was so happy to produce something with me and for Wakelet. Sophia, the floor is yours, and enjoy your presentation.
Thank you, teacher. Hi, everyone. I am Sophia. I hope you can hear me well. And I'm a student, of course. And today I'm going to present to you the marvelous experience I had in Iceland, thanks to the short mobility Erasmus we had in April, from April the 26th to May the 5th. So now I'm going to share my screen. I hope it can be seen. Okay. Wait just a minute. Can you see it?
Yes, Sophia. Yeah, it's
okay,
ready.
So, I'm going to show you the second part of the mobility from a student's perspective, of course. As teacher Irene said before, I didn't know the platform, but now that I know it, I think it is very useful to collect all those beautiful moments we lived, very special ones, such as this one, where I'm here, as you can see, with my group of mates. We're standing very close to one of the most famous waterfalls in Iceland. And I have to say this, Iceland is full of wonderful waterfalls, and which are absolutely breathtaking and stunning. But also we had the opportunity to see. Okay, this is me. And we had the opportunity to insert in this Wakelet video in case in the future I just want to watch to see other beautiful waterfalls, because of course in Iceland there are a lot of them. So speaking of this, Wakelet has allowed us to insert not only photos and texts, but also videos and other type of media that you will soon see. This was a crater, and of course the main character, the Northern Lights. We absolutely didn't expect to see this natural wonder, but we were so glad to see it. And if you go to Iceland or to some other northern country, you could also probably have the opportunity to see this marvelous wonder of nature. Going on, of course, our staying was not characterized only by natural attractions, but also by life at school. The school that welcomed us, which is FSU. I won't pronounce the name because it's very, very difficult, but it may be called also FSU, which is exactly this one. Okay, this is a part of a school, and one of the experiences that we got to do was that of taking part in a cooking class. So this is a photo of my mates cooking, and this is something that we usually don't do in Italy. So it was a great opportunity to experience that. Let's see if I can show you a picture of me cutting peppers. You have to know that I'm absolutely not good at cooking. Okay, here I am. But this experience gave me the opportunity to practice, to enjoy something that in Italy I usually don't enjoy. So this is one of the experiences that Iceland offers. And you can see that us sharing the meal all together. Of course, and a very delicious piece of cake. And this was the kitchen. And of course, apart from this class, we had the opportunity to meet two of the members of the student body engaged in environmental care. In Iceland, is schools are very engaged in this sector. In fact, if there's something that distinguishes Icelandic schools is the actual and the real care for environment. In fact, FSU has been nominated as the eco-friendlier school in Iceland, and here's a link with the award that is called Green Flag Award. So it's a prize that the FSU school received because it resulted in being the eco-friendlier school. And so this is a link. So speaking of this, we also had the opportunity with Wakelet to insert this type of content. So not only videos, but also websites and articles. This is us. And going on, we also visited Salfos, so the city where we stayed. And the last days were just spent in Vik, which is a small village in Iceland, where we had the opportunity to continue to keep visiting some natural attractions. They are so breathtaking, such as one of the most famous beaches in the world, if it can be shown. Sorry, I don't know what is happening.
Don't worry, Sophia. Go on.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay. Okay, so this is the Black Beach, one of the most beautiful yet still dangerous beaches in the world. But if you are careful, there's no danger at all. But it was so amazing and exciting to visit it. And here is a photo of us just staying in the beach, and it was really exciting, as I said before. And last days were just spent in one of the last days were spent in Westman Islands. So this marvelous place in here. This is a photo I took from the web, which is something that you can do. The Wakelet allows you to do so, because it was really beautiful. So I thought that I could insert it. And when we got to the island, we visited it right in the middle of a marathon, which is called the Puffin Run. And puffins, for if you don't know what puffins are these cute birds you can surely expect to see in Iceland. So another natural attraction. And here's a guide that allows you to find them in several spots in Iceland. Of course, our adventure didn't finish there, because we had to do a stopover in Vienna airport before returning to Italy, sorry. And so we had the opportunity to go to this beautiful city, Vienna, to have a breakfast and to visit some monuments. And this is basically the end of the presentation, and I'm so happy to have presented it to you, because I think that Wakelet is really useful tool that allows you to collect memories, as we said before, and also to share all type of content. I'm sure that in the future I will surely use it for I don't know, presentation, because in class at school they give us a lot of works, a lot of homework, and this can surely help my presentation. And thank you so much for having paid attention to me, and that's it.
I would like, sorry, James, I would like to thank you, Sophia, because the aim of a teacher is not just sharing experiences, sharing items, share content, but it's also motivate some wonderful students like her. And for this reason, because I think sharing is caring, and I take care of my students, Wakelet is the best tool that gives this opportunity to me to share and to motivate students to share their ideas, opinions, sensations, and feelings.
Yeah, definitely, Irene and Sophia, thank you so much. Irene, you're absolutely right, because yes, you want to inspire your students to share and showcase what they're doing and build that confidence to do so. And Sophia, Irene, I think you've done that for people in the chat today. You've inspired them. Some people you may have inspired to go to Iceland. Others you may have inspired to do a trip as such and experience different cultures, but not only that, document it and share it around as well. So no, thank you so much, Sophia. You did an amazing job there.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys. Irene, one final question actually. Obviously you created this amazing collection, showcased everything you did on the trip with Sophia and the students. Who did you share this out with afterwards? Was it parents, stakeholders, community?
Yes. First of all, we have, because the aim of Erasmus is to share and deliver, disseminate the informations, the ideas and the knowledge, okay? Because if you keep everything you discovered just for yourself, it's nothing. Then we are obliged in one way to share our digital products with the school first, with the class, with the teachers of the class, and afterwards with the parents, because they have to know what the children they do, and afterwards, because I'm an Erasmus ambassador, I can share, I can keep all these materials for my courses. For dissemination, because otherwise it's nothing. The pleasure is to share.
Yes, I completely agree. And like you say, it's one thing, again, we spoke about it so much, the students learning and feeling inspired and gaining the confidence and learning those new skills like cooking, as Sophia shared. That's amazing. But then that next step is sharing that on and inspiring other people to do similar.
Yes, I agree.
Amazing.
Perfectly.
Well, Irene, thank you so much for joining. I'm glad we got to hear from you in the end. Appreciate that. Sophia, thank you so much as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, guys. Bye. Okay, wow, incredible. I did say we had some amazing speakers. I was particularly excited actually to learn from Sophia and Irene, because I saw that session description pop up on Community Week when Amy was jotting the ideas down, and I was really interested to see how that would turn out. And as with all the ideas shared, I think the word is inspiring. I think it's so nice to see that teachers and students can experience these trips, but then also showcase that, as Irene then said, back to the school, back to the students, the parents as well, just bringing the whole community together through Erasmus there. So again, Sophia, Irene, thank you so much. Okay, we're almost at the end of part 2, sadly, but at the start I did promise you 4 speakers, and the 4th one is a video I will play from our amazing ambassador and trainer, Jennifer Mitchell. She sent in a short video, and she'll be showcasing how she has used Wakelet, the Education Pro plan, and how she uses it to share activities with students. So I'm going to share my screen, I'm hoping this one will work. And I'm going to play this video with sound in the screen now. So if you can't hear it, do let me know in the chat, but enjoy for the next 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. I'm ready.
Sorry, I'll try that again.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to.
Okay, doesn't seem like it wants to play for everyone. Do you know what? I'll pull that from the screen and we'll try that on a bit later on. Okay, before we end then, I won't leave it on that. I want to let everyone know, during Wakelet Live, of course, we promise some amazing features that will be out very, very soon. Well, news just in, I had a few messages from the engineering team there while we were live. And we have some amazing features that have been released right now onto our Pro plans. So if you are on the Pro plans, go to the collection, you'll check them out. You'll be able to see pinned items, colored items, and image carousel. So you'll be able to add your images into an album now within Wakelet. So head to your collection, they're live right now. I'm sure we posted it all over social, so you will see. And then, of course, for everyone else as well, I saw Kiki ask earlier, those enhancements to sections, the add in between sections and the collapsible sections, which would be great for newsletters, as Katrina was mentioning earlier. They are also live now, and they're across all of our plans, including the free plan as well. So check out those 5 features. They're out right now, and I'm sure you'll enjoy them. So you can go ahead and try them out. I believe we'll get started in 20 minutes time for part 3 of this 12-hour live stream. And again, thank you so much for everyone joining us today. Appreciate your comments. I know the speakers really do appreciate your comments as well. Thank you for being so supportive of them. And of course, like I said, every comment, every post on social, every post in the community hub will count to that competition. So please keep sharing. And those resources, don't forget those. We've collated them all into a Wakelet collection, of course. And if you fill in that certificate link at the top of the comments, you will receive that directly to your email. All of the resources from all of the speakers, those that you've seen so far and later on, and those that you may have missed as well. So all of it will be collated there with the YouTube video too, with timestamps. So go ahead and enjoy that. For now, though, I'll jump off. We'll take a quick 20-25-minute break, and then we'll be back with your host, Rosie, and 4 other amazing speakers. Bye-bye for now.
Hello and welcome back to the Wakelet 12-hour live stream. You're here with me, Rosie, and we are now at part 3 of the live stream. Hello to all of you joining and tuning in, to anyone that's been here all day. Good to see that you're still here. We will be getting started with the next session very, very soon. But before we get into that, I just wanted to give you a few more reminders. So that certificate link is still in the chat on YouTube. So just head to the top of the chat. That's where you'll find your certificate badge and all of the amazing resources that our incredible educators have put together for all the sessions you're about to see. Oh, great to see you, Liliana. Hi, Michaela. Oh, nice to see you all. So excited in the chat. Hi from Poland. Oh, it's amazing. We've got so many people from all over the world. So welcome, everyone. Hi, Kate from Nottingham. Nice to see you again. If you haven't already seen, make sure you head over to the Explore page and check out our Wakelet Live collection. You'll be able to see all of our amazing new features that we've launched, all of our enhancements, which we know you're all loving so much so far. So hello, Karen from Scotland. Oh, incredible. We've got so many people in the chat. It's really nice to see. So without further ado, we're going to get started with our first session. So we have got the wonderful Miss Story, who is going to be taking us through a personalized learning journey with Wakelet AI and project-based learning. So hello, Miss Story, how are you?
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you, part of this event.
Oh, we're super excited to get started. So I can see you've already got your presentation there ready to go. So whenever you're ready, take the stage.
Okay, let's begin. Okay. Hi and welcome everyone, teachers, participants, and all our amazing guests. I'm very happy to be here with you today and to take part in this special event. I'm excited to share a real experience I lived with my students in class, a journey full of learning, creativity, and change. I'm a computer science teacher from Tunisia. In my country, I use a way of teaching called project-based learning. That means students learn by doing real projects, they work together, solve problems, and create things. In my classroom, the student is the main hero, and I'm just the guide. At the start of the school year, I asked myself just one question: how can I make my class more fun and more helpful for my students? I wanted to find a digital tool that's easy, free, and lets students work together. So I tried different tools and compared them in class. In the end, Wakelet was the best one. And now I would love to show the work we have done, my students' work over the whole year. As I said, as a teacher working with a project-based approach, I had a challenge with my students to find a digital tool that is collaborative, simple, organize our work, share ideas, and stay motivated. I was looking for something simple, free, accessible, and powerful. At first, I thought Wakelet would just help me collect resources, but I quickly realized it was much more than that. It became the heart of my classroom. I started by creating my own Wakelet teacher account. It was quick and easy, as you see here. Then I helped my students create their own accounts using their emails and passwords. And that's the really journey began. Also, I created a main Wakelet space, a digital hub that organized all of our work. For example, here I open my 7th grade space. Inside it, I created different collections for each activity, each project, and each learning unit. As you see here, each collection includes videos, pictures, files, links, and reflection. It became like a living notebook, a digital space where learning came alive. Okay, this is my collection where this is my collection. Where I put all my lessons, notes, and activities in one place. That's easy for my students to use. I like to keep things simple and clear, so I write my lessons in a way that students can understand quickly. I also add pictures and sometimes short videos to help explain the ideas better. To keep my students understand in class, I include fun and interactive activities done with Canva, learning apps, Lumio that make them want to participate and don't want to just sit and listen. I want them to think, move, and enjoy learning. After each lesson, I prepare short notes, also done with Canva, as you see here, the hero notes that help my students to study at home. These notes are easy to read and help them remember the main points. Also, I add exercises for them to practice what they learned. As you see here, everything I put in Wakelet is well organized so students can find what they need without any trouble. Even students who don't usually focus in class find it easier to follow and enjoy the lessons. My goal is to make learning light, fun, and useful, not boring or too hard. And Wakelet really helps me do that. It makes my teaching more creative and it helps my students feel more confident and happy about learning. Also, I have different notes that help my students to study at home. Also, I have another space, the best at all. My space named Meet Your Teacher. In Tunisia, at the beginning of every school year, we get to know our students and learn their names. My students used to write this information on paper, but those papers would easily get lost and weren't practical at all. Just imagine I teach 6 different classes, so you can guess how many papers I had to deal with. That's why I decided to use Wakelet. So I created a Wakelet collection named Meet Your Teacher. To help us all connected in a fun and organized way, I divided the collection like a table, each column having a clear purpose. Column number 1, about me, I shared photos, some information about myself, and my email address so students can contact me if needed. Column number 2, get to know each other. This is the most fun column here. Students write their names, like each other quotes, and leave welcome messages. This helps them learn each other's name and feel part of the group. Column number 3, class rules and the important rules in my class. I added a colorful poster with our class rules. It's clear, visual, and easy to remember. These rules help create a respectful and safe classroom. Column number 4, This column gives a sample overview of topics and projects we will work on during the whole year. Also, I created using Canva. Column number 5. Stay connected. In this part, I shared links to our classroom platforms like YouTube or Facebook so students can follow updates easily. Also, I have these collections, Journey, Journey to the Future. As you see here, this collection included videos, pictures, files, links. This is where I share all my students' work. A collection to showcase my students' projects and activities. One student creates a portfolio about his dream job, another uses Wakelet to explain how computers work. Some students collaborate on Wakelet during group work, sharing links, ideas, and notes. I didn't even have to tell them, they just looked initiative. I remember one day a student came to me and said, Miss, can I show my Wakelet collection to my parents tonight? I smiled and said, of course. That's when I knew this was more than a tool. It was a platform for pride and ownership. Wakelet helped me just not teach content, but teach skills. How to research, how to organize thoughts, how to document learning, and how to reflect on progress. Because everything was in one place, it was easy to follow each student's progress. I could give feedback directly in their collections. I could even show their work during parent meetings. And the best part, guess what? It was all paperless. Yeah, all paperless. I no longer needed to print thousands of worksheets or lose time with notebooks. Wakelet became our digital vendor, organized, accessible, and beautiful. Some students start using Wakelet in their other subjects, even outside of school. They discovered how to create personal collections about their hobbies, passions, or favorite books. By the end of the year, each student has built their own learning portfolio, a reflection of their growth, their creativity, and their worth. And today I'm proud, so proud to share some of those collections with you. I want to show what we created together, me as the guide and my students at the start. Okay, this is one collection to my student Sheush Gaffer. As I said, I'm proud to show you a full year of work, my students' work, and a challenge we completed together. When technology meets project-based learning, the result is fun, deep, and meaningful learning. We are probably wondering how I started with my students and how we worked on the portfolio throughout the whole year. Each student creates their own Wakelet account, as I said. Then we move to the next step, designing the cover page for the portfolio. Wakelet gives you many options to change the look, change images, and organize your page easily. But we wanted all students to have the same design, so their portfolios look neat and organized. We used Canva to create the cover page together. I also wanted my students to be visible as part of our Wakelet classroom. When they use the same cover page design, it's easy to organize them. It shows that she is one of my students, part of my learning journey. So when someone sees that cover, they know right away this is one of my students. After that, each student added the cover page to their Wakelet collection. It's so easy. Then each student added their personal information like names, last name, nationality, country, their Wakelet username. Now the account is ready to use. And the best part, each student gets for free collection on Wakelet. Wakelet gives at the beginning for free collections ready to organize lessons, projects, and activities in one place. Here is how we use them. Collection number 1 for lessons. How many times have you kids said, I lost my notebook, or I forget the paper at home, or maybe as a teacher we have seen students dig through messy bags looking for their lessons. What if I told you that now we don't need to worry about that anymore, and we say goodbye to lost papers? With one sample collection, everything can be in one place, safe, organized, and accessible anytime, anywhere. Then my students can add lessons, videos, pictures, links, PDFs, and more. Students can review everything at home, on the bus, or even on a phone with no internet. Just download as PDFs. Let's say a student is sick at home. They can still follow the lesson, or they are on the bus. They open Wakelet and review notes. Parents can even check what their kids are learning just one link away. By going digital with Wakelet, we teach students to respect the environment and use technology smartly. It's a step toward a greener, more suitable school. Collection number 2, exercises. For exercises and activities, I upload the activities on Wakelet. Students join the group using the collection code. They can see videos, images, and more. They click Save, choose their collection, then join. Now everything is saved on their account, ready to use. Collection number 3. Name it portfolio. It shows moments from their school day. They add pictures of themselves in the classroom while learning, photo, playing football, using break time, fun moments with friends in the schoolyard. Each student chose their favorite photos and added them to the Wakelet. Now they have one beautiful collection that tells the story of their life at school. It's easy, fun, and helps them learn how to organize and share memories in a digital way. Also, I want to show you a special video. This video was made by my students and they use AI to do it. At first, I explain what AI is in a very simple way. Then I give them a fun challenge. Make a short video using AI and answer it quickly. Here is what they did. They worked in small groups. They choose a topic they like. They used AI tools to make images, write text, and even create voice or music. When they put everything together to make their video, they worked hard, shared ideas, and helped each other. And when the video were ready, they uploaded them to Now the video is saved in one place and easy to share with parents, other teachers, or even the whole school. Now let's watch the video they made. You can also find this video in our Wakelet collection and watch it again anytime, anywhere. This video created by my students using AI Wakelet.
What I love most about Wakelet is the ability to share what I'm passionate about and what I like to do with other people. I can also organize efficient way.
Okay, and collection number 4. We are starting a smart and fun new collection using only Wakelet and it's built in AI tools. No need to search for other apps or websites. We created a collection organized like a table with 3 columns. Column number 1, Scratch Project Screenshot. Here my students upload a picture of their Scratch animation or game, something they created with code. Column number 2, My name, my style. In this column, they let Wakelet AI become their digital artist. Just give it their names and watch the magic happen. Their names turn into a beautiful work of art with cool fonts, colors, and amazing background. Maybe their names appear with neon lights or floating in space or in a magical forest. Each student gets a totally unique and personalized image. It's like a digital name poster made just for you. It's not just a name, it's their identity designed by Wakelet AI. Column number 3, Future Job Dream. Imagine your future with a little help from Wakelet AI. In this column, we dream big and we let Wakelet AI help us visualize it. What do you want to be when you grow up? A game designer, a robot engineer, a digital artist, maybe something that doesn't even exist yet. Using Wakelet AI, we ask, what could my future job look like in 10 years? The AI creates a powerful, futuristic image of my students in action. For example, designing smart cities, inventing the next big video game, leading a team of robots, or creating films in virtual reality. It's their dreams, visualized. Those pictures became their source of inspiration, a reminder that their ideas matter and your future is full of possibilities. So all my students dream it, say it, and work for it. This is some images done with AI Canva. Last but not least, get ready for something special. Real moments, real students, real learning. Now it's time to see the stars of this journey. My amazing students in action. In this short video, you will step aside our classroom and witness the magic. You will see young minds exploring, creating, and collaborating using Wakelet AI, just like real digital creators. They are building collections, sharing ideas, designing with passion, and discovering the power of their own voices. Watch their eyes light up, their ideas come to life, and their confidence grow up. Click at the time. This is just class. It's a launchpad of the future. So sit back, press play, and feel the energy of learning in action. You are about to see what happens when Wakelet meets creativity and the students take the lead.
Sen misin ilacım? Ben kalbinde bir kiracı. Yerleşeceğim sımsıkı ben aşk başladı. Sen misin ilacım? Ben kalbinde bir kiracı. Yerleşeceğim sımsıkı ben gel hemen. Yağmur dinmiyorsa, yollar bitmiyorsa sen üzülme, gülümse gel benimle. Her şey bitti derken şansın döndü birden. Aşk öyle bir mucize, benimle gel, gülümse gel.
Also, I have a second video. Okay, the big question here, what should you do next? After this experience, I invite you to start your own project, the Dream and Leisure Portfolio. Whether you are a student or a teacher or a lifelong learner, use Wakelet to organize your ideas, passions, and dreams. Make your learning journey personal and meaningful. Add your creative touch using AI tools and AI Wakelet to personalize your portfolio even more. Want to take it further? I suggest a challenge for you and join our monthly challenge. Hashtag Dream Portfolio Challenge. Design your portfolio, create your own digital badges, and share them online. Don't forget to use the challenge hashtag and tag Wakelet to make your work visible to the global community. And remember, you are not alone. Join the Wakelet community where educators, students, and innovators share their ideas and build their future of learning together. I hope my experience gives you new ideas and inspires you to see how Wakelet can make learning more active and exciting. And don't forget the challenge, hashtag, and tag on social media. And thanks.
Wow, that was an incredible session, Miss Story. I have to say, this is a personal one from me, but I think they are some of the most creative portfolios I've seen from students. So you've done some absolutely amazing work there. And if anyone who's been watching wants to create something just as wonderful as Miss Story has done, she has shared a link to one of her collections. So we'll make sure that we get that to you in those resources. But absolutely amazing, Miss Story. I really appreciate you jumping on today, and you've had lots of lovely, lovely feedback in the comments. So make sure you have a read through those as well.
Thanks. Truly, I believe that Wakelet is more than a tool. It's a solution to transform the way of teaching. It gives you more solution to teach fun and gives ideas to their students.
Oh, definitely. And it was so nice to hear that you've managed to get some of your students who perhaps weren't learning in the best way before. They're enjoying learning a lot more now. So that's really nice to hear. And it sounds like you're doing an amazing job in the classroom. So keep up the good work.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Lovely to see you, Miss Story. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Oh, that was incredible. So we're going to move straight on to our next session. We're going to flip it slightly, and we're going to give you a student's guide to portfolio building. So really exciting session coming up next with Brianna. So I'm going to invite Brianna on stage. Hey, Brianna, how are you?
Hello, everyone. I'm fine. Thank you, Rosie.
Hello, nice to see you. Are you having a good day so far?
Yeah, I'm having a great day so far. Yes.
Good. Well, we've just heard from an educator's perspective on building portfolios and how that can enable students to be creative, give them confidence. So I'm really excited to hear more from you on crafting a future from a student's perspective. So if you're ready, I will let you take it away.
Sure. Just a moment. Yeah, my screen is visible?
Yes. Can you see that on there?
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So, namaste and greetings, everyone. Whether you are a student, a teacher, a creator, or just curious, welcome. I'm Brianna Sangui, and I'm super excited to be here with all of you during this Wakelet Community Week 2025. And this is a space where stories, ideas, and possibilities meet. So, today we'll talk about creating portfolios, or in simple words, how to present the best version of yourself online. So, moving ahead, a quick roadmap. I hope my roadmap is visible. Is it visible? Just a bit. Okay, so quick roadmap. We'll see what a portfolio is, why it matters, and just a minute. Yeah, quick roadmap. We'll see what a portfolio is, why it matters, the key ingredients, and most fun, my live portfolio showcase. Today, building a portfolio isn't about just creating or adding up your achievements or maybe your lessons, but it's about collecting your journey, your story. For one question that I would like to ask everyone, what is one thing that every age group has in common, whether you are 14 or 40? Well, let me answer it for you. We all have a story. The difference is not everyone knows where to put it. That's where something amazing like Wakelet steps in. It's not just a tool, it's going to be a digital scrapbook, your idea gallery, or maybe your look what I made corner of the internet. So, today, building a portfolio isn't about having a perfect resume, but it is about collecting your journey, your lessons, your wins, your curiosity, and your creativity. And guess what? It can start with something that is as small as sharing a class project, a quote that maybe inspired you, or a photograph of one of your first science fairs. So, okay, let's move ahead. After agenda, what we have next up is crafting your future, a student's guide. Just a minute. I hope it's visible. Yeah, so next up is crafting your future, a student's guide. Let's start with something simple, building your own story. As I said, everyone has a story. So start building your story early. It is basically a portfolio is a space where you collect and share things that showcases who you are, what you love, what you're learning, what is your journey, and what all obstacles you met with, or what all achievements you got. It's not just about an email ID or maybe a social media account. It's everything that someone finds about you when they search your name, your projects, and everything. It creates your first impression, whether it's a college application, an internship, or even a fun project submission. A good portfolio basically reflects your skills, your interests, your hobbies, your personality. It's not marks or just achievements, it's more than that. Think of your portfolio as a visual diary. We all have that little one journal that we all started writing in childhood. So, a portfolio is basically your visual diary. With you can add your photos, your videos, you can add writing, projects, your creativity. You can add anything that makes you in your portfolio. Every drawing, app, certificate, blog, or class project you upload adds value to your personal and future academic profile. Moving ahead, let me introduce myself. Hi, I am Riona Sangvi. I'm a National Talkathon winner, currently pursuing Bachelor's of Engineering in Computer Science, third year, IBM Quantum Computing Certified student, Wakelet Certified, and a youth speaker. I would love to connect with you all. These are my LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram ID. So if you want to connect with me further, you can connect with this. You can take a screenshot. Okay, next up is what is a portfolio? The most important and the first question that you have in your mind when you talk about profile building. What is a portfolio? So let's dig in deeper. A portfolio for learners is a place to collect your schoolwork, creative ideas, and the proud moments. It helps you showcase your skills, interests, and how much you have grown over years. You can use it to look back at your progress and see how far you've come. So maybe you started creating your portfolio when you were in fourth grade, and now you are in 10th grade. So when you look back to your journey from 4th to 10th, it is mesmerizing. You will love looking at your journey through over the years. It's like your learning journal, showing your story as a learner over time. Okay, why is it important? Now we know what is a portfolio, right? So, why is it so important to have a portfolio during your academic journey? Let's analyze it further. As you can see on the left hand side, I've represented it with a donut chart. It looks lovely, right? Basically, two more things that it showcases is the professional growth and strong digital identity. In professional growth, a portfolio basically helps you track your marks, your grades, your journey over the years, your progress. You can set goals, you can achieve them, you can get ready for another milestone, and of course create an exciting future opportunity. And you can also create a to-do list, everything like for college, internships, or jobs. Strong digital identity. Your portfolio is your digital voice. It helps you show who you are, but through projects, efforts, creativity, and passion. Think of it as your personal brand in an online world. It looks lovely, right? Next is, why is profile building crucial? And the answer to it is, see how far you've come year by year. As I said, you can always look over the years, the journey over the years. Next is, know what you want to learn next, connect, collaborate, and inspire beyond boundaries. Just like what I'm doing, I created my portfolio when I was a 10th grader, and now I'm in college third year. So when I open my portfolio, I see my journey over the years, and it looks amazing. Also, let your work speak for your potential through your portfolio. Key components. What is portfolio? Why is it important? We know it all now. What are the key components that makes a good portfolio? Let's explore them. What makes a good digital portfolio? Three main answers to this: who you are, what you've done, and what you aim to achieve. The three things that you need to answer through your portfolio. And this definitely makes a good portfolio. First thing is about section. You need to briefly introduce yourself first, then add your academic achievements. So when you start with a portfolio, first add on your academic grades, maybe awards that you've received academically, or the participation certificates in competitions or anything. Third comes projects. If you have any kind of research papers, presentations, or creative projects done in academic sector, you can always add it in project section. Next up is community initiative, the most important part of any kind of a portfolio or a profile. Community initiatives adds a different side of your portfolio. It shows it shows that you've been part of social causes or maybe awareness campaigns or social initiatives. Next is internships and certifications. If you are young, you can add your certifications, but if you are at a college level, you can always add the internships. You can show your real world exposure and work experience all together. And last up is learning growth. You can always add what are the lessons you've learned over the years, or what are the challenges you've overcome. Moving further, next is the amazing portfolio showcase section. I'll be showcasing my own portfolio. Give me a minute. I'll reshare my screen. You'll be seeing the portfolio. Just a minute. Okay. I hope my screen is visible. So basically, let me start with portfolio, my own portfolio. First, as I said, about section is very important. So this is my introduction. I am Briona Rathin Sangvi. I'm pursuing Bachelor's of Engineering, certified, everything. The basic great achievements that you've gathered over the years, you can add in the about section. So what I've done is I've created multiple collections, and I have put up all the collections in one single collection named portfolio. Again, I start with my academic achievements. So I'm thrilled to share my academic journey with you, from acing exams to leading research projects and receiving merit certificates. This is a collage that I've created. You can always create a small graphic that showcases a lot of achievements in just one picture, or maybe a video clip or something like that. So moving ahead, I have this whole new section named academic achievements. When I open it, I hope you can see academic achievement collection. Are you able to see? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Thank you. In academic achievement section, as you can see, I've added different certificates of my 4th and 5th grade. These are my 7th, 8th grade certificates that were below secondary section. This is higher secondary section, where I've embedded YouTube link. This is something different. You can not only embed text, you can embed YouTube links, you can embed images, videos, PDFs, everything. Next is the college section. So you can always create sections. When you're talking about secondary, it's a different section. We're talking about college, it's a different section. So it also gives a better categorization of your achievements. So these are my college achievements. I've put up photographs, certificates, everything to make it look more attractive and better as a good portfolio. I'll again now share another one. As you can see, after academic achievements, there are co-scholastic achievements, then youth speaker. In co-scholastic achievements, all the other achievements like dance, your hobbies, like in different sectors, dancing, singing, or anything that you love. that those achievements should be on any level, like district, state, anyone. Next is youth speaker. I represent myself as a youth speaker. I've always I've taken sessions on global and national stages. So I love to spread the knowledge that I possess. In youth speaker section, I've had multiple achievements shared here. I've embedded a Spotify link here. I've embedded YouTube links here. I've added images which showcases my journey. Let's say, like, if you can see on this one is a radio podcast, that is All India Radio podcast. I shared cybersecurity session broadcasted on All India Radio. There are certain different achievements that I've put up under this collection. So similarly, what you can do is create different collections of your different achievements and combine them in one particular collection. Okay, so we are done with that section. We can move on to tech enthusiast. Now, this tech enthusiast section contains a lot of projects of mine that I've done. Again, I've created sections for all different projects. Now, I'll show you. Like, as you can see, this is Pahel. So what we did was a Pahel project. So what I did, all the different images that was regarding Pahel, I put up in single collection. Then next was Team Black Coders. So I put it in different section. Then Toykathon 2021, it was national level hackathon. So what I did was I even embedded Twitter. So Twitter link, YouTube link, any social media application, you can embed your achievement right over here. And similarly, there are a lot of projects that I've done. So I've embedded all of them into one. Also the podcast. One more thing I remembered. I've created a separate section or collection for podcast. This is my podcast that I've recently started, and that is Just Random Bate, which has a lot of human quirks. There are multiple questions that are coming in our mind when we do a day-to-day course. So I've answered all those questions in this podcast. I hope you love it. You also can go and hear it to Spotify. So I've added this in one single collection. These are different episodes. So what you can do is also create a podcast, add all the episodes over this, and share this collection to everyone. This is what you can do. You can have YouTube links like them. Okay, so we're done with Spotify. We're done with these. My hobby section. Of course, you can always add your hobbies, what you love, your interests to your portfolio, because people do love seeing your skills and your achievements in different sectors. So I love drawing. I love capturing things. So I've added all the drawings like mandala art, or maybe the captures that I've got, different captures. I've also embedded Instagram link. When I post something on Instagram, I always take the link and put it over my portfolio, because that is again an achievement for me. This is what I've created for my different hobbies that I possess. You can similarly add your own hobbies to it. Okay, we are done with that. And community initiative section, as I said, very important section that you should have in any good portfolio. A good community initiative shows how nicely you've connected to the society, to the community around you, how much you can contribute, how much you have contributed over the years. So these are all the images or maybe things that can showcase my work in community initiatives. So this is all about my portfolio. I hope that you all loved my portfolio. I hope that there is something that I have shared that has helped you in building your portfolio. Also, one more thing.
Oh, Brianna, that was absolutely incredible. Once again, please take a look through all of the comments, because you've had some wonderful comments come through. Everyone is absolutely loving your portfolio. You've even been called a pro speaker, so we're going to have to make sure we book you for every single community week from now on.
Yeah. Also, just the last slide I wanted to share, if you can give me a minute.
Of course.
Yeah. So your portfolio is proof of your potential. So start showing it from today itself. It's not about being perfect, just real, creative, and growing. Thank you so much for your attention. I would love to hear from you all. Rosie, I've shared a link with you. If you can share both of the links in the chat section. This you can also scan the QR code. Everyone can scan this QR code. This is a QR code to a Wakelet collection. where again I've shown the column wise. Let me just show that as well. You can always give feedbacks. It would always help me in my own portfolio. Just a minute. I'll show how it is. When you scan the QR code, and of course the link will be shared in the comment section. Just a minute. I just share it.
Perfect. We've just shared that as well, Brianna, in the comments. So everyone's got that link.
Okay, great. So this is what will open when you click on the Wakelet collection via the link. You will get this feedback form, kind of a Wakelet collection that I've created. As you can see, you can create such kind of multiple columns when you want to show something parallelly. So this is what I've done in this to showcase it in a different way. Like what I did earlier, that was a mood board kind of a section in Wakelet, and this is a column kind of a section in Wakelet. Choice board, you can use this. So you can always add your reviews about me, about the interactivity of the session, about the confidence you have got in profile building after the session, what you loved about my portfolio, and any kind of inputs that you have about the session, about anything. I would always love to hear from you all. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope it helps you in your journey. Thank you.
Oh, amazing. That was such a good session. And just to reiterate what Nadiza had said in the chat, a really incredible portfolio and a pro-level session. You've set an example to all of us, and I couldn't say it any better. That was absolutely wonderful. So thank you so much. I loved your idea, or your kind of thinking of it being a visual diary. I think that's really nice, and it helps just tell that story and allow everyone to be unique in their own way. So thank you so much, Brianna. That was a brilliant session. Hopefully we'll see you on here again soon.
For sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, amazing. We're going to keep things going. We have now got the incredible Kate from Nottingham, and she is going to be talking all things collaboration. So I will welcome Kate to the stage. Hi, Kate. Nice to see you again.
Hello. How are you?
I'm not bad, thank you. How are you?
Excellent. I'm very well, thank you. Absolutely boiling here in Nottingham. The weather has picked up. I'm in the UK, everybody, so of course I'm going to talk about the weather before I start. It's absolutely boiling over here, which is rather good, but there you go. You know.
Oh no, amazing. Yeah, I mean, for those of you that don't know, I grew up in Nottingham, so that's something that me and Kate have bonded over. So best town in the UK.
Land of Robin Hood. What more do you need? You know what I mean?
know, exactly. We're good people.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, I'm going to let you take it away, Kate, because I'm sure you've got a lot to share with us. But yeah, the art of collaboration, we are ready to go if you are.
I am indeed. Can you see my slides? You okay to share those?
Yes, they are on the screen.
Perfect. Excellent. So, I'm just trying to move that one. Ooh. Bear with me. I can't really move my slides on, which is a bit strange. Oh, here we go. Oh, hi, everybody. So, yes, thank you for the introduction. My name is Kate Wiles, and I am a digital innovation and development coach from good old Nottingham, land of Robin Hood in the UK. And I am really honoured to be a member of the fantastic Wakelet Community Week. Once again, I think this is my third year of joining all you fantastic people from around the globe and the brilliant Wakelet team. So I feel quite humbled, very honoured to be in this position again in 2025. So I am going to just give you guys a little brief introduction to myself and my background, just so you know who's talking at you for the next 20 minutes. So my current position, I work at Nottingham College, which is the third largest further education college in the UK. I've worked in creative technologies for the best part of 17 years, which is an awful long time. But that time scale has given me the chance to develop a really strong passion for inclusive and engaging digital education. So in my current role, I am really focused on exploring different approaches, alternative approaches to digital literacy. And my task, my day-to-day task, is making sure that I can communicate this well and collaborate with staff and students to make sure that they're confident with using different pieces of tech. So outside of my role at Nottingham College, I am what is known as a STEM ambassador, where I volunteer to introduce elements of computer science to learners of all ages. So this can be as young as primary school children, all the way up to anybody in an old folks home that wants to give coding a little try. And believe me, I do get an audience in that area, which is great. I just love it. I'm also a UK Minecraft education ambassador. My love for game-based learning stems an awful lot from the Minecraft platform. Obviously, any of you out there with children might have already played Minecraft. Maybe some of you that haven't got children have played Minecraft. Obviously, it's had a big resurrection with the fantastic movie with Jack Black in it this year. So I've been incredibly busy sharing the Minecraft love across the globe this academic year. I'm also a Tech Up mentor, which means I provide guidance to underprivileged women taking their first steps in careers in tech and programming or computer science. And to wrap up, of course, I am a Wakelet ambassador. Okay, so let's get started. So the purpose of the session is to provide insights of how we've used Wakelet at Nottingham College, especially Wakelet workspaces, to benefit our Faculty of Art and Design. Our art students have historically been quite reluctant to incorporate any kind of digital practices into their traditional methods. So I thought this is quite an important journey to share with you. So I hope you're going to find this session interesting. Okay, so this is an overview of what I'd like to cover. So, you know, why student engagement matters. You know, what is the perks of teamwork? So I'll kick things off by talking about why it is super important to keep students engaged and how working together can really, really boost their learning. After that, we'll look into how engaged students usually do better in school, and why teamwork really helps them develop skills like communication and problem solving. After that, I'll introduce you to Wakelet's workspace, or My Education Workspace. So this tool, if you're not familiar with it, is all about helping teachers and students stay organised and gives them a platform to work together really well. I'll show you how some features that can make teaching and learning effective and how these can enhance dialogue between peers and also teacher and student. I am going to share some real life stories from Nottingham College that will show how we've used Wakelet within art and design especially. So these examples will highlight how different areas have made the most of the platform, and I'm hoping you're going to get some good ideas from what I'm going to show you that you could use in your own workspaces. And after that, I'm going to show you some tips and tricks for using Wakelet to enhance collaboration. So based on what we've learned using the platform, we've had ups and downs with trial and error. So I've kind of consolidated some of the best bits that I'm hoping I can provide to you as an audience to basically get the best out of the cool features that are available. All right, so let's get started. So our art students at Nottingham College are particularly shy. I don't know if you work with art students, but they can be very, very shy. So they are quite stuck in their ways with traditional methods of creating portfolios and showing their work. And unfortunately, art exhibitions tend to be quite temporary. So a lot of effort goes into putting together a fantastic exhibition, and it might only be on show for potentially about 3 days, which is quite sad. So we found that relying on this kind of old school method to show work and create work was beginning to make our students feel quite isolated. This sense of isolation could stem from different factors. such as larger class sizes that limit personal interaction, the pressure of kind of competitive academic environments and settings, and even a spot of social anxiety that makes engaging with other students and teachers quite tricky for them. We are starting to get the COVID cohorts through our doors over the past year, so we can really see that there's been a shift here with the way our students are interacting. So we recognise that this particular type of isolation wasn't only hampering their social development, but it was also having a bit of a negative impact on their academic performance and general well-being. So we were looking at trying to solve that with collaborative practices. And what we discovered was, by collaborating, it was helping to make our students and our teachers feel like they were belonging to a supportive community. This sense of connection creates an environment where students are more engaged and invested in both their learning and each other. So as they share ideas and challenges, they were able to kind of celebrate other people's successes, create little friendship bonds, but also have this wonderful sort of idea generation, which was on a constant loop, which I think our students wouldn't be able to get in the four walls of a traditional classroom. So we found that the art of collaboration is also essential for developing what is known as soft skills, even though I'm not a particular fan of that term. I think these skills are just as important as academic ones. So we're looking at things like communication, we're looking at teamwork, we're looking at problem solving. But our students started to develop these, which we found obviously in an academic setting, that's fantastic, but these were also vital for being successful once they leave college and go out into the wider world, and especially when they arrive in the workplace. So exploring content in a collaborative way, we found that it started to enhance knowledge retention and also improve our academic performance of our young people. And Wakelet, especially Wakelet Workspace, was giving us a really collaborative, safe space to do this. We really do believe at Nottingham College that by using Workspace, we're better preparing our young people for the future, socially and for their choice of careers. Okay, so as we look into the topic of student engagement, let's start with a clear definition of exactly what is that. So apparently student engagement refers to the active participation of students in the learning process. So this engagement is important for several reasons. So first, it significantly enhances learning outcomes. So we found engaged students are more likely to achieve better in an academic setting. Engaged students generate creativity and collaboration amongst their peers, which is exactly what we need for our art students. And it allows them to work together more effectively in a more kind of fluid way. And students that are engaged help build that really, really important sense of community that we are striving for at Nottingham College. So we found when students feel connected to each other and the organisation, they feel valued. And they're more inclined to participate and share their ideas and creations openly. So I went off and did a little bit of research, like I always do. And research shown that student engagement in art programmes can significantly enhance academic performance and retention rates. So, for instance, this study that I've got on the screen here now is by a company called Arts Education Partnership. And this discovered that students who participated in arts education were more likely to excel academically across subjects, including the tricky subjects of maths and literacy. So at Nottingham College, we often deliver maths and literacy courses alongside a main qualification if students didn't achieve the required grades for those two important subjects once they've left school and arrived with us. So they kind of marry up Unfortunately, some of the students don't particularly enjoy it, but they have to get those qualifications as well as what they come to Nottingham College to study in the first place. But by working together on digital platforms, we were finding that that was allowing our students to share ideas, to get feedback from each other and the teacher, and to create projects in real time, no matter where they are, which was super important for our learners, because sometimes a 9 to 5 doesn't work for young people. I'm sure you know that. They like to work in the evening, they like to work early in the morning. So by doing this digitally, we were giving that scope to our students to make that choice, which we found really, really helpful. So this kind of teamwork wasn't only enhancing their artistic skills because they were learning from one another, but it was also helping them communicate more effectively. And they were almost valuing different perspectives, potentially perspectives that they'd not explored before. Okay, so Nottingham College staff and students are already avid users of Wakelet. We've been using it for a number of years now, and the main purpose is really to easily share and organise resources. So with regular coaching sessions and visits from the good old Wakelet team during our professional development days, staff started to feel really, really comfortable with the platform. And especially our art teachers, they really wanted to take it a step further. So this is where my education workspace came in. So if you're not familiar with this particular area of Wakelet, it's a place where educators and students can team up, and they can share ideas and reflect on the learning journey together. So Workplace really does help create that sort of fluid, interactive learning vibe, which is a bit of a change from your traditional 4 walls of a classroom, but it kind of broke down those barriers that our young people were finding so difficult to fit into. So it was quite revolutionary when we started to use it. So Workplace is a virtual hub where teachers and students can gather resources, just like Wakelet, obviously, such as articles, videos and notes, but they can share their thoughts in an easily accessible format as well. The digital space allows administrators, teachers and students to organise, manage and share content and activities within this collaborative, secure environment. Different roles within the Workplace can be set. There's a role called a super admin, which is quite exciting. I'm a super admin, I'm quite proud of that. There are admins and editors, and all these different levels have various controls and permissions, which facilitates effective management of both content and user. So within our workspace, our students and staff have the ability to create unlimited collections. They can create secure classrooms, student portfolios and advanced analytics dashboards. And all of these things have been a really, really big win for our educators. We were able to set up a structured and collaborative space where they could make the most of Wakelet's content and its features to boost our teaching and learning provisions. Within the workspace, you can create groups, which has been a game changer. So with groups, digital learning has become an awful lot easier. Our educators could set up managed students' accounts and share course content safely obviously in the collaborative environment. They could also set up one-to-one groups for assessment purposes by getting to know each student's needs and learning goals. This way, they can give personalised feedback to each learner, and that really helps each learner to be able to do their best and really shine, because they're getting that one-to-one, but also then they can dip into a group with that feedback without being put on the spot that they might have been if they weren't using digital workspace. When it comes to projects, the teacher can make a larger group where students can work together, and within these groups they can share their ideas, learn from each other, and generally mix things up. And this has really created a fantastic culture, which we've not seen before within our art department, of teamwork. And our students have fed back saying that it's really, really interesting to kind of look into the minds of their fellow art students. And from that moment, they're actually pulling more inspiration for their own projects. So it's been quite revolutionary for certainly mind mapping and build-ups to final pieces. So within these groups, our educators can define different roles, which also helps our students play to their different strengths. So the whole experience has become more engaging. You've got those roles, but it also gives our students the motivation to actually want to be part of that group and want to share their work in that group. So it was a great way to get our students to get an understanding of what it's like to work in a team, because more than likely when they leave college with their qualifications, they're going to be in a team in some way, shape or form when they explore the next part of their careers. One of the really magic things that we found was the back and forth dialogue that we were able to create between students and teachers. This made a massive difference to the way our students were reacting to their course content, but also the way they would speak to their tutor. We found that when everybody feels free to be able to chat, not just in a formal way, in quite an informal way, it makes the learning journey even more enjoyable. And it helps build that really important, strong community that I mentioned before. So we found with regular conversations, nothing was getting lost. I mean, I've lost count how many times my learners have gone, when's the date for that deadline? I can't remember. By putting it all on groups, putting it on a Wakelet in that workspace, nothing's going to get lost. So we have clear deadlines. We've got clear expectations. They're always there. They're always available. So this is great for everybody involved because everybody is clear with what is expected. But also the open dialogue part of this, which we found students were more feeling like they were able to ask questions and they didn't feel silly asking questions. I don't know if you've ever been there where you're put on a spot in a situation and it's like, okay, you need to answer that question and you freeze. You know the answer, but you freeze. By doing it within Workspace, our students were more than happy to ask whatever question they wanted to ask and get an answer to. No question was out of bounds. No question was remarks as silly, which was just fantastic because our students really got stuck in learning. And again, we could see that academic achievement just going higher and higher. Our staff that were able to give feedback on the spot, it kept everybody on track and everyone was working towards their common goal at the end. All right, so on the previous slide, I showed you a little example of one of our students and their CAT project, which was rather fancy. So this one that you're seeing at the minute is a project by a young lady called Mariam. And she wanted to do a graffiti project all about roses. She absolutely loves flowers. So this was all delivered through our Wakelet workspace. So a little bit about Mariam. She was incredibly shy. She would never speak up in class. She felt nervous about sharing her thoughts out loud. But when she started using Wakelet, everything changed. So this platform, it gave her the chance to gather her ideas and resources and make it easier to express herself without the stress of speaking in front of everybody. So by building her Wakelet collection with her teacher, Mariam found it comfortable to communicate and showcase what she created and learned. And this experience made her feel more confident. As Mariam was active, what she was doing at the time, and the feedback that was filtering through from her influenced the shape of the way her project developed into a more robust piece of work. And outside of the Wakelet workspace, we saw that spark in Mariam to physically, face-to-face, talk to everybody, go, have you seen my fantastic project? Did you like it? What did you like about it? It really gave her the, I don't know, that little dialogue that was inside all the time, but she was just too shy to be able to open up. So using Wakelet on that score for Mariam was a complete sort of game changer for her. And one benefit of this was that with the workspace, both the student and the teacher aren't going to lose anything either. So previous to actually using this with art and design, we used to lose loads of stuff. Obviously, there's sketchbooks going all over the place. There's pieces of work that are being mislaid. We've got quite big studios. Everything gets mixed up. By making sure that everything is available on Wakelet, everything is in that really convenient one place. And one bit of feedback from our students was that they really despise having to log into many, many, many platforms when really all they want to do is log into a single platform that does everything they need. Logging into different platforms is often confusing. They forget their logins if they change them, and it's really time consuming. It takes that sort of time away from the learning. So by keeping everything under one little umbrella of a Wakelet workspace, it has made the whole educational journey 100% better. So here's another example, and this one's really showing the immediate ability to share these projects and ideas and portfolios with galleries. Our students have gained the confidence to actually share what they've made with employers and fellow artists around the globe, not just in their local community, which is quite a different angle for them. Because they're proud of what they've made, and Wakelets always look absolutely brilliant when you put them together. They really want to celebrate that, and they have gained this sort of magical confidence to share on a global scale that they once thought was completely out of reach. And obviously with Wakelet's functionality, being able to generate an instant link, that's a massive game changer for our artists. The social media section of the art world is huge. Obviously, it's all image sharing, it's all conversations, and Wakelet Workspace has given us that kind of ability to share on there as well, which has just been amazing because our artists can actually tap into an audience that they never thought was possible. And the more they're developing different communities, they're linking up with different audiences and different galleries and different styles. And again, it's that inspiration that has started to sort of develop over time, that I've seen artists that have started using Wakelet, and at the end of their course, the year-long course, their styles completely changed. And this is because they've managed to link up with so many other interesting people. That's really shaped what they're doing. So, on the back of this, our students have got that confidence to take those bigger risks and those challenges and really think outside of Nottingham's walls, or we're in the East Midlands of England, so even outside of the East Midlands, would have been a bit too far-fetched for some of our students. So Wakelet's really given us that ability to showcase what our artists have got and be able to kind of explore like-minded people in the art world on a global scale. Okay, so I've showed you some examples of our students. So I really wanted to show you a little bit of feedback from the educators. So what I've been told is that they've noticed their students doing much better in their learning and retaining of information, mainly because of the instant feedback and the suggestions they're getting from each other. They said that motivation has been increased tenfold. Because students actually really do enjoy making Wakelets. Art students love it. They see it as part of their creative work. They don't see it as a chore. So, any new project, they're like, yes, I'm going to make that into a Wakelet, which is great because you've kind of got over that hurdle already of trying to get them to do something digital away from their traditional practices. They really, really enjoy seeing their ideas come to life digitally. And obviously through the collaboration and the teamwork that they're experiencing on Workspace, this is also just a massive plus for getting those outstanding results. So our students also would in the past have to save their portfolios in those great big black folders. And as a college, we have to keep them on file for 3 to 5 years. Can you imagine? So having the space at college to keep them for 3 to 5 years is quite impossible. But looking at Wakelet and the way you can access everything in their portfolios digitally is saving both educators and students the time and the stress, really, of making sure that these really valuable paper copies of things are actually being kept. So that's been a massive plus for our educators in the feedback section. They really wanted to share that with me, that it's just saving time, it's saving space, and everything like that. So one other thing, it's with Wakelet Workspace, we use Microsoft Teams as a standard across our campuses. We have hundreds of educators, thousands of students. Wakelet, because it embeds so beautifully into Microsoft Teams, it's great, it's seamless. Our students are used to using it on their chat channel, which is Teams. So that's been another plus for our educators. Also, the real-time ability to update collections as well gives us that sense of satisfaction that our students are always going to be able to see the most current, the most relevant copy of whatever they've made. And finally, from the feedback section from our educators, at Nottingham College, we are striving to become carbon neutral by 2030, which is a big old mission, but we are slowly making steps to get in there. So hopefully, fingers crossed for us, we will do this. And using Wakelet Workspace has really, really helped us with this mission. We don't have to print endless things anymore. Everything is stored digitally, like I said before, and it's a really, really fun way of sort of building in those essential IT and digital literacy skills into any class, not just art, but any class across our campuses. And the final bit of feedback from our educators, they love the fact that there's no more lugging around heavy folders for each student. And they have shared that they believe using Wakelet Workspace is about creating a more modern and effective teaching experience. Okay, so we've been using Wakelet Workspace for the past academic year. We've obviously piloted it, so we've been seeing what is good, what could be better. So I just wanted to share a couple of tips with everybody that we found that we thought this would be really good for effective use. So first off, it's really important to make sure that you set clear goals in your workspace, okay? So make sure that all your students and anybody else that's in there, support staff maybe, are clear on what the goals are and what the outcomes need to be. If you manage to embed that into your workspace initially, it will always be there. It will never get lost. Nobody is going to get confused with why they're there or what they're doing. Again, if we look at things like deadlines, if they're clearly there, there's no excuse for not hitting them, to be fair. So also do emphasize that Wakelet is a friendly space. Yeah. The actual overall view of a Wakelet is great for art students anyway. They just embrace it. They absolutely love it. But I always say, whenever I'm using it, this is a friendly space. This is your space where ideas and opinions are valued. The more, the better. Nothing is silly. Okay. Try and encourage your students to speak up. Yeah, I know that's hard. I really do. And if they are stony silent in your classroom, but you get them to use Wakelet Workspace to find that voice, it will come. It will come face to face. I've seen it with my own eyes, and it's magical when that happens. It really is. The comments, the way you can comment on people's projects, I think that's a game changer as well, because the interaction between peer-to-peer, teacher and student is fantastic, especially because it's real time. You know, there's no waiting around for, I've sent an email yesterday afternoon and I've still not had a response. I don't know what I'm doing. There's none of that. The real-time interaction is golden in our mind. Again, I would say promote group collaboration by encouraging your students to work in pairs. There is the one-to-one option, but please, use that. It's great. But also make sure that you do create pairs or groups. That just brings out a whole different angle on creative production. Like I said, with different projects, just taking a complete U-turn on the creative process into something that they would never ever think of. That collaboration is just so important, and it does give our students that wonderful sense of community within the art department, but also within Nottingham College that some of them might not necessarily get if we weren't doing this particular way of collaboration. Okay, so I just wanted to mention a little bit about peer collaboration as well. So it's such an exciting subject, and I did a bit of research into what the perks are of working together as peers. So we found that when teammates share their unique viewpoints on Wakelet, it can lead to alternative creative solutions that one person might not necessarily think of on their own, or if one person is really, really struggling with a unit or a theme that they're having to explore, it gives that soundboard that students really need away from teachers. So that's quite a bit of a magic moment for us there. Again, I've already mentioned the comment and discussion features on Wakelet, but keep that conversation going. You know, drop a little conversation in there. How you doing? What you doing? What's that? This is great. Not sure about that. You know, anything like that. Keep them laughing, keep them smiling, keep them engaged. And that just gets everybody engaged, working on it and really, really enjoying what they're there to do, working towards that goal. So, you know, the working on the Wakelet workspaces has developed things like digital literacy for our art students, which quite a few were actually lacking. And it has changed their thought on what is possible career-wise when leaving Nottingham College or maybe going on to university. It's given them that extra boost and that extra confidence that goes hand in hand with creative practices, but also, you know what, I can do that. You know, I'm not scared of that anymore. I understand that. And that's how we managed to embed that into their minds by using Workspace. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up now, and I really hope that you have enjoyed this little session with me today, and you found some useful ideas for boosting student engagement and teamwork with Wakelet Workspace. Just to finish up, I really would encourage you to try and explore Workspace. It is a feature of Wakelet that if you don't know about it, do take a look. There's so many different ways to make it work for you and your students. So, you know, don't hesitate, jump in there, share your experiences with each other, and maybe even collaborate with some people on Community Week. I'd love to collaborate with you. If you want to share your Wakelets with me, please, that would be fantastic. So, yeah, thank you for joining me. If you want to continue the conversation with me, I'd love to speak to you, answer any questions you might have on this topic, or anything to do with Wakelet and in the further education sector. Obviously, feel free to connect with me. I am on LinkedIn quite often, so please message me privately on LinkedIn if you wish. And happy teaching, everybody. And I really hope that you enjoy the rest of this fantastic Wakelet Community Week. I know I will. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Kate. You always bring such amazing positive energy, and yeah, that session was just as amazing as every other one you've done. It was brilliant. I think.
Oh, thank you.
For me, it's the social and emotional side of things that really show the power of collaboration. So it's so amazing to see how you've created those digital groups and how that has then empowered your students. And I guess that's the outcome everyone wants to achieve. Everyone wants their students to leave school, college, wherever, feeling ready for the future, confident in what they do, and just really empowered. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing, Kate. Absolutely amazing work. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you at the next Community Week.
I hope so. Thanks, Rosie.
Just before you go, Kate, I'm sure everyone in the chat, everyone watching is going to want to look at your resources and the collection you just shared. If you could send that to us in the private chat, we'll make sure we add that to the resources for you.
Absolutely. Yep, I'll do that for you. Lovely. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Kate. Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye. Oh, amazing. Another brilliant educator there, Kate from the UK. We'll make sure that we have her collection of resources available Just to remind you all, make sure you click that link in the YouTube chat. That will get you to your badge certificate, and it'll also give you a link to the Wakelet collection so you can revisit all of these amazing resources. We are about to go into our final session of this segment of the 12-hour live stream. I am going to be introducing Liliana from Croatia, and she is going to be taking us through a creative journey. So Liliana, if you're ready to jump on stage. Hello.
Hello, hello, I'm ready.
Oh, good to see. If you're ready to get going, we will get your presentation straight up and yeah, take the stage.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Okay, just one quick information. Can you see my screen now?
Yep, we can see that, Liliana.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, okay. Hello again. I'm Liliana from Croatia, and thank you for being here in this third day of Wakelet Community Week. We already heard so many incredible educators with so many ideas, and I hope you get from me also. But before I go, I just want to show you my presentation where I put all the resources that I'm going to talk about. But first, I will say just a few words to get to know me and to know who I am. After that, I will show you some examples of my activity that I work with my students in classroom, but also outside the classroom. I'm a geography teacher in primary school, and I teach geography from 5th to 8th grade. And beside this regular class, I do many additional geography activities with my students, and that is what I'm going to show you, and perhaps maybe give you an idea how you can provide some your ideas or maybe activity in your classroom. You will see in this presentation that I used some of new feature that is colored items. And I divided this collection, which is created in Moodbar, in several sections, so you can check it out later. But first of all, when I'm planning some activity with my students or inside the classroom and some maybe other activity outside the classroom, I use Wakelet collection and also create Wakelet spaces. You can see I have a lot of Wakelet spaces for many purposes, for projects and many other activities. And why is that perfect for me? It's perfect because I have it everything on my one place, and I can look that up when I want to. If I need something, I can share with my students, with my colleagues, and so on. But I also embed those Wakelet spaces and collections into my private professional, let's say private professional website that I created. It's available on my school website, and everyone can access to this page. And I also post here my collections with my activities, with my digital tools that I created for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Teachers can access this and see and exercise some content. And I also use this website to promote something that I hold on a state level. I'm holding webinars for my geography colleagues through the year, twice in the school year. And everything that we do, we put into a Wakelet collection and share this on this Wakelet space. You just can click on this Wakelet space and you will see our collection. Okay, this is just a few tips and how you can use Wakelet collection and space for your classroom, for your teaching method. Okay, we will go to the second part of this presentation. How am I using Wakelet to enhance teaching? I will be showing you some of the activities that I mainly carried out in this school year. So you will see that I combine Wakelet with many other digital and AI tools. But I first of all, I want to say that if you ask me, is it more important human creativity or AI? I don't think that AI can replace on any level human creativity. It can bring, maybe give us new idea or remix our idea in a short way, but nothing can replace heart and soul of human creativity. But I think that we need to find a way to work with AI, especially with AI tools. And through the whole of my activities that I do with my students, I'm trying to show them how to properly use AI tools, some of them, and how to use them in a creative way, not to cheat or something else, which is negative, but how to properly use and to develop their creative ideas. Okay, this was one activity for Inventors Day in this school year. I created a collection where, first of all, I give them instructions on what we will do and how we will do. And after that, the main idea in this activity was to research about creation inventors and their invention. You will see that many of my collections are written on creation because it's our mother language, but some of them are also on English. After that, after they researched about creation inventors, we created a presentation using Canva, which I love also to combine with Wakelet. And the main idea was after they search about creation inventors. Sorry, just want to show you a slide. They needed to create their own invention. For that purpose, we use some of AI tools. But none of their work they didn't do it by themselves. I was with them all the time, and I'm trying to teach them how to properly write their prompt because AI should give and generate their ideas. You will see that they created many different in their own inventions, like a space bed, and they also explain why this would be and how this would be used. They also create some little machines that can help them with teaching and learning. And also one student created a digital watermelon because she didn't like the seeds in watermelon. So this machine will help us, will help her to give the watermelon without seeds. But when we created when they created those images, we also use one AI tool that is Luma Labs AI. I don't know if you been using it, but we created an animation for that. It's really easy to use, and we put that animation also into Canva presentation. Also one example of students for their own invention is this little machine for food. Because he was trying to create something. If you don't know what to eat, it can create food for you. And he also created an animation using Luma Labs. For every digital tool, I put here in, you will see in this presentation, I put links and resources that I'm going to talk about. Okay. Another example of activity that I carried out this year was when I was working with students on European capitals of culture. Students research about European capital from this year, 2025. We didn't do it for 26 and 27. We will be doing this in this upcoming school year. I created a collection by using this column layout. In every column, I put resources that we'll be needing. Also, when I was giving them instructions, I put the links, and everything was in one place. And that is why I use Wakelet, and it's really it gives me an organized overview. After the research about European capitals, we created a newspaper using Canva, which you will see by now. European capital of 2025. This is one German city and also Slovenian city. The main idea was to combine Croatian and English language. After they done this, we printed and put it out in our classroom. Okay, the third activity that I want to show you is something that I carried out also this year, at the end of this school year. It's a story of implementation, which I applied for scientific discovery campaign. Later in this presentation, we'll be showing you the other stories of implementation that I wrote. And for those three stories of implementation, I was one of the winners for 2025, 2024, and 2023. And the prize was going into Brussels for 2 days, and I participated in 2 days of a workshop. Why is it special? Because when I was planning what I'm going to do with my students, how am I going to create the story of implementation, I put all of my ideas, all of my resources, all of my links into Wakelet collection, and by using also columns as a layout, and everything was just in my place. And after we done our work, you will see how it looks. It looks like it was easy for me to write a story of implementation. I needed to write on English and applied for scientific discovery command, and that's why it's so perfect for me when I organize my activities, all of my ideas. And this is the product that a student did. We use many of AI tools here, also Wakelet, also Canva, and many others. And they use all of the names here in this postcards are imaginary. They do not exist, and address does not exist. And the story on these postcards are also imaginary. We on students created this imaginary postcards, even though we printed them, but they are interactive. Here in this right corner, you can see QR code. They created a song by using Suno AI, which is also AI tool to create AI music. I think the one teacher also mentioned that earlier in this sessions. They work in pairs together, and every postcard has their own story. They use AI to create an AI generated image with image of using image from the past, and writing a prompt that will give them a picture and image looking from the future. As you can see, here are the pictures from the past and how it will look like in the future. And with that story of implementation, I think just a minute, it's here. This sort of implementation that I'm the author is posted on Teaching Europeana blog. I also put links in my presentation. You can see how is it carried out from the beginning till the end of the activity. Okay, just a minute. This is also one activity that I carried out with my students for marking Earth Day 2025. The theme was Our Power, Our Planet. The main idea is to create a scrapbook. I know that it's mainly used by hand, but I was trying to show them how can they create a scrapbook online in a digital way. So we use many resources from their Teaching Europeana blog. You can use many resources. They are available and you can download it. Mainly they are from the past, maps, text, if you want. We also watched it on YouTube, and they after that they created a scrapbook and write a story about their travel to USA, to Russia, to Indonesia, to Thailand, and the main idea is to create a story about trip which is also ecological. And that was really fun, and when they are writing their story about their imaginary trip. Okay, there are also many activities that are carried out. I forgot to open this also activity. It was in the beginning of this school year, 24-25, where the students needed to create a generated image by using AI, how they see their new school year, and how they would like to the school look like. And you can see our classroom. I post here their prompt, and it was very nice to see how what they wrote and how did they create that image. Okay. In the third part of this presentation, I put links and resources from my project. For the last 3 years, I'm a founder of 3 projects, and already one for the next school year is also approved, and we will start in the next month in September. But I just want to show you how am I using this platform, Wakelet platform, also for my project. Because I'm a founder, I need to lead all the activities from the beginning until the end. And that's why I For every activity that will be carried out in the project, I create a separate collection with different layouts, and it's perfect because I have it in one place. It kind of look like this. And it's easy for me when I'm applying these activities for national and European labels. I applied these activities from this project for this school year, but also the last two of them won also national and European quality label. So I'm waiting for this project. The special, and I'm proud for my students, and we're also proud for this project because there were two joint activities. We had school partners from Turkey, from Romania, from France, also from Italy. We work all together, and one of the joint activities was to create a digital poster about legend and myths from their homeland. And I, for that joint activity, I use a collection where I put instructions, and every state, or because we have many teachers from Turkey, had its own column, and I could see what they were did in this joint activity, or what they are doing. I will show you now. From my example, we created just a minute, a book about creation, legend, and myths by creating digital posters. You can see here how my students worked. We use a story, we research a story, and students created generated image beyond with that story. They wrote a prompt, and AI give this result. They also wrote on English, and we also record an audio sound so everyone can listen what they were researching and what they wrote. You see that there are many different legends and myths, and it was great when we saw other legend myths from other countries. And I think this is so beautiful when we collaborate, when we get to know each other, school partners, each other, teachers, students, and when we share our work. This is the second activity in that project. When we create a digital menu book. Also, I created a separate collection with the instructions, what they need to do, and every country did it in their own way. For my students, we created this recipe book, which I also post here in this presentation. You can look that up. And in this presentation, we research about all the forgotten dishes from our country, and every country did the same, but the way they did it was very different, and that is something that is beautiful to see. But we are very proud, and I'm proud for my students because they done amazing job. And in the last part of activity, we give them a certificate at the end of the activity, and also I would just want to show you just a minute. We also create one event that we showed our activities for our students, and social media here, for example. Social media was also wrote about our project, and we presented to other teachers, to our principal, and everyone saw what we did in this project. I also post here a link to another project from the 2024, so you can see how all the how I organized those activities in Wakelet collection. I'm coming to the end. In this section, I just put some resources for this story of implementation, and for these 3 stories, the last one, Places and Stamps, was written in this school year, and like I said, I was one of the winners for Scientific Discovery Campaign for the last 3 years. In every story that I wrote, there's a whole description: what tools did we use, what AI tools did we use. One of my favorite is also RTutor, which is a platform where you can easily create content of augmented reality. It's a great platform. And I also post a link so you can check it out later. You can also read many of these stories on Teaching Europeana blog, and maybe find for your students. In the last part of this presentation, I put all of the links and resources that I was using, and I'm using it, and I will be using it in the next school year. Also, and you can also check it out. But before I end, I see that I only have 4 minutes. Please, I would like you to scan this code. I'm going to just show you, and you have just one question. Answers I will post later today. Only, one question is about that you share your examples of digital or AI tool that you may be using, or did you use. Just write a name of that digital tool. So the answers will be posted later this day. And at the end, I'm going to close my presentation. I hope I gave you some idea how to carry out some activity, or maybe if you get an idea how and what you can do with your students. At the end, I just want to say that recently I read about some text and podcast, listened to podcasts about teacher self-care, which I think it's very important, because we all do many activities. We all do a lot with our students, but I think it's very important to for ourselves to feel good emotionally, physically, and just to say yes to ourselves, because I think we also need the time for ourselves, and we need to set healthy boundaries for ourselves. That mean by that I mean just taking time for ourselves. Personally, I love to run. I run every second day, and that makes me creative, and I feel good. And when we are feeling good emotionally, physically, and everything can be good and successful in our classroom. Okay, I came to the end, so I hope you that I gave you an idea how you can and what you can do with your students, and how you can do it with your students. So thank you.
Oh, Liliana, that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you for sharing all of those incredible ideas with our incredible community. We've had some amazing comments come through, mind-blowing session, creativity was off the charts. And I think you've given a lot of educators a lot of great ideas today. So thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if you have any questions, or you can contact me also on Wakelet platform, or on X. So I will be give you an answer. Thank you.
Perfect. And all of Liliana's resources will be available in that collection. Just make sure you hit that certificate link so you can receive all of those. We are going to take a very short break now. We're going to be taking about a 5-10 minute break, and then we'll be back with our next speaker. So make sure you stay tuned, and we will see you very, very soon.
Bye. Bye.
Thank
you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is part 4 of the 12-hour live stream. We are, maybe 8 hours in? Are we 8 hours in? 6 hours in? 8 hours into the 12-hour live stream. So we've got a few more hours left to go, and we've got some amazing speakers to fill that time as well. So just want to make sure everyone's back from the break. Please, as always, let us know where you're joining from in the world. I know now we're getting later in the day for us here in the UK, but I know that is evening time, even night time for some people east of where we're from. So please let us know where you're joining from, what time is it there? And I know also a lot of our US audience, people in the West, in Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, are all waking up as well and starting their days and joining in. So welcome everyone. Let us know where you're joining from. Because like I say, this is my second time on here now. We just love seeing how global this is. The reason we do Community Week is the reason we do this 12-hour live stream. We want to hear from as many people from all over the world sharing how they're using Wakelet. Wakelet being the common denominator between everyone, but obviously there's so much to learn from each other outside of that. So we'll get started in a second. As mentioned in the previous sessions too, every comment on YouTube, every post in the Community Hub, and every post on social media will count towards the competition we're running for Wakelet Community Week. And of course, it's always good to just share those good tips and tricks that you're learning with other people too. But if you do post, comment, that you could be in the chance of winning some Wakelet subscriptions, some Wakelet socks, some coffee vouchers, and we also have a Wakelet plushie toy to give away as well, which we'll reveal shortly. So those are the housekeeping out of the way. I can see people are joining from all over. We've got Ohio in the house. There we go. Hey, Obed. I got Obed there from El Paso. Yeah, well, this jersey is actually a team we sponsored as part of a charity event, a cricket team. So they're kind of one of a kind, Obed. So I know you love your jerseys, but I don't think we can give too many of these away. But I'll speak to the sources and see what we can do. Who else have we got here? We've got Vision Club there. Welcome, welcome. We've got Iraq in the house. Welcome, Bulgaria. Amazing. Thank you so much. Like I said, morning, noon, or night, we appreciate you joining us and supporting our speakers and taking the time out of your day to learn something new about Wakelet that you can take into your classroom or into your school. So without further ado, I will bring on our first speaker as we head over to Mexico. I would like to invite Dahili to the screen. Hey, Dahili.
Hi, James. How are you?
I am very good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Very excited. This is my first time with the Wakelet team, so I'm pretty excited today.
Amazing. Well, welcome. The stage is yours for the next 20-25 minutes. Please do take it away and show us how you're using Wakelet.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's get it started. Okay. So hope you see my presentation. It's okay?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, perfect. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. And a huge thanks, of course, to the Wakelet team for having me here. Believe me, it's truly an honor. Well, today my session is called From Words to Worlds, Creating Language Journeys with Wakelet. Well, my name is Daily, and I am a language educator from Mexico, specializing in teaching French as a foreign language. But I also support the students in English and Spanish, and even sometimes I collaborate with fellow educators in using technology in their classrooms. Over time, I became passionate not just about language or digital tools, but about helping the students use language as a way to explore ideas and connect with others, but the most important, to connect with themselves. So I truly believe that stories bring people together. So before we jump into our topic, please let me share a quick personal story from my own journey as a language teacher. Well, when I was about 5 or 6, my mom signed me up for an English summer class. And to be honest with you, I wasn't very excited at first because at that time, learning another language wasn't very popular or necessary as it might be today. But I was curious anyway. And then I met my teacher. And she made learning so much fun with games and creative activities that made me fall in love with learning a new language. And I remember coming home after class and pretending to teach my grandma everything I had learned. So that moment really changed everything. Learning languages opened many doors in my life. I met friends from different countries, went on exchange programs, traveled on my own, and built memories that helped me see the world from new perspectives. And now looking back, I realized that for me, learning a language was never just about grammar or vocabulary. It was more about understanding people, their cultures, and their stories behind. Now, as a teacher, I try to give my students the same opportunity to grow with curiosity, confidence, and also to stay open to other ways of seeing the world. And that brings us to today's session, where I would love to show you how Wakelet can make that vision real in our classrooms by creating learning experiences, supporting storytelling, and also promoting cultural intelligence. All
Hey,
of
David.
these, well,
Sorry to interrupt.
no, tell me.
The presentation it says click to exit, and it's a bit blurry on our side, so I'm not sure if you're trying to share something.
Nope.
Okay, maybe try that again. Sorry,
Okay.
I apologize for interrupting, but I want to make sure that we can see what you're
okay.
sharing.
So it's better over there?
Yep, I can see it. It says agenda with the robots.
Okay.
Yep, and then present.
So now it's okay?
No, so on our side we see the error message to exit to click or click to exit full screen. So you may have to just not go in full screen mode, unfortunately.
Okay, so maybe with this option.
Maybe.
Okay, let's try. So it's better now?
I can see the agenda slide, but it has a error message on top. Can you see that?
I don't think so. So
okay.
I just see the agenda.
No, we have a
No,
visit
it's not
Del
working.
Publico. Maybe if you stay in the Canva and just have the smaller screen, that might be better. It seems when you go to publish, it doesn't want to do it for some reason. I've never seen that before.
Me neither. So, and just today.
Yeah, so maybe we stay in here and click on the bottom. That might be better for now.
I think it's not working. Okay, try again. You can see now my screen.
No, we can just see the error message on top of the agenda screen.
Oh, I don't know what's happening.
Neither do I. I've never seen this happen before. This is the joy of tech.
Well, these things happen in teacher's life.
Yes, exactly. Like I said, it might be best to just stay in the Canva with the smaller screen and just click along the bottom to show it.
Okay, just like that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Otherwise, we cannot see. But yeah, I can see this.
Okay, perfect. So I think we're going to continue like this.
Yes, sounds good.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So, okay, so let's continue. let's begin with the presentation. Okay, so let's get started. And what do I think language learning is a cultural journey? Well, because each language is a living reflection of its culture, and when we learn another language, we also explore the history, the traditions, and social norms of its people. For example, the structure of a sentence can tell us how a culture, for example, organizes its ideas. Or maybe even the silence could mean different things depending on the culture. In some places, it shows respect. In others, maybe it feels uncomfortable. And that's why in my classes, I encourage a student to ask, who speaks this language? What do they care about? What are their traditions, humor, music, values, and the most important, what are their stories behind? I think these questions invite them to go beyond the textbook and to see that the language is real. And I think one of the most powerful ways to bring that cultural journey to life is through storytelling, with Wakelet as a space to explore and share that journey. But not the storytelling in the most traditional sense, where the teachers tell the story and the students listen. Here, the students become the storytellers, having the opportunity to share meaningful stories from their own lives. For example, a childhood memory, a family celebration, a cultural misunderstanding, or just something that changed the way they see the world. And as they tell these stories, and of course listen to others, they start to recognize different ways of thinking, living, and communicating. In the process, the students grow more confident expressing themselves in another language while developing a deeper sense of cultural understanding. And that's where cultural intelligence begins to take shape. Because cultural intelligence is what helps the students go beyond just sounding right in another language. It's more about understanding why people say the things the way they do, what matters to them, and how communication works differently across cultures. It's important to say that this cultural intelligence includes four essential components, that is, drive, knowledge, strategy, and action. Drive is having curiosity and motivation to engage with other cultures. Knowledge is understanding values, customs, and communication styles. The strategy is thinking or reflecting before and during these intercultural interactions. And finally, the action is the ability to adapt our behavior in different situations. So as you can see here, storytelling brings cultural intelligence to life because stories build curiosity, reveal cultural values, and also sharpens reflection, and show us maybe how to respond with more empathy. But here's the thing, just remember this. Before our students can truly understand others, they need to explore their own identity, backgrounds, and beliefs. So, what happened here when we combined Wakelet as our digital space to collect and create, with storytelling to make language personal and lasting, with cultural intelligence to develop this empathy and global perspective? Well, what we get is a deeper and more authentic language learning. And all this together gives a student a space to use language with intention to share experiences and build connections. But with so many edtech tools out there, why to choose Wakelet? Well, because Wakelet doesn't replace tools. It brings them together in one place. Wakelet is a flexible platform where learning really becomes more visible, creative, and it's empowered by students because they can save videos, notes, songs, images, well, I don't know, anything that helps them capture and shape their story through this learning journey. And the best part is that that story isn't static. It evolves with them moment by moment. Because the students always can go back to their collections and add more and keep growing even after the class ends. And as teachers, we follow and support that process by leaving comments, offering feedback, or even co-creating with them. I think in the context of language learning, Wakelet becomes a space for meaningful expression, a journal of personal progress, and also a creative lens for identity and culture. And as you can see, in that sense, Wakelet doesn't just support what we do, but it takes it to another level. So now that we have explored these ideas and how Wakelet supports this language journey, please let me show you a few template collections I've created to bring this concept to life for my students. I have to say here, each collection has a clear structure, but always leave space, of course, for creativity. So let's take a look. Okay. Well, we're going to start with a collection I call My Language Story. And in this one, students share meaningful moments from their experience learning a new language. As you can see, it's organized in columns, each one guiding them to reflect on a different aspect of their journey. Aspects like, for example, their first day learning maybe English, French, Spanish, I don't know. It's talking about what happened that day, what did they feel. I also propose to share a funny mistake because mistakes, at the end of the day, they make us grow. Also, we have another column. It's for words or phrase they love. Also to share a moment they felt proud because small wins are important. They can make big changes. I also propose a cultural detail that stuck with them or just to share a memory that felt like real progress for them. Well, as you will see here, I include some of the elements that the students can use to enrich their stories, like GIFs, image, maybe text, and also audio notes that I've created with Mode. In this case, just to leave quick instructions on what to work in this collection. But please let me here talk a little bit more about Mode, because it's another fantastic tool for language teaching, because it allows you to provide faster and more personal feedback. Mode also offers transcriptions and instant translation in over 50 languages, which I think it's fantastic for support multilingual classrooms, even if you don't teach languages. Plus, it includes emoji reactions, as you can see there, and also activity tracking. So with this, you can actually see who has listened to your voice notes, how many times, when, etc. I really like how easy it is to use because just like Wakelet, it works as a Chrome extension. So everything, again, stays in one place. But what I love the most is that students can build their own vocabulary list, practice with flashcards, and they can even listen back to the recordings, compare them to model to identify areas of improvement. And with all of that, students build fluency, improve pronunciation, and most importantly, gain confidence in speaking. So with that said, just remember this collection remains adaptable, so teachers and students can choose tools and the content best fit their context. Okay? So let's go to the next collection. Okay. Okay, this collection I call it weekly reflections, And if you see here, it follows a similar structure that the previous one, but here the emphasis is on practicing the language by sharing weekly progress. Again, each column invites the students to reflect on things like, for example, my progress. It means what are they able to do this week? I also propose to share new words or expression they like. Media they enjoy this week, just adding a link or image, whatever. And also maybe to share culture curiosity they discover. And to keep it organized, I use Canva to create weekly headers, but also you can use sections in Wakelet if you want. Just remember, Canva is another great tool to bring content to life in Wakelet. You can design covers, section headers, as I said, or maybe just to share more interactive content with your students. So while the structure is similar to the previous collection, the content evolves. So I recommend working on it by weeks, but because I think this collection could give you a clear view of what's working, maybe what's not, what's sparking interest in your class, or maybe just where students might need more support. But of course, these are just some ideas. It can always be adapted depending your context. So let's go with the third collection. Mhm. Oh my God. Don't know what's happening today with the technology. So there you are. The third collection. This one is called Culture and Identity Tracker. And this is probably my favorite because I think here reflections go deeper, and here combining storytelling with cultural intelligence and real language practice. So students can combine different tools, but this time it's for explore their backgrounds, values, language, and sense of belonging. In general, they reflect on questions like, for example, who am I? Where do I come from? What does language shape my identity? How does my culture compare to others? And the most important, what have I learned about myself and the world around me through this journey? Well, this space becomes more than just language practice. I mean, it's important, but it also becomes a space for self-discovery, authentic expression, and personal growth. And just like the others, it can be easily adapted to your goals, okay? So with these templates, you'll see how Wakelet allows us bring together personal stories, reflections, and cultural identities, giving every student the chance to share their story with meaning and more confidence. Okay, so now that we have seen each collection works, I would love to show you some real examples created by one of my students. His name is Felipe and he's learning French. So the content is in that language, but remember we have tools like Immersive Reader in Wakelet and the voice notes translation in Mode. So the collections are fully accessible if you like to explore them in more detail later, because as you can see, technology is not working here. And we are just, we are going to be just a quick look because here are a little bit short on time, okay? So the first one, it's called Mon Voyage, My Language Story, as I said before. And I have to say, Felipe usually prefers writing, But in this case, he really challenged himself to include more recordings where he talks about his favorite words in French, and he wanted to share with all of you too. And as you can see, he also added photos of classroom works, achievements on Duolingo, GIFs, image, and he also used Canva to design the covers of his collections. And I think that adds a little personal and creative touch. So please, if you get the chance, take a look at his collection. You will hear his voice and see some of his reflections. And we would really appreciate if you left a quick comment in any language you're comfortable with. And it doesn't have to be long. Even something small can make him feel seen and supported in this language journey. So let's go with the second collection. This is Weekly Reflections, and as you see, it follows a similar structure, but this time he shared short text about things he learned or maybe he just found meaningful during our French class each week. Here he reflects on new vocabulary, ideas, and cultural details that caught his attention. What I really like about this collection is that it gives us a sense of what keeps him motivated and how he's connecting with the language. As a teacher, it really helps me understand what my students are enjoying and to see if there's anything I can adapt to keep him motivated along the week. And let's go with the third collection. Culture and Identity Tracker, Culture et Identité. This collection, not just as a template, but working with my students, probably is my favorite one. Because, for example, here Felipe shared longer text with more vocabulary, more details, and I really think he shows a lot more confidence. He opens up about who he is, reflecting on himself, his country, his city, his family, and his culture. There's a really strong personal voice here, and I think that makes this experience especially powerful. As you can see, he used different tools and language skills to tell his story in his own unique way. So remember, you are more than welcome to interact with his collections. We truly hope you do. Your words can mean a lot to him. All right, so as we come to the end of this session, I just want to leave you with this. For me, learning other languages open doors to experiences I never imagined. Some of my favorite memories come from moments when I was speaking another language, even imperfectly. And I truly believe our students deserve those same opportunities because in the end, they might forget a grammar rule or vocabulary, but they won't forget the moment they felt seen, heard, or understood in another language. And I think that's the kind of learning that really stays with them. And whether you're teaching languages or any other subject, we all have the power to help the students grow. Through storytelling, cultural reflections, and meaningful tools like Wakelet, we can guide them on a journey that feels personal, real, and that it could be very transformative. And the best part, we don't have to do it alone. We have platforms like Wakelet, amazing platforms. We have practical strategies, and the most importantly, we have each other. And this amazing, beautiful community is living proof the power of collaboration and creativity. So thank you very much for spending this time with me. Believe me, it's been an honor to work with you on this journey from words to worlds. And just remember, no matter what subject you teach, I'm pretty sure your students have powerful stories to share. And well, fortunately, we have Wakelet that gives us the space to bring those stories to life, to grow with our students, and also create meaningful connections along the way. So thank you very much. And if you like to stay in touch, you can follow me on social media. So just hope you like this presentation.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Dahili. That was incredible. I'm just going to share a few comments with you because I know you couldn't see them as you were presenting there. But I couldn't have said it better myself. You can clearly see through learning a language that some students, prefer different methods of expression. Some audio with Mo, some video, some with text, and the different content in between. So I love how they can piece all of that together in Wakelet. And I couldn't say it as better than Marit has. It makes that language learning personal and meaningful. And I think you showcased there, that's what you've got going on with Wakelet and with your students. So thank you for sharing that.
No, thanks to the Wakelet team, because I know you are working very hard with all these features announced early this week. So I just can't wait to see what other things our students can create, and maybe us as teachers too. We can keep creating and keep learning, even I don't know, whatever subject we are learning or teaching. It's amazing to have everything in one place.
Definitely, yeah. And what you've kind of shown us there is, that was language learning, but that can be applied to anything, any sort of journey, learning, reflecting inside of Wakelet. So Dahili, thank you again so much for joining us today. We really appreciate you taking part in Wakelet Community Week.
Thanks to the Wakelet team for having me here and for support educators all around the world, and just enjoy the rest of the Wakelet Community Week. Gracias. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dahili. Gracias. Have a great day.
Bye. Have a good day.
Wow. So cool. Thank you so much, Dahili. That was incredible. Right, we'll swiftly move on to our next guest, Stephanie. I've seen Stephanie present many times, most recently at ISTE in the United States. And again, just to reiterate, what we love so much about this is being able to bring Stephanie on screen, on stage, to present to all these people from all over the world. So yes, without further ado, Stephanie, please come to the stage. There you are. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, James. Thanks for having me today. Hi, everyone.
No, of course, Stephanie. Like I said just then, we love having you on. Speaking about how you use Wakelet, you have so many great ways of using Wakelet as you wear many hats. So please take the floor. It's all yours. I know it's going to be a good session.
Great. Thanks. All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for spending part of your Wakelet Community Week with me. This is how to teach research skills using Wakelet and mini databases in middle school. So if you would like, I have given our amazing Wakelet team the link to my slides. So they should be sharing it in the chat pretty soon. But if you want them for yourself, they are also on the first slide here in my Canvas slides for you. So let's get started. So if you don't know me, hi, I'm Stephanie Galvan Russell. I am a middle school librarian in Austin, Texas. Oh, I pushed the wrong thing. And this is my 14th year in education and my 9th year as a school librarian. Oh my goodness. I don't know what is happening with Canva today. It happened with the speaker before me, and now it's happening to me too. It's okay. We're going to get through it. It'll be fine. Okay, so this is my 9th year as a school librarian and my 14th year in education, and I absolutely love being a librarian. I have the best job on campus, and I do lots and lots of things. I am very involved in the library world because I love sharing what I learn and all the things that I'm doing with my students with everybody. So on the bottom of this slide is my contact information. If you have any questions, if you need help, if you want to implement some of the things that I'm talking about, please feel free to reach out. On the bottom is my email, my Linktree, my website, my Instagram, my Facebook, and my YouTube channel. Please feel free to reach out. I'm always happy to answer questions. So first thing I want to talk about, you probably heard me say mini database, and you're probably thinking, what is a mini database? Well, before I can tell you what a mini database is, I have to tell you how we got to using mini databases in my library. So again, I am in a middle school in Austin, and my population of students is so diverse. We have so many different kinds of learners. And when my teachers approached me and wanted to do research projects, I really had to think about why research had not worked before and why the students were not feeling successful when they were doing their research projects, or why they didn't want to do the research projects. And so I had to think about my students and my population of students. So in my school, we have 46% of our learners have limited English. 46% of them are also bilingual, or English is their second language. 8% of our students are gifted and talented. 18% of our students are receive some kind of special education services. So they might have an IEP, a 504, just any kind of extra services. And we have students who are reading a reading proficiency at only 32% of our students are reading on grade level, which is what that means. So when it came to doing research, my students weren't having the problem because they couldn't do it. It was because research wasn't working for them. It wasn't working in a way that made sense to them. It wasn't working in a way that their abilities would allow. And so I decided to change research and make it fun and adaptable and accessible to my students. And so I took what we use in the library, which is our databases for research, and instead of using the regular databases where the students have to log in and they do the searching and they get tons and tons of articles, it was so overwhelming for them. And so what I did was, instead of going into the database where they're going to get all of those articles back, I took the articles that they would be getting in their searches and I made mini databases. So these are going to be less overwhelming for my students. I have a lot of students who, just like us as adults, we get distracted, right? When we're looking at things. So maybe you're looking at a YouTube video, right? And 20 minutes later, you've watched 18 other YouTube videos that aren't even related to what you started with. But because of all the clicking that you can do and all the other things that you can have access to, kids are the same way. When they were getting into the big databases, they were getting distracted by all the different things they had access to. And so I took what they would get from the databases and curated collections based on what they were researching with 3 to 10 topic-specific resources. And I'm going to show you an example in just a second. But these mini databases include articles, websites, videos, PDFs, all kinds of things that are going to make the learning accessible to them, but they're still going to get the research skills that we want them to have. It makes that information discovery manageable for them, and it makes it in a way that is going to be less anxiety inducing and in a way that is going to be way more accessible and less overpowering for your students. This is perfect for our middle school projects because I also have implemented now, after teaching my teachers and other librarians how to create mini databases, I'm teaching my students how to make mini databases. And so now, instead of doing the boring research reports or doing a regular presentation, they're creating their own mini databases off of what they have learned. And that is their research project that they get to finish with. So it has been a really cool process. Some of the benefits of using a mini database are, again, it's going to reduce your research overwhelm. Your students aren't going to go into the database and think, oh my goodness, there's so many things to search. What if I don't put the right words in? What if I don't click the right thing? It's going to support your differentiated learning because you, as the teacher, are going to be able to put different things in those databases that are going to be on the level of your students and going to be accessible to them in the ways that are going to be the most helpful for them. It is great for your ELL, your English language learners babies, who maybe English is hard for them. And going into the databases, it's all in English and they're not always helpful. And if you put these resources in Wakelet, we know that Wakelet can read it to them using the reader tool. It can also enhance their independent research skills because that's what we want, right? We don't want the kiddos going in the databases and just feeling like They're left alone. They don't know what to do. It's scary. There are so many places to click and read and find. And we want them to have the skills and be able to feel confident in their researching skills, more than just being able to go to a Google and find all of the things that they have access to. We want them to be able to know and be able to share what they know how to do. Because they're using Wakelets, the students can share those different collections they're creating, and then I can share the collections I create for them, and they can become collaborative learning opportunities. And again, it is going to support your special populations of your kiddos. So I'm going to show you 2 examples of mini databases, and I want you to think, and if you want to put it in the chat, go ahead, of which one is going to be more user-friendly. So the first one I have is on scientists and inventor research. So this was when my science teachers wanted our students to do research on famous scientists. And when the students went in, you'll see the first tool they see in there, or the first resource in there, is a PDF about the different discoveries of Archimedes. And once it loads, they should be able to read all of the information that is going to be in the article. So we've got all that. They've got 4 pages of information, everything they might need. And then at the end, they have their sources. All right. So that one so far is a good resource, right? But you'll see as I scroll through the rest of these resources, it says to log in. So this is where a link that's going straight to the database won't work for students. If you know, you know. If a student has to log into something, you've already lost them because it's going to take so long. What if your students aren't at school? What if they're at home and they're trying to do research? They're already going to get turned off of this because they don't remember the password, or maybe the password wasn't given to them. So what I have done, this is my dinosaur research Wakelet collection. And so what I did was I went into all the different databases that we have, and I thought of every dinosaur that my students might be interested in, but I also asked my teachers, what dinosaurs have you gone over in class? What dinosaurs have you heard your students talking about? What dinosaurs do you think they might want to research? And I took all of the articles I could find about all the different dinosaurs in all of our databases, and I put them in this one Wakelet. And so you can see here, they are all PDFs. So what I did was I took the articles that were in the regular database and I downloaded them as PDF files. So now when the student goes to the Triceratops PDF here, it's not going to take them to a link where they have to log in if maybe they're not on the school Wi-Fi. Again, maybe they don't have the password. As long as they can click that, it's going to open up this PDF. They can change how this is going to look for them. They can zoom in, so they can make that font bigger so it can be more accessible to them. If they're using a screen reader, it can read this to them because, again, there's nothing really fancy about this PDF. They can scroll through. Everything that they would normally get when they're researching is in here. So they're still going to have to read the information. They're still going to have to analyze. They're still going to have to find the information and pull it out and put it into whatever their final product is going to be. And at the bottom, they still have that citation that we want them to use, because as a librarian and as educators, we know that we always want our students to share their sources and where they're learning, so they can always put those citations into what they're learning. So I'm going to show you one more resource in my dinosaurs Wakelet, and it is also my favorite because I love dinosaurs. Let's do the Megalosaurus. So you'll see this is another PDF, and it is going to be pretty much the same, where the students are getting the information that they need to do their research. And again, they're still going to have to go in and read. They have to pull out the information that they want. They're going to have to analyze the text. And at the bottom, again, is our citation that they can use. So these were really, really easy to make. And part of what I do, so this is just an example Wakelet, but part of what I do now in creating Wakelets for my students and my teachers is I will add pictures, I will add videos, I will add other things that are related to the research topic so that my students aren't just learning from PDFs. That way they're getting all the different types of media to incorporate into their own research. So the way I do it is, if we were researching I think I already have a Wakelet on red pandas. So if we were researching red pandas, and I'm going to put in National Geographic because that is one of the databases that we use. And I love National Geographic for Kids because if you're using something that has been made specifically for students, it is going to have an adjusted reading level where your kiddos are going to have the access to the tool that they might not if you're using something that has been written for an adult. So what I would do here is I would copy all of this information, or you could just do where you save it and save it as a PDF, or you could put it into a document and save that as a PDF. And that is what I would put into my Wakelet. Then you could also copy the images, or you could save them and put those into your Wakelet. But you see, it's actually really easy to build these. I had teachers who at first were like, this is way overwhelming. This is going to be too hard to do, but it's actually a lot easier than you think. One of my teachers had the students do a project on Texas heroes because, again, I'm in Texas, and we built a Wakelet that was full of anybody ever who might have been a hero in Texas. And it had all sorts of information. There were videos, there were articles, there were biographies, there were links to ebooks. There were so many different things in there. And so again, it was that mini database. The students are still getting the skills. They're still having to look within the Wakelet to find what they want to learn. And they're still going to have to analyze that text to make that final product of what they are going to share when they're finished. So let's open up these slides one more time. So the way that I make these in the step-by-step process, I've included it very step-by-step in the slides for you if you want to make one on your own. You go to Wakelet, you make a new collection, you put in your resources. I like to organize by categories because when a student goes into the real databases, or the big databases as I call them, it's going to be organized by articles. They can click on videos, they can click on music. There's lots of different things that they can find. And so I kind of like to do the same thing in my Wakelets where things are organized by the categories. You want to give clear descriptions. So you don't want a student clicking on a PDF thinking it might take them to a video or thinking it might take them to something else. So you want to make sure that those have clear descriptions, especially for your kiddos who are going to use a screen reader and it's going to read to them what that resource is. Again, include those multimedia elements so your students are getting all different sources. And of course, share the link with your students. So some of the best practices when you're making your mini databases, you want to keep your resource count manageable because remember, we don't want to overwhelm the students. The whole point of the mini database was to keep it manageable and not overwhelm your kiddos. And so I like to make a max of 10 resources for a topic. So when we were talking about the huge Texas Heroes Wakelet, we did have smaller Wakelets and they were inside the big Wakelet and they were organized by the person. So within the huge Wakelet, they found their specific person and then that person's Wakelet was full of the different resources we wanted. So just like you saw where it wasn't full of lots and different things, you do want to keep it manageable because again, we want our kiddos to feel successful and to be able to get the skills of the research that they're doing. Again, include those multi-level resources. You want to have things that are going to have your basic reading levels for your kiddos who are still developing their reading abilities. And then you want some advanced content for your kiddos who might need those extended tools or those extended activities. You want both visual and audio resources for our diverse learners. Give them clear navigation. So again, having those descriptions, having your Wakelet divided to where it'll say everything here is going to be a video. You can use the different divisions where you've got the different columns in your Wakelet. Again, add your resource descriptions, consider the language support. Make sure you're enabling the collaborative features if you want your students to collaborate on a Wakelet or if you want to be able to share it with them, and do regular content updates. You don't want to give them one Wakelet and then use it the same one maybe 2 or 3 years later or 2 or 3 months later. You want them to be able to go back into it and keep learning the same way they would in a regular database, especially if you know that this is a project that your students are going to be doing throughout a school year or throughout a month or throughout a quarter, whatever they're working on. You want it to be updated just like a regular database would be. So some of the great things about using Wakelet when you're teaching your research is your students still are going to have to do that source evaluation, right? They're still going to have to look at that PDF article that you put in there and decide, is this something that is going to be useful for my project? Is this something that sounds credible? The great thing about including the citation at the bottom of the article is they know exactly where that information came from. And so they can decide, is this a credible source for me? So again, we're still teaching those research skills. We're just making it more manageable. They're still having to learn digital citizenship because Wakelet is a great way for them to start collecting things together and learn how to work together and be collaborative and share those citations that they might be using. There's the information organization and categorization that they can do within Wakelet. I encourage my students to play with all the different layouts and find one that works for them. Again, they're going to get those collaborative research techniques if you want them to work together in a project, or if you are maybe working one-on-one with a kiddo and they're doing one with you. Those note-taking strategies are also part of the Wakelet features. So when they can add text, if they are making their own Wakelet, or if you're sharing a Wakelet, then you can have them add notes underneath. Maybe this is what I learned from this article, or maybe this is what I got out of this video that was important that I'm going to use in my research project. And then they can use everything they've learned and put it into a different presentation output. Or again, I love to have my students use Wakelet as their final project, where they put everything that they learned for their research and everything that they used for their research into one collection. Some of the ways that you can monitor the student progress and continue to support them through the process of using a mini database is make sure that they are getting those skills and using the research skills. So don't tell them, make sure when they're going in there, tell them, don't just click on articles. Make sure you're reading the article. Make sure you're looking at the actual information. Make sure we're looking at the words that are in there and that we're not just copy pasting, because we want them to, again, learn how to paraphrase. We want them to pick the correct sources. We want them to choose resources that are going to be applicable to their projects. Again, using those different kinds of resources are what they're going to need, because that's one of the skills that we want them to use as future ready learners, is to be able to utilize all the different resources that are available to them. Again, collaborative participation. We know that collaboration is part of those future ready goals that we want our students to use. And so by being able to see each other's Wakelets, if that's something you like to do, where your students get to look at each other's, they can look at what each other has been learning and ask each other questions. Or if they're working together in a Wakelet, saying, hey, why would this resource be better to put in than this one? And we're still building, again, those independent research skills that we want to focus on and continue to help them grow so that they can be those independent learners that we want. So thanks so much for having me today, everybody. My contact information is on this last slide. You've got my email. I am on social media at Lispy Librarian. The link to my slides is on here, and all my contact information is at the bottom. All right. Thanks so much, everybody. I'm going to check if we had any questions.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I don't think there's any questions, but I'm just going to play a few comments on screen, see if anything sticks out to yourself. I mean, for me, I love the mini databases idea. I love the idea of vetted content. It's all there. I like how you brought in the mixed resources, you know, for those diverse needs of students, audio, video, PDF, text. So that's really good to see too. See Dr. Nikki House here saying, yep, using those columns, get as much kind of subcategories as possible to make it easy to navigate. Because like you said, otherwise you've got your big database that does all that, that overwhelmingness. So break it down as much as you can into those columns. But yeah, really, really good, Stephanie. I mean, for you I don't know, how important is it that the students aren't overwhelmed by these research topics?
I think if the students go in overwhelmed, it's already going to be too hard for them. I like to make sure that my students just mentally are ready for the project, because when you tell a middle schooler, especially a little sixth grader who's like 11, hey, we're going to do research today, they're like, oh, what does that mean in middle school? So making sure that they feel ready and confident in their skills, especially just starting the project, is a huge element for me, because I don't want them to go in and think, I'm already confused, you know, I'm already lost. We want them to make sure that they're confident and I think starting with the mini databases has helped them. I just had a student, we are at the high school today for our convocation, and I just had a student tell me she built a mini database for her summer project that she had to do a research project on, and shared it. And she was like, this was so much easier than having to do a regular research project because I'm also sharing my resources. But she was like, the way that you taught us was so much easier because I felt ready when we were they use JSTOR, and it's a very overwhelming database if you've never used it. But it was really great to hear her tell me, like, something that I taught her, I think it was last October, was still helping her.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a good point, actually, because I suppose you come at it from the student side, make sure they're not overwhelmed with the resources, but then to hear it as a teacher, I can fully understand as a teacher, knowing that you know the exact resources, they're there all around dinosaurs, they're all categorized correctly, and you know what, the content's vetted. I know it's good content, either from my librarian or my tech coach, or even from myself. And there's no worries of them going down the rabbit hole of the internet and ending up on different websites and different content that you don't really want to teach. It could be a grade higher, could be lower, that sort of stuff. So you know exactly what's there. So yeah, I think that's absolutely perfect, and that's great feedback from the teacher to hear that. Amazing. Well, I'll play some more comments. Stephanie, absolutely amazing. Of course, like I said, I've seen you present before. I know your passion for mini databases and databases altogether and resources. And I just thank you so much for jumping on and sharing that with our global audience today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Amazing. Thank you. Have a great day, Stephanie.
You too. Bye.
Yes, bye-bye. Okay, wow. Well, it looks like everyone enjoyed that session there. There's a lot to take away from that. As mentioned, Wakelet, we made Wakelet to organize the internet. That was the mission that we set out upon many years ago. And to see how that's transcended into the classroom for librarians and for students to be able to pull those vetted resources together and allow those students to not feel overwhelmed. The internet can be a scary place. It can be very overwhelming, especially when you're researching certain topics. So to have those vetted resources in one place that makes the teacher feel more confident and the students feel confident in starting that important skill, which is research, it is super good to have. So Stephanie, like I say, thank you so much for joining us today. And again, thank you for everyone in the chat for still staying with us. We have one more speaker with us. We're going to stay in the USA, and we're going to welcome Dan to the screen. Welcome, Dan.
Hey, thanks for having me, James. Long time no talk.
Yeah, no, Dan, it's been a while. Well, thank you so much for jumping on. I know you've been using Wakelet for a while now, so I'm very excited to see how you're using Wakelet, and thank you again for sharing with us today.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
Amazing. Well, the stage is yours for the next 20 minutes or so. I'll be behind stage. Share your screen. It's all yours.
All right. There we go. All right. Hey, guys, quick question. Looking at this screen, which one are you going to choose, left or right? One shows students going through some motions, and the other one shows students fully engaged, building some robots, some sparks flying. Well, today we're going to talk about moving from that classroom on the left to the classroom on the right using PBL, project-based learning, and Wakelet to create some classrooms that come alive. But before we dive into today's topic, I want to take a moment to have you guys think about when you were in school. Now, for me, that was in the late 1900s. And what was the most memorable learning experience you ever had? I'm going to bet that your most memorable experience didn't involve a lecture. It didn't involve a worksheet. I'm going to bet on the fact that it was something you did, something you created, and something that had meaning to you, that was real. Well, keep that thought in mind today, because we're going to explore a powerful approach to learning that champions those kind of experiences. It's called project-based learning, and how this fantastic tool of Wakelet can help impact that process. My name, if you didn't already know, is Dan Thomas. I am a recently retired STEM teacher over here in the States. I'm an education consultant, a PBL advocate, along with a laundry list of other things that I don't have time to talk about in 20 minutes. And I'm excited to share about how we can empower our students to become curious investigators and creative problem solvers. So But first, we got to look at what is success, right? So what do we deem success in school? But, and a lot of times it equates to that test. But what if we define success a little bit differently? Take a moment to consider. If we measure success, if our measure of success wasn't just about what students could recall on a test, but about what their capacity to tackle real-world challenges, to innovate, to collaborate, what changes would we see in our classroom? This question gets to the heart of why project-based learning is so crucial today. We're preparing students for a world that demands adaptability, a lot of critical thinking, and the ability to apply knowledge, not just accumulate it. PBL offers that framework to cultivate these essential skills, moving well beyond rote memorization, which there's still a need for, to some truly meaningful learning. So what exactly is this thing called project-based learning? Well, it's more than just doing that project at the end of a unit. A lot of teachers do that. And a lot of people think, hey, that's what PBL is. But PBL is completely different. It's really a fundamental shift where the project itself becomes the vehicle for learning. Students dive deep into an authentic question or a real-world problem. That's hard for me to say sometimes. And through that investigation, they acquire knowledge and develop skills. Think of it as learning by doing, which is kind of what we do in the classroom anyways. But it's got a real purpose. So instead of being told what to learn, students are driven by a need to know now in order to solve their project's challenge. And this approach fosters a much deeper understanding than traditional methods. It naturally cultivates, it's English, naturally cultivates those highly sought after 21st century skills, or as I've grown to call them, durable skills, because we're a quarter of the way through the 21st century already. And these skills are often very, very difficult for us to explicitly teach. As Stephanie said, when an 11-year-old comes in, they don't necessarily want to learn research practices, but those research practices tie right in here into project-based learning. These skills include, but are not limited to, collaboration, critical thinking, communication, and creativity. And it works because students are actively applying them. And perhaps, more importantly, it significantly boosts the engagement of students and gives them a sense of ownership and agency in their learning. And a side benefit, behavior problems go away. And these are the skills, these 21st century or durable skills are the skills that our kids are going to use well outside the classroom. So to ensure a PBL experience is truly transformative, it needs to have some key features. This graphic from PBL Works is often referred to as the gold standard of PBL, and it illustrates these essential elements. The first thing PBL starts with is an essential question, a challenging problem, something that sparks the curiosity and drives the entire project. And it has to relate to your kids. Then this leads into that sustained inquiry where we can pull in some of Stephanie's mini databases, where students engage in deep research and investigation. Authenticity is crucial. PBL projects must include real-world context and issues, things that have meaning to our students. It also builds student agency with the student voice and choice. It empowers students to make decisions and take ownership of their learning. Reflection, which I'm not very good at, but I really need to grow on. And it allows our students to process their learning throughout the project. The critique and revision stage is huge. This is where our kids get to fail. This is where our kids get to change and make improvements, because it's an invaluable lesson that learning is iterative and improvement comes from feedback. And finally, and one of the most important parts, is a public product, sharing the work outside the classroom walls. That adds a sense of purpose and accomplishment. It's all of these elements together, not one in isolation, that makes PBL so powerful. PBL's appeal to students is clear. During a recent study, 71% value the freedom to design their own projects. Could you imagine having your kids design how they're going to learn? This voice and choice fosters incredible ownership and engagement. They're motivated by tackling real world problems and issues they generally care about. This relevance transforms learning from abstract concepts into meaningful action. And for the principals and school leaders, they see a tangible benefit. A significant 69% report increased enthusiasm for schoolwork among students. This directly addresses the challenges we have today in education with student engagement. But beyond engagement, PBL is that powerhouse for those 21st century durable skills. It supports content application and understanding, ensuring that students will not lose what they learn. They will really learn it. But as for teachers, you guys, strong 74% of all teachers believe that students would benefit from PBL. And it's not just a fleeting trend, it's a deeply held conviction. And last but certainly not least, parents are key advocates for it. A long-term impact. A substantial 62% believe that it's the best way for their kids to develop skills for future success. So just think about how you learned, you student taught. That's PBL. That's practicing what you're doing. Now, how do we manage all of this? All this inquiry, all this collaboration, all this creation? That's where Wakelet comes in. It acts like, as if you didn't know, a digital scrapbook or a central hub where you can collect, organize anything from the web: articles, videos, web pages, images, PDFs, tweets, notes, whatever it is. For PBL, Wakelet is a revolutionary tool. It allows students to organize, curate all of their research and resources in one place, like the example Stephanie shared with us just a minute ago, making the sustained inquiry process tons smoother. And it's fast, and it's fantastic for collaboration, as multiple students can contribute to the same Wakelet in real time, in real ways. And when it comes to that public product at the end, Wakelet is outstanding. Students can create dynamic multimedia presentations of their final work. They can also use it for reflection, adding personal notes and thoughts directly alongside their resources. And finally, it provides a clear, documented trail that we all want for the inquiry journey, from initial questions to final solutions. But enough talk about the what and the why. I'm going to take you on a quick tour of some of the Wakelet collections that I have used to demonstrate my PBL journey. Little side note here. My school was not a Wakelet school, so I wasn't able to capture any student curated collections of my work, of my students' work, but I'm going to show you how I shared this out with my students. And as I navigate through some of these examples, I encourage you to think about which of these PBL core components you see Wakelet supporting in each case. How does it make the learning process visible, more organized, and more engaging? See if I can find that page. There we go. So here is my showcase. Link is in the chat. You can find it on my page here at the top. It is right here. The Coach Thomas's PBL showcase. So I added my slide deck. The first thing I added in here was, and I thought this was a great resource. A while ago I did a Wakelet or a short for this company called Fobiz on implementing project-based learning. So if you can click on that, and you can take my little 20-minute course on implementing project-based learning in your classroom. So the first one I did, and I used a lot of AI. I'm not going to lie, I used a lot of AI to create some of these. Which, why wouldn't you, right? So I created this one. I do a crane project, STEM teacher crane project. So what I love about Wakelet is Inception, right? If you ever seen the movie Inception, where you go inside of somebody's dreams and all that kind of stuff, I can embed a Wakelet inside of a Wakelet, and it's awesome for that. So I created what I called the teacher section. All right. So I created this project. So I broke it down. Here's my theme. So this would be something that I might turn into my administrator if he needs a lesson plan. I'm going to send him this because it's all right here, and I can update it. So I give you some hooks, some driving questions. I got my learning goals. I got my product deliverables, all that kind of stuff in just a simple format, right? I'm big on keeping it simple. It does not have to be this super involved process. It can be as simple or as robust as you want. Through a picture in of my plan, right? So I can share this with other teachers like you guys. You can take this and run with it. I love it if you do. I want to know about it. And then what does success look like, and some reflection questions that I built in. But then what I did is I also created one for the students. And again, this is a very simple one. There's not a lot here. And for the students, they don't need it necessarily broken down into the driving question, the sustained inquiry, and all that stuff. They don't really care about that. It's how we set it up as teachers. So I set it up as a mission. Right? So here's my mission brief. Here's some of my objectives. The kids have access to the resources. If I run out of resources and I need to change something, that's why I love Wakelet. One of the many reasons is I can go in here, make this change, and it changes for everybody. I got my rules. This one I was focusing on the engineering design process, so I broke it down that way. And questions, again, a very simple one. Kids loved it. They really enjoyed the way it shared out, and they could take it step by step. If I were to maybe revise this a little bit, I might put in there a teacher checkpoint that I could check off on some things, maybe a tracker of some sort in there, but I could do that fairly simply. So that was that one. All right. So taking it a little bit further now, right? Because these are things that I took for granted in the classroom, and I can't believe, and it's hard for me sometimes to understand that, a lot of teachers don't do this. It was a candy dispenser challenge. I really wanted to bring in some aspect of some computer science into this. So I went into everybody's friend Canva and made some graphics and changed it up a little bit. Now I'm just showing you the student version, but what I did here was something a little bit different, right? Through a work of another project, and I'm going to show you that here in a minute, we did these things called KSBs, or knowledge and skill builders. You might think of them as milestones or mini lessons or things like that. But now the kid could click on this thing, right? It brings up that PDF like we've seen, I'm sure, bazillion times over this course of this week. And the kid could print this out if they need it, if you wanted it. It could be, sent home with a kid. Again, I can change it without making a change to everything, because we were an office school. And if I threw this in OneNote and had to make a change, I would have to change everybody's OneNote. That's part of the beauty of Wakelet, right? So they would do this. And that's kind of how that one's laid out. All of these KSBs are simply little PDFs that the kids could print out. Instead of printing out that big packet, they could print it out when they needed. They could answer right here. I'm going to show you a way I got around that other thing to kick it up another notch. And then some conclusions. And the best part, I showed them my example, right? I created some examples. I threw some pictures in there, and I gave them an example. So the kids were given examples and ideas and thoughts, and just an outline that I could change and update on the fly. And it was awesome. And you didn't need to log in. You didn't need a web page. You didn't need all of that kind of stuff. Robot arms kind of structured the same way, but really what I want to show you with this one is I added in Google Forms. So now it's kind of the same setup as the last one, but now I could add in a Google form, right? So I could add in the Google form for the kid to electronically, maybe you want to go paperless. Maybe you're a virtual school and you need to go paperless. All right. So we can add those things in there. And if you're a Microsoft school, then it's a Microsoft form, or however you want to do it. Maybe you can do a Snorkel video response in there, or whatever it is you need to do. So there's lots of options for that. Again, all kinds, and then there's my conclusions and the conclusions and reflections form. All right, so that's in there. a couple more things. I gave you in this collection, I put just kind of a generic template in there that you can copy and paste. And I put a link to another project-based learning thing in there. There's one more thing I want to show you that James probably doesn't know about, but they do at Wakelet, because I was asked to be part of this big grant to design some activities. And the guy that was in charge of it says, how are we going to get this stuff out there? And without hesitation, I'm like, we're going to make a Wakelet. So we created this ginormous document, which isn't quite ready for prime time yet, but I'm just giving you a sneak preview to do some of these activities. So this was sent out to teachers over the summer in New York State to work on. But again, it's very set up very well. If we had to make changes to it and update and add things, we could do that. All right. So it was awesome to do some of these PBL type projects in there. So I just wanted to share that with you. This is coming out, so watch for it. You'll look at my webpage, my Wakelet page. All right. So on my Wakelet page, just so you know, you can find all of that stuff up here. Another little mini project that I did and some other information there. But that's kind of in a nutshell how I use Wakelet to create some of those things. So what about some practical tips? If you're feeling inspired, I hope you are. I really hope you are, because PBL is an awesome, awesome place to go, and it doesn't have to be huge. You know, a lot of people think of PBL and projects as 2 or 3 weeks. It can be half a class. It doesn't have to be ginormous. So I'm just asking you, start small, right? You don't feel like you have to go all in. Maybe you just use it to collect some resources. Maybe you use it just like I showed you there to just kind of share some resources. Model it, right? Show the kids that you're learning something. Show the kids that they're going to how to use the platform to create their own Wakelets. It's a great tool. It's going to serve them well when they go to school, if and when they go to college or beyond in the workplace even. Because if you ever listen to the origin story of Wakelet, it was built in a workplace like that. So encourage some creativity. That's what we want. We want the kids to play with it. Let them play with it. Let them design the learning themselves. And sometimes on that regard, we as teachers are the ones that keep the kids from trying things because we don't think they're ready. Give them a shot. What's the worst that's going to happen? You push the delete button, no big deal. Right? Remind them to go beyond the links. Write their own thoughts. Use it as a journal, a diary, whatever. It's a great place, and it's private unless they decide to share it. And finally, leverage Wakelet for feedback. Students can share their collection with peers and get some real-time feedback. You can share it with authentic audiences and people in the businesses doing this. And these small steps can lead to significant gains in student achievement. And at the end of the day, isn't that what we want? So what are your next steps? We covered a lot. I did it, very short, but did a lot. I want to know what resonated with you. What challenges do you think you're going to see? What ideas do you have? Please reach out to me. There's some contact information there. And as I leave you today, I encourage you to take that first step. Just consider making your PBL unit. And if you're going to make your PBL unit, Wakelet can only enhance it because it's free, it's easy to use, and it's powerful for both you and your students. So let's empower our students to be curious investigators, creative problem solvers, and engaged citizens ready to make an impact. Feel free at any time to reach out to me and connect with me. I'm on all the socials at Coach Thomas Tech. Check out my podcast. Some of my biggest episodes were all about PBL. My podcast is called the Tech Ed Clubhouse. Anywhere you get your podcast, head over to my website, CoachThomasTech.com for more.
Wow, Dan, that was brilliant. Thank you so much. Again, I'll just play some of the comments up on screen so you can see those. Right, yes. They're saying they've become mini teachers with PBL.
Yes, huge. That's what we want.
Exactly. And I'll pick on something actually. When you mentioned before, right at the start, PBL, the reason I love it so much, and you touched on it, is you learn by doing. I mean, that's exactly what you said you do, as an educator, me in my professional life, in anything I do. I have to be hands-on. I learned more by doing it. I did an apprenticeship instead of going to university, and that was so much better for me and a lot of students, because how much do you learn when you actually do it? And like you said, the peer feedback, the failing and going again, it's super crucial.
If you do sports, or you're in music, or you do the musical, or whatever it is you do outside of the classroom, that's how we learn. That's how we, I mean, you fell off your bike, right? You fell down when you walked. Heck, I still fall down. I play golf. Talk about learning from failure all the time right there. Holy cow, Batman.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. I mean, another point I'd like to just ask you on, you mentioned how PBL can help with behavior management at the start. I mean, that's always one topic that gets brought up a lot of times from teachers and schools these days. Why do you think PBL helps with behavior management so much?
Because the kids are bought in, right? They're bought. There's a reason they want to do it. It's fun, right? On top of everything, one of my catchphrases is, "Where's the fun in that?" Right? So you got to have fun with it, right? And they own it. They are deciding how they're showcasing their learning. They're not just taking that test and trying to score the most points, right? Because we got those kids that play the game of school, and those kids are point getters. We want real learning, right? And that's how we learn. If we want this learning to stick out in the real world, then they gotta fail, and we gotta let them fail, and build the space to do that.
Exactly. Yeah. And like you said, that's what we want to do in education, is build an environment to allow them to fail safely, and then learn from that. Wow. Yeah. Brilliant, Dan. Thank you so much for sharing that. As I mentioned before, with all the speakers, resources from Dan and the socials will be in the collection. Just fill out that certificate link. But Dan, as always, really appreciate you jumping on and sharing how you use Wakelet.
Oh, glad I could be here, James. Nice seeing you again.
Amazing. Nice seeing you, Dan. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. Incredible. Yep. I mean, we expect it from Dan. Dan has been a Wakelet ambassador for many years now, using Wakelet, and PBL is a great topic. We touch on it quite often here at Wakelet. And as I said, personally, it's something that I truly believe in with learning by doing. And as Dan said there, having students bought into that project can do no harm. So if you're interested in that, as Dan said, start small, take that leap. The worst you can do is hit delete on it and go back to what you were doing. So maybe that's something you can try out in the new school year that's coming very soon. But yeah, thank you so much, Dan. So we have a few more minutes left until the next block. What I'll try and do is, if you were on before, I tried to share a video of one of our trainers sharing how they use Wakelet. So what I'm going to do is try to open up this Canva and see if I can share it with you. She shared a video because she couldn't make it today. So I'm going to share a video from Jennifer Mitchell, our amazing trainer, on how she creates assignments in Wakelet. So I'm just going to go ahead and share this, and fingers crossed you can see it and hear it.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to take just a few minutes to show you how easy it is to create an assignment and share it through Wakelet. So I have here, I have an example of a playlist for 6th grade students using a Common Sense Education digital citizenship lesson. So I'm going to click on the collection. From here, I'm going to click on Make a Copy. Notice, if you will, I am in my personal account right now, which is totally fine. I can still share for my school. So I'm going to make a copy. I don't want to share it to a space. I want to share it to a group. So what I can do is I can actually choose multiple classes so that I'm sharing it one time. So I'm going to go down to my presentation class, and I'm going to copy it. It should now be in my presentation class. So I'm going to click on my profile picture, and then I'm going to go to my school education plan. Here, right here, you can see the collection that I shared. So I'm going to open that up. And you can see that right from here, I can make it an activity. I don't even have to go right to that class, that group that I'm sharing it with. And I'm going to leave some quick instructions. Use this Wakelet as a playlist to complete the lesson. Directions are in collection. Start at the top and work your way down to the bottom. All right, so I'm actually going to make these bullets so that the students can get a better sense of what to do. Okay, it's there. All I need to do when I'm ready is click on Start Activity. If I'm not ready to start it, I can click off and it stays. So I'm going to start the activity. It will allow students to begin work. I can also go in and see the work that the students are doing. Okay, so there it is. I'm going to click on activity again, and you can see that I have 2 students down here that it has now been shared with in my group. So I'm going to go to groups, and I'm going to click on presentation class because that's where I shared it. And you can see here they have 2 assignments. If I click on this one and go in again, you can see that neither student has started. But once they do, I can go in and look at each student's individual Wakelet and add comments as notes and give them feedback and suggestions. When they're done, all they'll need to do is click Submit for review.
And there we go. Hopefully you could hear and see that. I think you could in the comments. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, just a quick mini Wake idea there from Jennifer using her Education Pro account to share those activities with her students. So just an easier, quicker way to assign those almost like templates, that scaffolding of a collection directly to your students within your school workspace. So if you're interested in that, please do get in touch. That is part of our school and district offering. And like I said, it just makes it super easy just to share those collections to students. Okay, we are almost at time. So what I'll do is we'll finish up here. And in about 20 minutes or so, you'll be joined by Amy and some more amazing speakers. For now, though, as mentioned, use those comments. Please share as much as possible. Sharing is caring. Any idea you hear and see, people joining throughout the day, by the way, so any idea you see, pop it in the comments and people will read it later on, and then they might go back to that timestamp. So share for the rest of the 4 hours we have left of this 12-hour live stream. We appreciate you jumping on. And as I said before, any comment that you put on here, you post on the Community Hub, or you post on social media, will count towards that competition. The first winners have actually been DM'd on the Community Hub. So if you've not checked your DMs, go to the Community Hub, check your DMs. And if you have, let us know if you've won already, because I think we announced maybe 10 or 20 winners so far. You can win vouchers for coffee, vouchers for Amazon. You can win some Wakelet Robot socks, Wakelet Robot plushie toy, and obviously some subscriptions to Wakelet Pro as well. And with that Pro subscription, you'll receive those new features, pinned items, colored items, image carousel, and a few more. Obviously, we mentioned the Wakelet Live that'll be coming soon too. And again, with the resources, if you need them, if you want them, fill out that certificate link in the top of the YouTube comments. It should be pinned up there. Fill that out with your details, and you'll be emailed the resource collection with every single bit of resource in there. So again, you may only be here for one of the sessions out the full 12 hours, but you'll receive all the resources to look through at any time beyond this point. So enjoy that. Okay, right, let's go grab a cup of tea, and you'll be joined by Amy in about 20 minutes. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another segment of the 12-hour live stream. Thank you all so much for jumping on and tuning in. I'm seeing lots of familiar names coming through the chat who have been here for quite some time. So lovely to see you still joining us, but some new names and faces as well. So yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. Now we do have a little bit of time before our next session, but I wanted to just jump on and have a chat with you all and just kind of check in as well. But yeah, please continue to use the chat as we go through the sessions and continue to share. Anas, hi Anas. Great to see you in the chat there. Katrin, hey Katrin, your session earlier was fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Vision Club, I've been seeing you pop up in the chat and you've been so wonderful and so supportive with our speakers. So thank you so much for being a cheerleader in the chat with everyone who's been sharing. We have had quite a day so far. We started off in Malaysia this morning and we have been to and heard voices from educators in India, in Tunisia, in Egypt, all over the world, and we have quite a few more speakers to come. So and we're now in the US. So it's fantastic to hear so many voices across the world. So we hope you're enjoying all the sessions. I know I have been. I've been kind of enjoying in the background, so it's nice to finally be on with you guys. But yeah, it's been fantastic to hear from everyone. So as I said, we'll be starting very soon. Frankie, who was jumping in the chat not too long ago, she's going to be sharing some great stuff in just a moment. But for now, I just wanted to kind of do a check-in and see how everyone's finding the day and community week in general. And if any of our leaders or ambassadors are in the chat, you do know I love getting your feedback and doing something a bit interactive. I do love a Menti. So we're going to be getting that up in just a moment. But first, I wanted to jump in and just kind of remind you guys. I know James mentioned it earlier for those of you who were tuning in then. But if you weren't, we do have lots of new features and enhancements out that you're actually able to try out right now. So I'm going to jump in and just share a few of those just for anyone who may have missed that. So James, you should be able to see that. I know you're helping out in the background. I think we're all good.
Hello. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, fantastic. This collection, you can go and look through it yourself as well if you haven't already. That is linked out in our Explore page, so you can have a little look through this. But some of these enhancements, some of these features are actually available now. So I'd love to encourage you to go and try them out if you haven't done so already. But one of them I've demonstrated here because we've spoken a lot about our AI enhancements and they are all incredible. But those ones aren't quite out just yet. So I've actually collapsed that segment just there. And that is one of our new enhancements to sections that we have released right now. So that is available for everyone and you can try that out. A really good example of how you could use that, if you haven't seen already, if you've been following along with all of those all of the sessions that have been going on. This resource collection that we've been sharing is a great way to do it, but we understand that there are so many sessions that you've been tuning into. So this is segmented, this is sectioned off into the different segments and parts that we've had. So again, if you're looking for a particular segment and looking for the resources in there, that comes really in handy. So you can actually use that now in those collections. So I'm going to jump back to that tab there. So that's one that you can try out very much straight away. Same with inserting sections wherever you want. That's going to be really handy, particularly if you're organizing maybe existing collections as well. Another thing I wanted to give a shout out to for any of our premium or ambassadors, if you're part of our community and ambassadors, you'll be able to try these ones out as well. So you can now add color to items, which means that you can actually kind of highlight particular pieces of content within your collection. I really love that it kind of looks a bit like a sticky note or something. So again, it kind of shines a light on a piece of content that you're wanting to highlight. And again, that's going to really help, particularly if you're putting up sort of mood boards and you're wanting to highlight particular pieces of content, as is our pinned items. So if you have learning goals, lesson objectives that you want to keep to the top, you're able to do that. And then if I just jump back, sorry, I'm jumping to and fro here. But we also do have the image carousel. So this is going to be a really fantastic feature, particularly for those of you who are creative, those of you who use those infographics, or even like I've done here, putting like step 1, step 2. It looks great within a collection, but again, it allows you to tell a story with images. If you're anyone who documents any trips or uploads lots of photos as well, you can create these beautiful albums within your collection. So those are a few I just wanted to highlight, and just to remind you that you can try those out. So I hope you do. Any questions just before I jump into over to the Mentimeter, James?
I'm going to look through. There's not too many questions, more comments and excitement to do with Community Week and the new features.
Fantastic. Well, in that case, I'm going to jump on over, because I wanted to start getting everyone's thoughts and feelings. And we are doing Wakelet Connect sessions throughout the I've got sections on the brain. Wakelet Connect sessions throughout the week as well. We did one on Tuesday. We're doing another one tomorrow as well. And this is really an opportunity in a more like a smaller group for us to kind of get some FaceTime with you guys and understand a little bit more about what you want to see in Wakelet and what you want to see in the community as well. So yeah, we'd love for you to join this. If you can't, no worries, you can continue leaving comments in the chat as well. James, in the chat, I've put in the code or the link for people to join. So if you don't mind sharing that as well, that would be great. You can either scan the code, or at menti.com, you can put that in there as well. But yeah, if you can give me a little thumbs up, just so I know that a few people are joining, I'll give you a minute just to jump on and join. But yeah, if you're able to, like I said, it's been a long day, and I know that a lot of you have been tuning in to lots of different sessions throughout the day. So yeah, I thought this would be fun just to check in and see how everyone's getting on. But yeah, I'm seeing a couple of thumbs coming through there. So hopefully you're able to join that. And like I said, if you can't, no worries, we'll keep an eye, and I'll keep jumping back into the chat as well. Okay, fantastic. We've got a few thumbs coming up, so I'm just going to jump in. I think you can just join it throughout as well. So if you're a little bit joining after, you'll be able to, it'll keep the code at the top there, and that link's in the chat now for you as well. But I wanted to kick off, and I know we always ask this question, and particularly in the chat, we've seen so many of you from all over the world. But in Menti, you can create this really cool word cloud. So I wanted to see these coming through. Hey, let me guess, is that one James?
That is me.
Yeah, good. I was going to say you're very close. In the other room, in fact. So yes, myself and James are based in Manchester. But yeah, I really wanted to start creating this kind of word cloud all together as well, because like I said, we see it in the chat, but I thought it'd be really nice to see it in this way as well. Love that. Nordic countries, New Jersey, Finland, US, Croatia, home. Love that. We are in the Wakelet office in Manchester in the UK. Oh, they're coming through fast now. I think we've got Turkey in there as well. Tunisia, fantastic. The US, a few people from the US and Croatia. Estonia, yeah. We've got an Okatrins on there from Estonia. And I love the, nice words as well. The great, the amazing. But yeah, like I said, I know we always want to know whereabouts you're joining us from. But it's always so lovely to see. And I know a lot of you are tuning in, and it's lots of different times. It's, what time are we on here? It's 7:15 here in the UK. So I know for some of you, it's a little bit later as well. So thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Yeah, I want to know where the Hockey City is.
Hockey City, yeah.
Yeah, the Hockey City. I've just Googled it, and I'm not too sure where that is. It says there's the best 10 hockey cities in America, so is it in the US? I don't know.
quite possibly. We've got Poland in there as well. Yeah, whoever put that one in, let us know in the comments as well, because we can add to it. Italy,
Morocco.
fantastic. Finland. Okay, I think we'll jump on to the next one. But yeah, always love it. And I really just wanted to see it in that visual as well, because it's so fun to see, and you can see how many are joining as well. Fantastic. Okay, so I've just given you a little update and insight again into some of the features that we have recently released, and someone's already going for it. So you can vote on multiple as well, but I'd love to know which Wakelet features you're most excited to try. So which enhancements, features? Is it the image carousel, as someone just voted there? Is it the smart collections, the AI functionality that we've built in, the collapsible sections, adding a bit of color to items? Yeah, I'd love to know which you're most excited to try. James, which are you most excited to try? Have you cast your vote?
Yes, I cast my vote. I've gone for pinned items. I'm always collaborating, you know, that sharing collaborative collections with people, and I always like to have instructions. I don't really like putting them in the description of the collection too much. I like having the text and the different formatting. So now I can get rid of that frustration of the instructions going down the collection and being lost. I can just pin it right at the top. So that is my favorite. I would have voted for a few more, by the way. I can only vote once.
That's
if I had to vote, and I did.
Apologies. I thought I said it so that there was multiple. So everyone only gets the one. So we have to choose wisely.
Wisely.
But I think I agree with the majority here. The image carousel is something that I'm super excited about. I mean, they all enhance organization in some form. But for me, I'm a very visual person, so I love to include infographics and graphics to my collections. So having that in a nice, clear, almost like slideshow way, for me visually, that's really appealing. But also, again, in terms of just kind of structuring a collection a little bit more. And I think there's just so much you can do with that as well. Rather than having it kind of in that linear format that we could, you had to have it before. I think it just adds another element there, and you can kind of move across and create a bit more flow within your collection. Okay, I'm going to jump on to the next one. So what's been your favorite community week takeaway so far? So there have been today and yesterday, there have been so many incredible shares. We've heard from, as I said, educators all around the world. So whether it's been from yesterday, a session that really resonated with you, or something that you learned that maybe you didn't know before, it's a favorite takeaway, or even session that you've enjoyed so far. I know there's a lot. I hope with this one you can put multiple. Apologies if I didn't. But yeah, someone's mentioned new features. Yeah, Wakelet Live is always a fun one, and finding out about those. And what I've been so impressed and happy to see is that even our speakers have integrated some of those new features into their presentations and into the collections, and already showcasing how to use them, which is incredible to see. App smashing new apps with Wakelet, Gimkit Brisk way round from Meryl's session. They are fantastic at of course, sharing what they do, but also app smashing in particular. If you gave them two tools, they would find incredible ways and really beneficial ways to utilize them. But there's always so much purpose behind it as well, which is why we love hearing from the Meryls. There's always so many great ideas from them. They're so creative, but it very much puts the student in the forefront always with their ideas. So couldn't agree with you more. Student-led newsletters. I believe that was Rob earlier. He was sharing around student-led newsletters. That was one of your sessions, wasn't it, James?
Yes, it was.
Sorry.
It was yesterday, yeah. But it was Rob, you're right. Rob Mayfield was sharing those. Absolutely incredible newsletters. They're powerful. They bring stakeholders together, parents, admin, teachers, students. But he took it a step further and had his own student team in there, which is perfect for their confidence, their fact-finding, them bringing the community together rather than just himself. If you didn't catch that one, definitely go back and watch it.
Yeah, fantastic. And a few mentioned portfolios there, whether they're professional or student as well. We've had so many great highlights and talking around particularly that topic. And obviously we're very passionate about that at Wakelet. And so hearing from Brianna today on, you know, a more student perspective, but also hearing from, you know, multiple people who's talking about different portfolio aspects as well, which is really great to see. A few app smashing ones, and PBL, of course, as well, which is such a great topic and something that I love to hear about, how, you know, educators are using Wakelet to enhance PBL as well. Fantastic. Okay, we're going to jump on to the next one, because I think we'll be introducing our next speaker very soon. But yes, I wanted to also highlight what's one new idea or feature you can't wait to try after today. Is it some of our new ones? Is it something that you've discovered whilst watching a session that you didn't know Wakelet did and you really want to try it? Because of course, Wakelet Community Week is all about celebrating our community, highlighting educators and how they're using Wakelet, but it's also a great opportunity to learn new things, to get takeaways, particularly for the new school year. So for anyone who has started or, you know, has gone back already or is just about to go back for the new school year, it's a great way to gather those ideas and new takeaways for the new school year as well. So is there anything that you're excited to get started with? Weekly newsletters. I mean, I've always been a massive fan of newsletters on Wakelet. Ever really since, I know Brandy Reams, one of our ambassadors from, well, she has been for many years. I think she was one of our first ambassadors. She did some fantastic newsletters for her kindergarten students. And ever since I saw those, I thought it was a great way. And to see that, you know, expand and and educators take that and even bring it to the level that Robert has with having student-led newsletters, I think that's such a cool way to use Wakelet. James, any from you here?
Yes. I can't remember which one I put. I think
I put you on the spot.
That was interesting. The PBL project. I mean, that's the one that's most fresh in my mind as well. From Dan Thomas. It was literally maybe 30 minutes ago. Talking about PBL, how important it is for students to learn by doing, just like we do every day. And I think that should be one for a lot of people. Just try a PBL project, get those students bought into it. And I like what you said. Start with it, and if it fails, it fails. Just go back to what you were doing anyway. But I think it's a really, really good one. Someone else put the power of PBL there as well. Yeah, I think it was a great session, and it's a great thing to introduce to the classroom and try out.
Yeah, and for anyone wanting to learn and understand it even more, because I've seen there's a lot of interest in learning a bit more about PBL, particularly with Wakelet. We do have May joining us from the Philippines tomorrow, who will be doing a Wakelet PD. I think it's 2 o'clock UK time, but it's in the schedule, so go and check that out. She is super passionate about PBL, and the things that she's done within her school is incredible to see. So make sure you catch that session. If you can't catch it live, look back on that one as well, because and catch the replay, because yeah, I don't want to give too much away, but it was very much a new concept for her teachers and for where she is. But the way she's, you know, over the years been rolling this out, it's something she's really passionate about, and she's got so many incredible ideas to share. So yeah, make sure you tune into that one. Fantastic. And I love that with the valuable ideas for creating student portfolios, because we talk about portfolios, but there have been some great sessions today talking more about kind of in depth about the hows and the whys. And of course, Bria kicked us off with a session yesterday, really going at more of a deep dive into that and kind of providing a bit more reasoning, but also the kind of flow in which you can take to do that. And hearing from, again, Brianna today, from a student perspective, it's something that's very much you can roll out over time, and seeing those start to take place in different schools with different educators has been really powerful. So I'm glad that you're taking away ideas of that, because sometimes it's about how to get started as well. So yeah, some great answers in there. Okay, last one, a bit of a fun one, just before we jump back. But this was kind of inspired by the Wakelet team as well, because it's a long day here in the Wakelet office. We do kick off at 11 and we'll be clocking off at 11 as well. So is that James again?
That is me.
Yeah.
I have the donuts. I've got them here next to me.
I was going to mention the donuts. Yeah. So one of the favorite snacks here in the Wakelet office is donuts. Very nutritious. But yeah, I would love to know if there's any snacks, because like I said, there's been some of you who have been tuning in for quite some time now, and tuning into the different sessions. So yeah, share those and inspire us as well. Strawberries, someone's put that. Love that. Aisha from the Wakelet team, she's always got the fruit. She always, keeps us on track with the fruit and the blueberries. Love that. Popcorn, that's great. Hopefully you're being entertained, so that goes hand in hand. Cookies, great one. Coffee, yes. There's been a lot of coffee. So yeah, that's always good to see. But like I said, I appreciate you guys, those of you who've been to multiple sessions, and even if you're just tuning in now. But even if it's not during this, when you're taking part in PD, I always love to see the PD lunches and things like that, because I think it's a good combination. Sandwich, love. Pizza, that was yesterday, wasn't it, James?
It was yesterday, yeah.
all of our naughty treats this week. Grapes. A lot of you have gone the healthy route as well. Chocolate, love that. Fantastic. Okay. But yeah, I'm loving how prominent now coffee is standing out. But water is a good one. We're all keeping hydrated. So yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you all so much for jumping on and joining that. Just wanted to kick us off and get us warmed up for the next wonderful speakers that we have coming up. So I'm going to jump back. Oh, I think it's gone a bit dark in here. Hopefully you can still see me. So I'm going to jump back, and yeah, we're going to kick off in just a moment. So yes, like I said, we've got some wonderful speakers coming up. Continue the conversation in the chat. As James mentioned before as well, we do have the certificate link pinned at the top of that YouTube channel. So all of the resources that are being shared from all of the speakers are being added to those collections as well. So anything that you're wanting to see and watch back on, just keep an eye on that as well. Make sure you fill out that link. But for now, that's enough from me. So we're going to move on to the next wonderful speaker that we have for you for the 12-hour live stream. And yeah, super excited to have Frankie joining us, one of our wonderful Wakelet trainers. And yeah, I'm going to bring you on. Hi, Frankie. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. How has your day been?
Madness, cuckoo bananas. The daycare's canceled, so we might have some guests pop in if my kids come in. Hopefully Gabby's dollhouse keeps them distracted for the time being.
It's fine. The more the merrier. The more the merrier.
They would love it. They'd be thrilled.
Fantastic. Okay, well, I am going to hand the stage over to you. I'll be in the comments and in the back if you need me. But yeah, over to you, Frankie.
Okay, perfect. So, Amy, I'm going to just be perfect. You read my mind. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay, so hi, everyone. My name is Frankie Baker, and I am the community manager for RoboLink. In my previous life, I was a math teacher. Math 6 is my bread and butter. Love it. And then the last 3 years, I was a digital learning coach in Frisco, Texas. So what that meant was I helped teachers use technology. So that it's either getting them logged in, reminding them what software was used for what, or helping them really elevate their lessons. And Wakelet was a great way for us to do that, and a very simple way to do that. I might be out of the classroom and out of the brick and mortar school now, but I definitely know and have heard and resonate with the fact that we don't have time for all the things. We don't have time to make everything fantastic. We don't have time to put in the effort that we want. Something has to give. What I love about Wakelet is that you're able to put in minimal effort and have something really fantastic and really great. So that's what this presentation is about. Low lift, Wakelet activities for students. Long day, y'all. So having high impact with low effort or time commitment. So let's go ahead and dive in. I'm either going to breeze through this very, very fast, or I'm going to be very long-winded. Let's find out which one. So I've split up my Wakelet collection here, which I will share. I think it's still in my, see if I can, yep. Let me double check. I split up into 4 different sections. The first is student-owned, then it's student-paced, then it's collaborative. What's the last one? And embedded. So these are really great. These are just that you may have seen them before, but maybe when we talk about it today, you can have a different mindset with it. So with student-owned activities, these are activities that I've thought about and collected that students are owning themselves. So it's on their own Wakelet. So this is an example I found from the Wakelet community, and it's a portfolio. The portfolio, what's nice is that the students get to decide what they're sharing. And I love that because then they can decide if they want to show their growth, if they want to just show the highlights, what their message and what their story is going to be. Amy, I see you and I see you.
Oh, yeah. And now I've done it. So sorry to jump in, but I don't think it's following you along. You might have to switch the tab, or there you go.
Right.
It's
Thank
with
you. Thank you. Thanks for catching that.
There
Okay, so I'll just keep going. Okay, perfect. So here, this is an art portfolio. And so she made a little about me that I thought was real cute. When you have multiple monitors, there's so many like places your cursor could be. And then we have some different things that she really wants to highlight, activities she's been a part of, things that she's really passionate about. I'm talking about history. So she has different links here. Here's an art project that she created, a little selfie. And so I just love this. And as a teacher, you can structure time, you can structure prompts, but this is a low lift activity for you. I mean, you might send out a template to say, here are the things that you need to hit. But aside from assigning or providing class time for students to do this or assign it as homework, this is bare bones. And so I love the digital portfolio as an option, just so kids can still do something meaningful and you are able to facilitate and interact with the kids and not have to worry about all this creation. Now, as I was talking, I realized it's important for me to stress and highlight that we don't want filler work. We don't want work that is just going to fill the time and is meaningless and isn't going to result in anything. So everything I created today, there is a future ready skill assigned to it. There is a long-term purpose to go along with it. And so I'm still thinking big picture, but again, minimal effort. So that was a student-owned activity. The tech challenges, I used to do these monthly. And so what I would do is, because some of these platforms would have themed activities or themed challenges. And so I would just collect them and put them into a Wakelet collection and send it out. This is what students would do during their advisory or study hall when they had extra time. So this was just nice for teachers to have like in their back pocket, or we would have this pinned like on our Canvas or LMS. And that way the kids could go to it when they had spare time. And I have it organized in either as communication, critical thinking, or creativity. So in here, I have it organized in columns. And so here they're using Snorkel. And so they're putting a reflection about how Martin Luther King Jr.'s ideas about kindness and fairness can inspire you to make a positive impact in your school today. So here's the Snorkel app. And so they just click it and can attempt it. I have record of all their attempts. If you aren't familiar with Snorkel, it's a really great tool that uses AI. It records the kids' whiteboard so they can write on it, draw on it, and then speak as they're working it out. And AI analyzes what they've said and what they've written and will give feedback. So as a teacher, that's fantastic because I can see all of that. Book Creator, super wonderful. They are a big integration with Wakelet. This one I took away the embedding. Down here, I have it embedded so you can click through, but this is just the link out. But this Book Creator does a themed book every month. And so they have something for every day. So there's like a right to Congress. And so that one's a really fun one too. excuse me, for critical thinking, I found a coding game. So to simulate an outbreak. So this one, what maybe wasn't themed, but it's still kind of like a fun one that still was coding that critical thinking piece there. So I embedded a quizzes. And so talking about Martin Luther King Jr. Day and trivia about that, something kind of fun. Again, it's practicing something that's relevant, that's important. And if I can, I like it if I can track their progress because I want to know what they're doing. You know, I'm giving them flexibility and freedom to choose what they want. That's the whole point of a choice board. But as a teacher, I want to have some sort of record of their progress. And so I love that these tools I can put on my Wakelet and still have that progress there. Then finally, for creativity, I have a create your mood board with using Adobe Express. You know, kind of like a 2025 manifestation. What do you want for the year? And We Video does a themed video challenge every month. And so, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. This is Word of the Year text animation with Canva. Oh, no, it is with We Video. Okay. I guess Canva is where I put the video. And then this with We Video, I have a class that I can push it out through and then again, have that record. So what I did was I put, let me drag this up here, got out of order. I gave a template. So once I share out this master collection with y'all, y'all feel free. Oh, I gotta share this tab. Okay, so this is the 4Cs Tech Challenge template. So it's what I just showed you, but we have communication, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration. So I like to organize it by this as kind of like my North Stars to make sure the things that I'm assigning are meaningful and are practicing a future ready skill that employers are going to be wanting out of my kids or that will benefit my students long term. So if I'm not finding that what I'm asking them to do falls in these categories, then it's not the activity that I really want them to do. So just something kind of like to consider or think about. So this is a template here. So you are welcome to use it and create your own. Again, I did it every month. You certainly don't have to. This is another idea that I saw that I loved. And this is another student-owned activity. And this is the 5 GIF or GIF. Depends what team you're on. Story. And so this one's Tortoise and the Hare. And so you can either give students a story and then they use the image and choose a GIF or GIF feature here to put together a storytelling of what happens. So tortoise the hare falls asleep and it gets faster and then it keeps just consistent. Everyone's excited and the fox is confused or the hare is confused. So this is a fun idea. I think I got this from Tisha Poncio. I'll try and give credit for anything that I took that was not entirely my idea, if I can. So this is a really fun activity. You could come up with a story. So maybe you'll write a short story in class, and this is how you want to test comprehension. That would be kind of fun. Or if maybe they're doing their lit circles and they're all reading different stories, you can have them do a summary of what they've read using this strategy. So super fun. And then you can have like a collaborative Wakelet where they contribute their Wakelets, just, you know, kind of inception. And everyone can look at each other's. You can have them turn it into you and maybe you highlight one every day. Maybe you don't even show them what the story is. You start here. And then based on what they're seeing, they guess the story. Could be kind of fun. So lots of ideas that you can do with this. And if your students are creating it, then that's less lift for you. Now you have all these student examples and all these resources to pull from to be a quick brain break or hook or something into to that effect to get the kids more involved. And if it's their work that you're showing, they're going to care so much more. One, about what their output is, and then also what other kids are doing. They're going to care more about guessing the story or reviewing what they put or giving feedback. So I love, if any chance that you have to highlight student work, I highly suggest it. Okay, so I talked about a reflective journal in my little session description, and I was talking about what I couldn't figure out if I wanted to do a template or just brainstorm ideas. And I think I decided to brainstorm ideas. So this is just a text, but so a low lift, a super easy, and this is kind of what I would do, is set the prompt as your class warm up. So you're deciding it live right then and there. And then students respond within their Wakelet collections by titling their text. So there's that, my child I just talked about. Okay, I can't help you, baby. I'm working. You want to come here? Okay, you can predetermine the prompts and share out the collection at the start of a unit. So maybe while you're planning, you can come up with those prompts. And then you can, your reflections can be about the course content over any period of time, the student's personal well-being over a period of time, or maybe their goals. So not just like, how are you mentally, like, what are your goals? And then let's check in on those goals. You can collect feedback on a collaborative Wakelet. So oftentimes we're kind of experimenting with the kids about what we're doing in class and how meaningful to have feedback from them. And then they feel so valuable because now they can give feedback and impact what lessons there are. You want to come? Yeah. So you could do that. You could also do some sentence starters. So instead of giving like a prompt that might feel like too much, you can do one thing that made me smile today, when I felt stressed, a friend makes me feel supported because, anything to help kids. Hey, no ma'am, no. Anything to help them work. Y'all, this is wild. Thank you. No ma'am. I might have to pause. Okay, some more ideas. We have the, okay.
Obviously really loving the ideas.
This is ridiculous. Okay, so thank you. So we have our digital citizenship. Go, baby. Okay, so this one here. Digital citizenship, we pushed out. It was kind of like one of those things. Do we want, Poppy? She's going to become a meme. I know it. Citizenship, teachers are bombarded with what to do and all these initiatives. And so anything I can do to help, especially as a coach, I would. So I have all these resources I found online. So I put them on the collection and said, when you have spare time, let's celebrate digital citizenship. As a teacher, thank you. Sit down, please. As a teacher, that is super low lift because you're just allotting time or allowing kids to explore. And everything in here is embedded until I got down here. But these are kind of more games, but I selected what they are. Also, I love Pinterest, but in my district, it was actually blocked by the kids. I believe they're in middle school or lower. So you can actually make share this tab. You can actually make a Pinterest board based on, or in Wakelet. So here I showed what it could look like based in all their options. So this is what I would give to kids so they could see and it had some instructions. Here, do you want help? Here you go. Can you go take that into the room? Go show Baba.
Show Baba?
Yeah, go show Baba, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So this is what I give kids. And so you can have it be whatever you want. You can give a theme. Maybe this is how you assess a unit. They create a Pinterest board of collections and videos and pictures that they found or curated them or took themselves, originals. Maybe it's, thinking more SEL, it's more mindset, it's more like kind of well-being outside of school. What are you doing? So this is a different way you can do a portfolio also. Maybe it's like your 6th grade as a Pinterest board, and then they put this all together. But I thought this was fun. So this is another template that I've shared that you can give out to kids because, again, it has all the options, not all, but most of the options, and then some instructions for them. Sorry about my co-teacher, y'all. Rachel, thank you for that. Yep, I knew it was happening. Daycare is closed today. So, and how am I on time? I gave her my, okay. So, Wakelet embeds. So a beautiful thing about Wakelet is that you can embed things. And as a teacher and one who loved integrating technology, I did not want them going wherever they wanted. I wanted to lock it down and keep them in one place with the least clicks as possible. So I love that with Wakelet, you can embed everything right then and there. So this one, intuitively, you might think this isn't really that low lift because you have to still create everything, go find it on different platforms, put it in here. Yes, that's fair. But think about the, as you're facilitating it, this would be nice because now you're not having to hound kids and figure out who's where and if they're on the right website. They're all here. If I don't see that background, you're in the wrong spot, my friend. So let me share what are some options. So YouTube is an option. You can embed those there. You can embed some social posts, Twitter. There's that. Like I said, book creator earlier. You can, and so this is nice because you can click through the book here. When you're embedding it, you're able to remove the embed if you just want to link it out to the website. So there's a little fun fact for you. Canva also is wonderful because you can put entire presentations here. This does look like a little bit like a Frankie 101 shout out because I keep putting my own stuff in here, but it was just easy to grab. So this is nice because you're able to view the presentation here, which you can't always do and with other tools. Canva docs, you can view them here and interact with it. So that's a checkbox. Maybe not. I thought I could. But that's nice because not with every tool, unless you do like the text feature, which a lot of times you aren't creating like text or a paragraph in Wakelet, but you want to put it there. You can put the doc here so the kids can just copy paste. So it's less, they're not having to do all the work. Edpuzzle is super wonderful because again, it's embedded. They don't have to leave. You can collect that data on the back end so you know exactly what they did. One thing to note, okay, go get it. One thing to note is that you do need to be logged in. So just heads up. Genially is also interactive. So sit with me. Okay, gotta be quiet, okay? So with Genially, they're interactive. So if you have any breakout rooms, you're welcome to put those here. And again, they aren't leaving. They're staying. And then so here's those instructions for how to get that embed so it works. Google Maps you're able to embed. Quizzes, activities, same thing. I put instructions because it's not super obvious how to do it. No, ma'am. And then a Spotify playlist because my kids want to listen to music. And quite frankly, I don't care if they listen to music, but I don't want them to spend 50 forevers finding the music. So find a playlist that you're cool with them listening to, put it on your Wakelet, and then you're not, excuse me, stop. Ugh. Okay, come here. And then they can listen to it. No, ma'am. Okay. And then finally, some collaborative activities. So this one is from Tisha. She actually came to my district, and it's called a silent partner draw. So the activity was face-to-face. And so what we did to kind of turn in our assignment or to be able to see everyone else's, Poppy, come on, girl, you're fine, is we uploaded it. Okay, baby. You upload it to the Wakelet. This is chaotic, y'all. I'm so sorry. So that's a lot of fun. One of our challenges for September. I know, Rachel. I should. Hey, look. Hey, can you give him a smile? No. You want to wear my glasses? No. Do you want to wear a bracelet? No. Okay. Here is our September advisory. We do bookmarks similar to the house of like Ron Clark. So the kids designed them because of the security on kids' accounts. They aren't always able to embed them so you can see them. So just a heads up. But if they upload a picture, they can. So like here's a picture that someone uploaded, or they had an account that wasn't a student account. But you'll notice, if I go back here, there's 458 items, and there was no way to see if it was, I had to monitor it, see if they were appropriate, which of course they weren't. Not all of them anyways. So proceed with caution. And then a digital gallery wall example. This is similar to what I just did with the Poppy baby. You're okay. Hey, you want a color? Yeah. Okay, can you go get your colors, please? Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so here I use like the AI feature to create images within Canva. And then I had fictional students upload them to a collaborative Wakelet. So here, anyone with the link or code can add. And then your kids can log in, and that way you have access, like record of who uploaded what. And then, or you can continue as guest. So these are all guests, and I just put those fake names. So this is another way it could look like. Another thing that I wanted to make sure that we've all taken advantage of is that when you create a collection, there's all these templates right here. So you have research. And when you go to research, this is, I mean, on my page, but I literally did nothing except change it to collaborative research. It already has headers to organize it all. So you have links, notes, images, anything. And so that way the kids can organize everything they've researched into one Wakelet, especially if they're working in groups, because then they can kind of compare and contrast, like, oh, you've already gotten an image. I feel like I'm short on time. Yes, I am. Okay. Y'all, that was great timing because I'm done. So again, I'm so sorry for my daughter. Like I said, daycare was closed today and nap time is over. So if you want to connect with me, I'm on X, so at Bacon EdTech. I have my LinkedIn, and then that's my Wakelet profile. Let me get this link for you and just make sure it's the right one. Okay. The comment has failed to post to Wakelet. Amy, are you able to?
If you want to pop it in the, do you want to pop it in the private chat that we've got, and then I can share it out with everyone? Amazing. Yeah, I've got it there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. And I do think we have a fellow Wakelet presenter in the making there.
Wait, what?
Really have a fellow presenter in the making there because she wanted to get involved, which I can't blame her.
She was ready. She was ready to talk about collaboration and future ready skills.
Amazing. And yeah, she's welcome back anytime.
Can you say thank you?
Thank you.
It's good to meet you.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hi. You're going to say hello to everyone? Everyone is saying hello back in the chat.
Her name's
amazing. In the future, we can have you back as a presenter yourself.
There we go. Okay, well, thank you so much. This was so much fun. It was fast and furious, but it was great.
Amazing. No, thank you so much. And I think the key point that you started with in terms of kind of making them like low lift for yourself, but making sure that they have purpose and ensuring that students, you know, there is a purpose linked to them. But I really love like the challenges choice board, giving them something that they can get involved in, you know, when they've got the time, but it's also hitting those physical skills as well. So no, so many great ideas. Everyone was loving them, and some great templates there as well. So thank you so much, Frankie, for joining us.
Yeah,
and
of course.
Poppy, thank you for joining us as well.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, guys, and we'll speak to you soon.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Bye. Fantastic. Well, lovely to hear from Frankie and Poppy there, and so many great ideas. And as we say as well, with those certificates, with that certificate link that you fill out, we'll be sending you all of the resources. So everything Frankie just shared, the collection with me. We'll add that to the resource collection now, and you'll be able to receive that. So if you fill out that form, we can send you all of those resources and you'll be able to access all of those. But yeah, always wonderful to you know, find out more ideas in which you can kind of pick up and just readily use for your students. There are so many, like Frankie shared, great ideas existing on Wakelet as well. And the wonderful thing about Wakelet is that you can make copies, adapt them. She shared the gift stories. That's something, yes, Tisha and lots of other educators use, and you can adapt, build upon. I love the collaboration element that Frankie added there, where you can make that a collaborative storytelling activity. You know, the game where you kind of start off with a piece of a story and then you have people build layer and layer on to that. So yeah, you can very much build on the ideas that are already very much in Wakelet, created by lots of wonderful educators. So yeah, with that, so many more takeaways and great ideas again. But moving on, we have another wonderful speaker ready and waiting backstage to join us. Rachel, I'm going to bring you on. Hi, Rachel. How are you?
Hey, Amy. I'm doing well. How are you?
Yes, very well. It wasn't too long ago since we were in the US together. So it's nice to now connect with you again at Wakelet Community Week.
Yay, I'm very excited to be part of this.
Oh, fantastic. Well, yeah, if you've got some slides or you've got anything that you want to bring up on your screen, I can pop that on screen for you now. And then over to you. I know you're going to be speaking about using Wakelet more for PD resources. So that's going to really be a really great opportunity for the audience to learn a bit more about that.
Yes, I'm very excited. Let me see if I can do this fun thing.
Of course.
There we go. Oops, there we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Yay. Okay, so as Amy talked about, I am talking about PD with Wakelet and how I do this within my school district. My name is Rachel Madrano, and I do have the pleasure of being a Wakelet certified trainer. So I have just the joy of being part of that community and helping spread the awareness of Wakelet and how it can be used in multiple ways. I have the pleasure of being the coordinator of instructional tech for my school district. My title is going to be changing throughout this year as my responsibilities are shaping, but I am based in South Texas. So I'm going to switch to my lovely Wakelet collection. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So essentially, I start off with talking about professional development and the sense of what actually makes effective professional development. This is actually one of the things I am studying within my dissertation was professional development and actually gamified professional development to go a little bit more specific. But the biggest thing, and I know this is a longer document, and I'm definitely not going to read all of it right now, but a lot of it is that it needs to be job embedded, that it needs to be content focused, that essentially provides extra support. You get a chance for them to provide feedback to you, reflection, and that it is sustainable. And so that research is there. And then again, what works and what doesn't. So I'm going to open this lovely article up. So again, it should really focus on instructional practices rather than content knowledge. So what I try to do with Wakelet, instead of showing people necessarily how to use Wakelet, I talk about how you can use it in the sense of the portfolios to provide those extra resources to students when they are struggling, or just to build a bank of knowledge for your students, or for me, my teachers. So that's kind of the very first practice. Again, it's that concrete materials for the practice of teaching over general principles. And then it's following up after the PD. So sometimes what happens with professional development, it's a one-time shot. So one thing I truly do love about my Wakelet collections that I've been building over the time is I'm able to, after they attend an in-person training, I send them the resources, but it allows me to almost set up on my calendar when I'm going to follow up with them next to see if they have any questions over what I'm sending them, or if they want to learn how to actually integrate the technology into their classroom, or not just classroom. I also have principals, paraprofessionals, other administrators reach out on the various platforms that we use. And again, it should help build relationships. It should allow the teachers to learn how to help build relationships with students. And that's, again, one reason, it's just another reason I love using Wakelet, is because you can use it in so many different ways. And it can be a way that you get to know your audience. You can get to know the people you work with. It just provides, it lends itself to so many different ways, especially with the collaborative part that you have with it, because you can share and you can allow people to build upon the collection. So when it comes to my lovely professional development examples that I've used this year, is one of the programs that we've used in our district is Progress Learning. And I am sharing this lovely collection with you at the end, and you can see my lovely collections. There it goes. So what I like to do is I like to give my teachers as many resources as I can. And I love this layout. I love just the sections. I love building it out because I always love putting at the top what it is, like start here. If they have, for example, they do provide live training on their platform. And then I also show teachers what the student side looks like. So I walk them through every step of the process. So the starting point, again, is right here. This particular thing talks about how they use this particular platform inside their advisory class. And then I record myself providing them feedback or providing them next steps so that they know where to go or where to start or what even their teacher side looks like. And that's, again, Wakelet allows you to embed all this so easily and so seamlessly that it allows me to also just add as many resources as I can. And then in the middle, I talked about just how you can schedule live training directly with this particular platform. And I provide the links to this Progress Learning so that they can actually set up their one-on-one if they wanted to, or attend a live webinar that they had. And then the final side, when it comes to any platform that we introduce in the district, I also like to show what the student side looks like on my resources, just because sometimes the teacher is not able to see the student side. And I think it's just powerful so that they can also help direct the students where to go on their screens, because sometimes the teacher and student do look different. And so I did a 4-minute video on what the student side actually looks like when it comes to Progress Learning. And then I just explained a little bit more about that particular platform. I'm also one that when I create my resources, I do stick to 4-minute videos or less, just because the research just does show that that's about the maximum they can go when it comes to just their attention spans, even adults. So I do try to make them small, and I try to make them to where they're digestible for my teachers. So I'm going to pause for a second just to see what the chat says. And I know I'm sharing my screen right now. Okay. So then another resource that I shared is we use the Studies Weekly in our district. This is our social studies curriculum. Again, you could kind of see that I walk them through how to access the platform. And right now I can already tell that this is clever, and we have switched to ClassLink. So instead of having to resend links or to resend this resource on to update a link onto my Google site, I can just change this particular video out and show what it looks like from ClassLink side. And luckily everything else, it will automatically update for me. So that's another reason I like using it for my PD tools. I only have to go to one place, and then it kind of is a trickle effect is what I describe it as. Again, I have the lovely teacher side of stuff. And again, I walk them through. So I split this lovely video up, 3.5 minutes, 3-minute video, and I walk them through how to get everything set up on their platform. I walk them through, again, what their teacher side looks like, what they have to do next steps. I show them the student side of things, what they have access to. This video breaks my rule a little bit. It goes up to 5 minutes. I try to keep it to 4. And then I also, if a company has a social media presence, I also try to pull that into their PD resources just so that they can see where else they can go or where there's a community. So I know a lot of platforms have Facebook groups or X or Blue Sky or any of the social media. I do try to put that there too, just so that they have somewhere to turn to if there's questions. So it's not just necessarily me doing or me being the one that shares all the information. The great thing about, again, Wakelet and my PD resources is I can also, over here, I can actually share it with very specific people where they can actually add to it. So in my lovely district, I have the pleasure of having a campus technology lead on every campus who's kind of the point person for instructional tech. They get training from me or from a platform that we're using, and they turn around and bring it to their campuses. So they're kind of the point people. So if I wanted to, and I have done it, I can actually have them join my Wakelet on a very specific topic, and I can send them either the QR code. We don't use Teams, we do use Google Classroom, or the join code, and they can actually add things to this particular collection that I may have missed. And then once I am ready, I can then publish it and send it out, to my lovely district. There's also the view option. And I can send it out to my lovely district so that they're able to see what I have just built or what we have just built. Go back to this lovely thing. The final one I did kind of the same things with Cami is another one of the tools we have. I break it down, the certification courses, so you can do level 1, level 2 with Cami. And then I start trying to break it down by tools. So Translate Tool is one of the tools that they have embedded. They also have a split merge. This is one I will admit that I am still building out for this school year because this platform has added quite a bit. And then if they wanted to be part of this particular teacher, that we have a math teacher at the junior high is a Cami Hero, and then I'm actually a Cami Hero trainer. So it's one of those things that I try to show again or highlight people within our district that utilize those platforms so they have another point person to go to. So it's not, again, just me kind of having all this information. So I'm going to pause for another second. I'm going to switch back over here. I'm going to stop presenting so it doesn't have that triple effect and just see if anyone has questions or comments or anything. But yes, I do think it's a game changer to have all the lovely PD in one spot. I don't know if you got to see my collection. I have Tech Tuesday. I have, I can't think what else. I think that's my biggest collection. And Rachel, I love trying to spotlight my teachers in those collections if I can, because then what happens is I've heard the principals will then turn around and spotlight them on their campus and say, oh, Miss Jasmine was highlighted in Rachel's PD collection. Have you guys seen it yet? And so they actually will start having those conversations, and they'll actually highlight them on their campus website or their campus newsletter. So it's kind of a trickle effect, and it's fun. I love doing that as much as I can because I love highlighting our teachers. No,
hey Rachel, just jumping back, I've put a little banner out to see if there's any questions coming through. I think it's just more comments and people being really really responsive to what you've been sharing, because you know, it really does take it to the next level in terms of organization. And I think there's so many, you know, different tools out there, different resources. And so I love the way that you structure them and deliver that content to your teachers, because it kind of, like you said, breaks it down, you know, and kind of feeds that information out in an easier way for people to kind of take that in. Even simply putting it in those columns, I think that's really powerful, because it really does sort of break it into step by steps. And for a lot of people, myself including, again, if I just break things into sections and okay, I'm going to do this and then this, and again, it's all in one place, because sometimes it's the searching for things, and I can imagine it can put teachers off, you know, when they can't find what they need. And of course, they've already got lots of things to do. And so for you being able to curate all of that content into a one-stop shop for them to access, I can imagine really benefits them.
It does, and it's just one of those, like you said, it's a one-stop shop. And then what's great is I can reuse it the following year. The link does stay the same. All I have to do is if we change SSOs, or if there's an update to the particular platform, I only have to make a couple of tweaks compared to rebuilding everything or having to create a whole new link, because it all stays the same.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
yes.
Yeah, and I love that, because you mentioned right at the beginning, you're building upon them, and there's always new pieces of information, articles, resources being rolled out, so you don't have to start from scratch each year. You've got that one-stop shop. So yeah, it allows your teacher, and again, we have, and that's one of the things we've always said, we have enough links and enough things going around. So if your teachers just know there's one place that they're going to get access to all of those resources, and that's not going to change, then that just makes their life a lot easier as well.
And one of the benefits that Wakelet does have is that you can subscribe to people. So if they do subscribe to me, they can see when I add a new collection to they get notification that says, hey, your subscriber or this person has added a new collection, so that they know, oh, I can go see what she's highlighting this time. And then when it comes, I see Dr. Nikki House, I try to highlight at least one elementary and one secondary teacher every month, just so that, again, it's both levels. I accept either nominations from the staff or what I see when I go out to the classrooms. So either way, I try to get both levels highlighted every month. And I try to rotate schools. So if I highlighted the junior high one month, I'll then highlight the high school the next month. And we have 3 elementary, so I try to break them apart. So it's not just one school being like, oh, this is the best school ever. It's more of, no, we have people across the district doing amazing things.
Yeah, I love that as well. And it gives them something to kind of look forward to. It's a bit like a PD newsletter as well. It's like, oh, who's getting the shout out? A bit of not competition, but healthy competition, because it encourages them to check it out a little bit more. And again, when they're seeing it can become disjointed across districts, but you're helping to bring everyone together. You're highlighting and showcasing the awesome work that's going on across the district, and so putting those spotlights on your teachers, on those different groups as well, again gets them celebrating each other, I should say. So I really love that, because like I said, it's like a PD newsletter as well, something to kind of look forward to, and gives it a more personal touch as well. It's not, of course you've carefully curated links and things like that as well, but there's something a bit more personal in there as well, so they can connect with other educators there as well.
And I do reach out to those educators that I'm nominating for that month, just to be, are they okay with getting that type of recognition? Mm-hmm. Because there are people who are not comfortable with that type of recognition at all. So I say, are you okay with this? This is how I'm wanting to recognize you. And B, can you please send me a picture? Because I know some people are very particular about their pictures, and they want them to look nice and very particular way, which I understand. So it's kind of please send me a picture that you like. Sometimes they send me family photos or them in their classroom, we're all good with that. So the teacher normally knows ahead of time, but their staff doesn't until it comes out, unless they want to say, oh, I'm going to be highlighted this next month. Yeah. Sometimes they do. It just depends. So
yeah, that's really good though, and like you said, you're being thoughtful about how they want to be represented as well, which is important. But yeah, it certainly gives them something to be proud of, and kind of look forward to, and build that kind of excitement to them receiving what you've put together as well. So yeah, I love that. Really love everything you shared, and thank you so much for sharing the resources. I have now added those to the collection. So for everyone who is wanting to go and have a look, please do. Rachel's wonderfully put together that collection. So you can have a look through those ideas as well. But yeah, for now, Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. It's always lovely to hear from you, and to see the incredible ways that you're using Wakelet. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, guys.
See you soon.
Thanks.
Amazing. So again, seeing how Wakelet is used so effectively for organization, but also to add that personal touch and connect educators who are in different schools, but in the same district, and who might not otherwise hear about what's going on in another classroom. So using Wakelet to connect those educators, I think is really special. So yeah, some amazing, great tips from Rachel. And like I said, all those resources are shared in that collection. So make sure you fill out that certificate link and those will be sent straight to you as well. Okay, so we are on our final speaker for this particular segment. Yeah, I would love to welcome on Stacey White, who's going to be joining us. So Stacey, we're going to bring you onto the screen. Hey, Stacey, how are you? Oh, I don't think I can hear you. I don't think it's connected. Might just be the settings on earphones. We'll give Stacey just a moment to figure out the audio there, but please keep the conversation going in the chat. If you have questions during the session, I'm going to be in the back answering any questions that I can, but of course, our speakers are sharing some great things, so please feel free to pop those in the chat. Stacey, are we good? Should we try it out? Fantastic. No, it's not working again. Double check it's not mine. Let me just triple check. Okay, no, it's not gone to my headphones or anything like that. That can happen. But yeah, it might be a connection with the headphones. Let me just see if I can. There you are.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're
you
here.
got me.
I think it might have just been on a quieter mode or something like that.
It could very well possibly have been.
Well, thank you so much for jumping on and joining. Don't worry, again, if there's bits going on, that's absolutely fine. We can work with that. But you know, if you need some time, just let me know as well. I'll be on here. But I know everyone is ready and waiting in the chat for your session. So when you are ready, you can bring up your slides or your collection or whatever you're going to be sharing, and then I can pop that on the screen for you.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, man was going to tell me to tell you all that this is going to go for the next class.
So I can just share my screen with you, right?
Yeah, if you just share your screen, that little plus just in the middle there, it will pop it in the backstage and then I'll pop it on screen for you. Here it is. There we go.
Perfect.
That's on screen for you now.
Awesome. Yes, perfect. I see it. Okay. So I'm super excited to be here with you guys. Thank you so much for having me first. My name is Stacey White. I've been in the classroom for 21 years and I teach junior high CTE at a local junior high that we have here in Longview, Texas. I did write the curriculum for the 2 classes that I do teach. And so kind of CTE and career explorations is my jam. I am an ed tech enthusiast. I love doing things that involve technology and getting the kids involved and engaged in the classroom using tech. So it excites me because it's new and different, and the kids always love new and different things. And so I like to stay abreast on all of that. So today we're going to go over what a career management plan is. That's kind of what I use in my classroom and why it's important. And then we're going to talk about what is in it. Oops, sorry, they're starting the bells at my classroom. We're going to talk about some different things that you can put in it and then some examples of a career management plan, and then also how to implement that in your own classroom and what that would look like. And then at the end, I'll entertain any questions that you guys have. But feel free to ask in the chats if you do have any questions as I'm moving along. I don't mind stopping at all. Okay, so what is a career management plan? It is just a digital portfolio that we put together. Obviously, I use Wakelet, and we put it together as we go through the year, and so we add to it different things that we do throughout the year. The obvious benefits of this are that there's easy access to get to Wakelet. All your kids can use it very easily. There's ongoing reflection that can happen between the kids' portfolios, and also if they wanted to be able to share that within your classroom, they can give feedback to each other. You can track their growth as they're going along, to the things that they've started at the beginning of the year to the things that they're ending up with, as well as their documentation of their skills. So any skill sets that get better over the year, you'd be able to track those as well. So why is this important? This is it's not kind of a big thing. It is a big thing because around 60% of adults have changed careers at least once by the age or by age 40. And so this means that careers are no longer a one and done kind of a deal. You may try something for a little while and then you want to move around to something else. But it kind of helps to not necessarily eliminate that, but narrow down your choices if you do create a career management plan and have that kind of plan in place. Also, there we go. Sorry, it's a little ahead of myself. Students who engage in career planning activities are 2.5 times more likely to feel prepared for their future careers. If you poll your students right now, it would very, depending on the age group that you have, it's very likely that they have an idea of what they want to do, but they haven't narrowed anything down yet. And that feeling of preparedness when they enter into the workforce is kind of soothing. It's almost peaceful as they move in there and they have a set plan for what they want to do. And then also, take the flip side of that, and the employers that are hiring all of these kiddos, only 43% of them believe that their recent graduates, like the graduates that they're employing right now, are adequately prepared for the workforce, which means that there are so many employers out there that are just like, we're not producing the right kind of worker that I need. And so that kind of falls back on us. That falls back on our parenting, and it also falls back a lot on the schools. And so how are we preparing our kids for the future, and what do these employers want that we can help instill in our kiddos? And then obviously the employer's values. So employers want to hire people with certain soft skills too, right? So communication skills, problem solving skills, technology literacy, those are all in the very, very top tier of what employers are looking for today. And so we, like I said, we want to make sure that our kiddos are being put into that workforce with the tools that they need to be successful. And so I think we can look around us, right, and we can see what's lacking. And there are little things that we can do along the way to kind of help all of that get a little bit easier as the days progress. So Benjamin Franklin said, I think we've all seen this quote before, by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. So what is in a career management plan? What do I put in that career management plan? So in our classroom, I have a resume that we create with the kiddos. And it is an accurate resume. So it is all their school activities. It's not anything fake. They're not making it up, nothing like that. It's only things that they have done in school. So obviously a resume would be a great one to have in that. Cover letters, they can practice those cover letters. Interest assessments or skills inventories to tell, to show exactly that this is kind of their jam, that is what they like, not only to help narrow down their perspective on things, but also if they were to share this career management plan with an employer, then that kind of documents where their interests are and how this is actually at the top of their list. And it's not just something that they're like, oh, I want to be an astronaut, right? Or I'm going to be president one day. Good luck with that, by the way. But you know what I mean? Like it's to the point now where this is kind of documentation that this is an actual interest of theirs as well. Letters of recommendation, that's a huge one. And not only letters of recommendation from teachers, but it could also be letters of recommendation from family members. I know that's kind of frowned upon in a lot of places, but having parental and family support for what you do is huge. And I think a lot of employers look at that, because if you're not getting support from the home, then it does make work life a little bit more difficult. I think we all understand that as well. Any certificates that they've gotten, any awards that they've gotten, we scan those in, we put those into their Wakelet, to their career management plan as well. just kind of as proof of the things that they have done. Any work internship summaries or reflections, anything that they want to add to what they have done and how it has affected them. Those are the kind of things that you want in your career management plan. Transcripts from graduation or transcripts from maybe even like a summer camp that they went to, things that they took, like those little mini classes, things that they took in that summer camp. Those are important. All of those can go into a career management plan. I always include, I have my kids do a personal mission statement or a vision statement during the year, and we always include those in there as well. And any volunteer service records that they have, obviously that would be super important to make sure that your kiddos are getting back involved into the community that is helping to raise them and investing in them. Work projects and work samples. I don't know how many of us as teachers have kind of a digital portfolio or at least a folder in our computer set aside for different work projects and samples. But I know I have a portfolio actually on Wakelet that houses a lot of the things that I do creatively. So with furniture and with other things, I have hobbies, you know, and so I like to document the process along with that. And so that's really fun to keep work samples and project samples within the career management plan as well. And then networking contacts, anything that you want to do to be able to get involved into the community and to put your name out there. So those are going to be really important to house in that as well. Remember, it's easy access. So the kids would then have easy access to these people who could help them and who would maybe be able to write letters of recommendation or something along those lines in the future. Job search logs or applications, those are really important too. It kind of documents the process of where they've applied, what kind of jargon they've used to apply for or apply with. It kind of helps them to be able to fill out applications a little bit better if they document that process. And knowing what time, like the time and date that they actually applied for that as well is pretty important. That way you can follow back up in an appropriate amount of time and make sure that you are following the steps and the guidelines that are within those applications. Scholarship applications as well, with the same kind of process, using the same jargon, documenting the process and the timelines with all that is super important. Okay, so on to the career classes that I teach. I have two different ones that I teach. I teach a class called Career Connections, and this utilizes the Paxton Patterson Career Lab modules where kids get to do, they do activities within the different career clusters. And so there are different modules, basically like station activities that the kids work through. The curriculum is online, but the activities are right there in front of you. So we have a welding simulator. And so there are activities that they do with a welding simulator. There are activities they do with home maintenance to be able to learn basic wiring techniques and plumbing techniques. We have energy and power, which they get to kind of disassemble and put back together a very small lawnmower engine. We have computer game design. That's a really big one that the kids love to do where they actually get to design their own computer game. We have cosmetology. There's just a ton of different ones that they can get involved with. You don't have to use Paxton Patterson. I do happen to like them because it comes in kits all together and it's kind of a one big happy, here's your present. You can use that. But also, you can design your own stations as well. So using this to be able to kind of step off of it as a guide to help your kids figure out what their interests truly are and give them a hands-on experience is huge. Now, in my class with Career Connections, in my class with Career Connections, at each module that we have, they will have a choice board project at the very end of that module. And that choice board activity is always digital. They're doing something with the stuff that's in the station, but then they have to document the process and what they're coming up with. Their end product is actually digital. And so that is going to be put into their career management plan for Career Connections, which would be obviously in a Wakelet collection. So they're going to have, by the end of the year, they have about 12 different modules that they've gone through. And they'll have that activity from each one of the modules that they can reference in the future to see which ones they like the most and kind of proceed into that kind of venue when they get into high school. So yeah, no, I completely agree. It is a very powerful way to be able to get the kids in the direction that they want to go. And then the other class that I teach is kind of my baby. This is the one I wrote the curriculum for. This is called Project Success. And in this one, it's more about character building and giving them the real skills that they need to actually go out and to apply and maintain a job. So we go over the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens for a whole semester. And we go into that kind of a book study. We do that very in depth. That's where the kids do their personal mission statements. They do several service activities, things along that nature. And then along the way, they create their digital portfolio or their career management plan. And this career management plan has a few different things in it. So they'll have an interest survey for what they want to accomplish or what their interests are. They have their personal mission statement. They'll have a 7 habits reflection that they do. They have a detailed budget that we go very in detail with financial literacy. And then we talk about interviewing. So they'll have an interview plan on there. We show the kids how to use their own cell phones to take professional pictures, not just like, what, selfies? Yeah, they actually have to use it to do something productive. Crazy, right? And then they create their own resume, and they do also have letters of recommendation to go with that as well. And then any of their certifications that they've had before, those will also get put into this career management plan, along with their Wakelet certification. All of my students are required to have the student certification for Wakelet, and that does go into their career management plan. So here it is. Here is an example. If you guys want to use the QR code, feel more than welcome to click on that QR code and be able to scan that in and kind of flip through. This is an example that I did of my son. He was obviously very happy for me to be able to do this for him with all of the fake information that I put in there. But it was just so that my kids can understand what a career plan looks like, a career management plan. And so that they would have an example to go off of. But yeah, feel free to peruse this. Again, all that information is fabricated, but it does give you an idea of how all of that looks and how it all works. Okay, and that link, I believe, is going to be posted into the chat, right, Amy? I think.
Yes, I'll pop that in there. Yeah, I've got that from you.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Okay, and then how to get started into your own classroom. So it's very easy. You don't have to actually teach the courses in order to make this work for you. But if you tailor what you're already doing to allow for that career exploration, to allow for that career planning, there are certain activities that you can throw in there, different ways that you can manipulate what you're already doing to kind of give it a little toss. So how can you incorporate career explorations into your course? Think about that. Like if you're teaching history, if you're teaching social studies, if you're teaching science, what are some careers that go along with that? So we think about history and you think automatically, oh, well, if you like history, you could be a teacher. Well, yes, you can be a teacher, but there are lots of other things that you could do too. You could go into museum curating. You could be a college professor. You could be, there are lots of research analysts. I mean, there's just a ton of different things. You could go into law with history, but there's a ton of different aspects and researching different career fields that may not be as common as the ones that we would normally think about. Those are really, that's tailoring what you're already doing to help the kids kind of hone their skills and hone what they already enjoy doing action. So be creative with it all. Add in some activities within the concept that you're already teaching. So if you're teaching engineering, or if you're teaching math, or if you're teaching economics, there's a whole bunch of different ways that you can incorporate career explorations within those. You just have to get a little creative, and don't be afraid to use AI. AI does help in a lot of ways. It'll give you good ideas that you can start with, and then create your own from there. if you're having trouble of thinking of some things, I mean, AI is a really great resource for teachers. I will continually push AI, not to do our jobs, because that's not what AI was created for. AI was created to help us do our jobs better. And for me, it's to help me do my job and then be able to leave at 5 o'clock and not stay up here until all hours of the night. But yeah, get creative and get help to be creative as well. And then lastly, be intentional about what you're doing. Plan ahead, right? Think about the different careers, think about the different aspects, the different things that you want your kids to know, to end your class with. I always think about the end whenever I'm beginning. What do I want my kids to walk out with? And so from there, there's a few key things that I always want my kids to walk out with. And so I will tailor my lessons to make sure that those are the key aspects that my kids are learning. So thank you guys all for being here. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. This is me, and I would love to hear from you guys. I would love to talk with you a little bit more about this if you have any questions.
Yeah, I've just put a little banner on. So yes, please do, anyone, pop any questions that you have in the chat. I know a lot were saying thank you for that example. I was just having a little look at it as well. I just love seeing how professional and structured it is. It looks fantastic. And I think that's really helpful for someone who might be entering into this completely new and wants to get that inspiration, because you did a real nice deep dive into what actually goes into a portfolio. Because we talk about digital portfolios. We're really passionate about them here at Wakelet, but sometimes, you know, this kind of seeing is believing, and understanding a little bit more about the intricacies of what can go into a portfolio to make it that powerful. So it was really nice that you shared so many points as to what could go into it. And like I said, that template is amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so I've shared that out with everyone as well. And just wanted to pick up on a few things, because you started off by kind of, you know, sharing the whys and things like that. And I love that you sort of approach it from, you know, you're not just, you know, you might, was it 60% you said, you know, will change their career before the 40. And it's so true. It's not just to get that one role, you know, you might change. So the skills that you're teaching your students are lifelong lessons and lifelong skills. It's not just how to prepare a portfolio for one particular thing that I want. It's how to prepare something that I can build on, that I can keep progressing with, that I can change up over the years. I can kind of grow with as well. So I love that you're teaching your students those skills and those values that employers are looking for as well. Not only, you know, the grades and things like that, but also those communication and soft skills as well. So I thought that was really powerful to see. And I think it's great that you're sharing that with your students and building those skills with them.
Thank you. I really enjoy it. This is it's definitely my favorite classes to teach ever. And some of the most rewarding. But just like I said, you don't have to teach the class to teach the concepts, right? You can integrate those along the way, no matter what you teach.
Yeah, we can definitely feel your passion in it, and the fact that you wrote the curriculum as well. It's so well thought out and so
thank you.
So wonderfully done. So thank you so much for sharing it.
Yeah,
I love that you were talking about the job search. That's just popped into my mind, you know, because it's even the process of, you know, if you're new to it, that's quite a daunting experience. And so having that understanding and skills, what to do when you're applying for jobs, when should you follow up, when shouldn't you, you know, and understanding those, I think that's so valuable as well. So I love that you included that in there.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're on an automatic, so because I haven't moved around for a bit, they've just got off. But no, thank you so much, Stacey. I think that was fantastic to see. And like I said, it's really great to hear about how you've implemented it and kind of go into the finer details of what you've done to achieve what you have with your students as well. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
No problem at all. But for now, yeah, we'll say goodbye. But yes, I've shared all of the resources that you shared and those templates. So those are all in the collection. So if you're looking for those, I've shared them in the comments, but also in that certificate link, you'll be able to fill that out and those will be sent to you as well. But for now, Stacey, we'll say goodbye for now. And yeah, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Stacey. Bye-bye. Amazing. So thank you all so much for tuning in to another wonderful session. There's so many great and practical skills and practical ideas to take away from that session there. And like I said, we're so passionate about portfolios, so it's wonderful to see an educator like Stacey, who's very much implementing them, so passionate about them, and he's doing amazing things with her CTE classes. So yeah, make sure you check out those resources. Don't miss out on those because there's some great stuff in there as well. We want to make sure that you can kind of pick up and take these away and grab lots of different ideas from all of these different sessions going on. But for now, that is the end of this particular segment of the 12-hour live stream. Not to worry, we do have a couple more speakers coming up very soon. But for now, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in around 20 minutes. So everyone's got a little bit of time to go get a drink, go get a snack like we discussed earlier, whether it's donuts, crisps, or maybe a bit of fruit as well, which I will be doing. And we'll jump back in about 20 minutes or so. But yeah, keep the conversation going. As you know, we've got that competition going on. So if you're sharing in the comments on here or in the schedule on the community event side, in that space, sorry, all of those comments, please give shout outs to the wonderful speakers that you've seen today and throughout the week. And if you're sharing on social as well, use that hashtag Wakelet Community Week. Every comments and things like that is an entry into our giveaway competition. There are plushies up for grabs. There's socks, which I'm super excited about because they look great. And I know you'll all love them. So please do get involved in that. And lots of goodies, gift cards and things like that up for grabs as well. But for now, lovely to see you all on here. We'll hopefully see you again very soon in about 20 minutes. But for now, thank you all so much for tuning in and we'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. Amy from the Wakelet team back again for the final segment of the 12-hour live stream. We're going to be joined by two wonderful educators who I will bring along just shortly. But thank you all so much for jumping on and joining us. Let us know in the chat how long you've joined in on for today. It is 12 hours, but of course you might have just tuned in for a few sessions. So yeah, let us know any highlights already in the chat. Let us know how long you've been tuning in from. Vision Club there from Tunisia. I think I've seen you on so many of the sessions, so thank you so much for coming along this journey with us. Anas there from Morocco, lovely to see you on here still as well. But yeah, let us know in the chat who you are. Mara there the whole day, fantastic. We've got so many wonderful cheerleaders in the chat who have just been so engaged with all of the speakers, and it's been wonderful to see. So thank you so much for joining in. PG there, in and out. It's been a great conference, fantastic. There's been so many great takeaways already, and so many fantastic bits of top tips, tricks, and we've covered such a range of different topics as well. So hopefully, I'm sure you have got lots to go back to school with. If you haven't already started yet already, and if you have, maybe there's some new bits that you're going to take to your teachers there as well. Maria there joining us. Thank you so much for jumping in. Let's pop off a couple of these up as well, just to kind of showcase and highlight there. Little hashtag Wakelet Community Week. Love that from Anas there as well. But yeah, like I said, we're on the last segment here. It is 9 o'clock UK time, but we're still very much going strong, and we're still very excited for the upcoming speakers that we have for you. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up our next speaker, who is a longtime Wakelet ambassador and Wakelet certified trainer. We've got Diane Wilson. Hi, Diane. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you, Amy?
Yeah, good to see you. How's your day been so far?
It's been fast and furious. We were back at work. Well, actually, I've been back for 4 weeks, but we had convocation today, which is kind of like a welcoming party for everybody to come back to district and campus. So just been getting ready for the kids to come back next week.
Oh, that sounds so fun, and nice that you all get to kind of connect before all the students come back as well.
Yes.
So yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Fantastic. Well, I'm going to hand over to you. So if you've got any slides or a collection that you want to bring up, if you pop that up now, I can pop that on the screen for you, and then you can take it away.
Like if I just pulled up, can you see it?
Yes, yeah, and then I'll put it on screen.
So you can see the
not yet. If you share your screen, so if you press +1.
Duh.
It's a little bit different on StreamYard, so no problem.
It's been a long day, but I get to end it with y'all, so that's just great.
Mara's just posted in, supposed to start work at 9 a.m. for the first day back. It's 11 p.m. here in Finland now, but planning on keeping going. Love that, Mara. It's fantastic to see you. Yeah, such high quality and interesting sessions. Yes, I can see that. All good.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pop that up for you now.
Okay.
And good to go. Over to you.
All right. Awesome. All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Diane Wilson. I am a school counselor in Willis ISD. It's in Texas. I work at Brabham Middle School. I've been here for 4 years. I've been in education, I think, for close to 20. Been a counselor for about 10 years. So been in education for a hot minute. And I think I've grown tremendously in regards to technology, because as counselors, we'd never, ever, I could probably spend a whole session telling you how Wakelet changed my life during COVID, but they were the big push and reason why I got so big into technology as a school counselor, and I'm still doing it. I love implementing technology into our school counseling program, because I think it not only just aids in it, but it helps us as school counselors and for our students as well. So I'm excited to be here. I'm a mom, I'm a wife. I have 2 beautiful children. I'm a dog mom too, to a little Aussie. He's my world. But my purpose is my family, but I love doing this. I love counseling. I love technology. So for me, this is just the bee's knees, which I say that a lot. I call everybody the bee's knees, because if you didn't know, the bee's knees is sweet. This, their knees going, honey, it's the sweetest thing, right? So you're all the bee's knees. Hashtag. It's a new hashtag for today's bee's knees. Anyway, so that's a little bit about me. But today we're going to talk about Future Me Unlocked. It's a college and career exploration tool. It's a template. It's a ready to make template that I wanted to give you to take with you today. They're going to pop the link, I'm sure, in the chat, and you can take it, copy it, make it your own, edit it to fit your needs, your students, your school, whatever you need. This is almost like a launch pad. I think for the last 2 to 3 years, I've always presented on like vision boards and SMART goals. This is almost like the launch pad for those activities if you do that in class or in your schools. It's almost like a prequel to the students building those vision boards for their future plans or future career plans or future lives, whatever they're building for. But it's a great tool to use to present those SMART goals and career pathways if they're planning for that. So a lot of times you ask your students to dream big, but they don't know where to start. And I think giving them this easy to use template is again, it's just like that launch pad. It's going to give them step-by-step instructions on what to do, on how to explore. And so this is just a really good tool to use to anchor all that data with, the data, the interests, the authentic options that they're choosing. So I hope you can use it in your classes, in your schools, or amongst yourselves, even as adults, because even us, we need vision boards too. So let's get started. So I use the columns. I love them. I think it organized it really pretty, really structured. And so we're going to start with step 1. This is where they're going to discover their interests. Or they're going to explore like career interest inventories, assessment inventories. It's how they take ownership of their discovery. And so with this step, their main thing, and of course you can always add what tools you use on your campus. There are so many out there that you can choose. These are just some that we have researched in our district and stuff, some of the stuff that we have used too with our students. But I hope it'll let you see it if I click on it in a minute, but these are just some interest inventories. This one, the 16 personalities test, is a lot of fun. It takes, it asks a million questions about your personality, not a million, but a lot. And it kind of connects those personality answers with career choices, which a lot will surprise you. And then, so you would ask the students to spend some time on step 1, and they would work through each one of these, just kind of exploring, right? Getting their career interests and what they're wanting. So this is all about trying to find out like who they are. And you can start this. I mean, I'm in a middle school, so we start, career exploration as early as 6th grade. And so they're already exploring. We use a thing called Major Clarity in our district, and they're already exploring careers and assessing their personalities, their learning styles, which are really important. And a lot of times the kids will find things that they never thought that they'd be interested in, but in the end, it is interesting for them. And so I think these pieces where they get to explore, the salaries, different colleges, universities, or tech schools that offer those kind of careers, what's needed in your state or your country, all that matters when they're trying to explore for their jobs. Because remember, this is the launch pad that's going to anchor everything together in regards to career pathways. So I highly suggest kind of clicking through. I'm scared to click on these. I'm scared that you're not going to be able to see them, but click around, explore. But then when your kids are in this activity, they can go through each section, or if you put more in there, whatever. And then on the bottom, there's an extension activity. They could use the Wakelet text box. They could put what 3 careers showed up the most to them, or they could record the video within Wakelet and kind of do like a self-reflection piece on the jobs that came up, or maybe explain the dream job. So that'd be like a step 1. And then they go to step 2, which is to explore the local job needs. Now, this is kind of based on, the location that I'm at, but of course you definitely utilize what you have in your country or your state. They would then go through these different exploration tools. The ONET online is really good. It can help you search through thousands of occupations based on your goals and needs. It shows comprehensive reports about occupation requirements, worker characteristics, available training opportunities, education. I'm big on pushing trades. I think trades are where it's at right now because those aren't going anywhere. And if you're in education, I really hope you're pushing trades too. For a lot of our students, they're not going to go to university or college. They need to learn those trades. And I tell my students all the time, think about, hurricanes or flooding or wildfires. What are those jobs that really come out that we need in order to come back to normalcy, right? Those are the jobs you need to look for. That's plumbing, HVAC, That could be police, fire, like all those things, those trades, welding, automotive, those are, and even medical, those are needs that are never going to go anywhere. So I urge you to, when they finish step 1, they can go to step 2. And with this, they're going to explore. Career One Stop is kind of the same thing, where they can go and they can look at those comprehensive reports on jobs, analysis, stuff like that. And then another extension activity they could do, they could put in the Wakelet text box. They could, find a job in an area that needs your skills. That could be a challenge for them to explore those jobs. And I am going to click on these in a minute because I want to see if they show up for you, because I think they're really cool to explore. And then step 3 is, what path will you take? And for those, that's more about exploring colleges, scholarships, and the outcomes with them. So Big Future and College Scorecard are really good. And then again, we're going to push the certifications for trade schools. Those are great options for those non-traditional learners and those that aren't playing that 4-year path. I know at our campus, which we have to build, we call it emotional intelligence, EQ. It's kind of the word for SEL lessons. And so in here, it is by law, the teachers have to teach those character traits in their classroom. So we build an EQ calendar for them. And part of that EQ calendar is pushing out career and technology, making sure that we're introducing them to different jobs, trade jobs, technical jobs, medical jobs, jobs that they might not even think of. So I think that's really important too. If you are a counselor and you're listening, or even an education or CTE teacher, make sure you're pushing those jobs that most kids might not think of. But that's the reason and the purpose behind this tool, is to make it a place to where the kids can go to search for those jobs. So here you go. You have the College Board. That's to Planning for Life After School. That's where you compare colleges. You can compare tuition. It goes through extracurricular activities, clubs, sports that are offered, dorms, living expenses, financial aid, which is super important to talk about, I think, starting in middle school. And then scholarships. We want to make sure our students are aware that there are so many scholarships to apply for starting like your freshman year of high school. That would help out a lot with finances. And then there's a college scorecard, which is from the U.S. Department of Education. And that's just talks about, again, college costs, graduation rates, post-college earnings. We want our kids going to school. This is another thing too, I wish I would mention before. In step 2, you're exploring the needs in your area. That's super important when you're exploring for a job and a career path. You want to make sure that the job and the career path that you choose is something that can support you in the future. So that's why it's really important to see, like, for example, if the need in your area is nurses, medical, maybe we should explore that pathway when you're looking for careers in your area, if you're planning to stay in your area. And this is one for trades. And I think this is just for Texas. Again, this is kind of, directed for me and for my area. But again, you take this, edit it, capture it, edit it to make it your own. More trade schools. You can tell I push them a lot. And then this is a really cool extension activity. Our kids loved, we did an assessment survey to see what they liked about our EQ lessons, and they loved the college virtual tours. So this right here, so cool. You can click on different universities and colleges. And I think there's some trade schools in there, and you can explore their campuses virtually. This came around during COVID, which was really neat because they kept it, which I loved. So that'd be a cool extension activity. This almost turns into like a portfolio. You're curating items for a portfolio for you to use for later when you're building those vision boards, when you're building those SMART goals. So this is really important. And it's a great way to keep notes. Digital journaling, keeping their notes right here where it's not going anywhere. Again, this is great for adults too. If you're still stuck in a rut and you don't know what you're going to do with your life, this is great for you as well. So that's step 3, right? Okay. I'm trying to watch the time because, I can keep talking a lot. All right. Step 4. And this is more about capturing your journey and reflecting on what you have learned up until now. Now, of course, we're flying through this right now. This could take you, some weeks to go through. If you really were intentional about it and you wanted the kids to truly just dive in and learn more about their career pathway, then this could take some time for them. So I don't want you to think, oh my God, she's going so fast. This could take some time to learn. I mean, you can't, I think, in college, I wanted to be a marine biologist, and obviously that's not where I ended up. So, of course, be patient. It takes time. lend yourself some grace. Same thing with the kids. You know, they could change you could change your options yearly. It might not stick. That's why it's important to keep this digital journal alive and curate and always go back to it and keep exploring your passions and your interests. They will change over time. And that's just a given. And us as adults and educators, we know that. So that's something we should tell our kids. You don't stick to what you think you have to do because you chose it this year. Your interests and everything will change. I think this is an amazing tool to have, again, to curate those notes and to do some self-reflection, to look back on it. So step 4 is more about the reflection piece. They can go back and look at the notes they took, the videos, what they jotted down as their interests, their jobs, and their careers, and they can utilize this document. Now, this is something that was built through AI. I thought it was really cool. It's almost like mapping your future. And so the kids you could print it off as a more of like a tangible document that they could keep and hold on to. So I definitely utilize this, print it off, give it to the kids. You could probably save it and put it into, I hope you can see this when I pull it up. I hope y'all can see this because I can't see you. But you could print it off, you could save it, you could let the kids write on it. And again, this is a living document. You can always print them again. They can always make notes. And this is one they could keep as well. Scan it, upload it as a picture into your Wakelet collection. So this is like a really neat piece to have, especially if you're in that exploration piece of your stuff. So I'm going to try to go back. I'm going to end with I'm going to give you a little Easter egg because I think this is so cool, what I'm about to show you at the end. But I want to kind of click through and kind of show you what some of this looks like. If for some reason you can't see it, please let me know. But this is one of the exploration pieces that you could do for your students or for you. And this is my next move. This is where, and it kind of breaks it down so you know what you want to be. I want to be an electrician. I want to be a nurse. I'll know when I see it. You're browsing by industry, or maybe you're just not really sure. And this is where that interest inventory really comes into play. You start right here, and that's where they're going to match your interests, and they're assessing it, and they're going to match it to different jobs and different careers. Now, I urge you as an adult right now, if you're an adult in this session and you're listening, do it. It'll surprise you. I know I did it probably like 2 months ago. I was in a session and my first job that came up was for a funeral director. And I was like, what? But it was matching, if you really dive into that job, caring, empathetic, a helper. So it's pretty spot on, but I urge you to look. It's pretty cool to go to this one. I really hope you could see it. And this is kind of the same thing, the career one-stop. You're also looking at career options. You're finding the training and education that's tied to them. So this is allowing, so let's just say your students have chosen the job. They've reflected, they've chosen the career. This is where they can start learning about resumes, interview questions, scholarships at universities, what schools offer those kind of degrees and certifications. So this is really cool as well. And then 16 personalities. I really hope it pops up. It's not blocked. Okay, so I'm not gonna click take the test, but this is a really cool thing to do. The 16 personalities. Now this is the freemium. There is a paid one you can do, but just take the test. It's so accurate. It's so cool. So I urge you to do that. It's a lot of fun too. I think I got about like 2 minutes. This is pretty much the same thing. Step 2, the ONET online, which is kind of tied to my next move and the career one stop, but this is more about the exploration piece as well. It just looks a little cleaner, but this is where you can find occupations, bright outlooks, hot technology, stuff like that. STEM, they're focused on STEM. Obviously it talks about the professional organization, soft skills, tech skills that are needed in your area. So, and then some crosswalks, which are really cool too, to explore with your kids. And they have a lot of these places that I'm showing you have a lot of resources where you can print off worksheets, stuff like that can help as well. And you can obviously add them to whatever you do on your collection. And then I'm going to show you one more thing because I know it's almost done. This is probably the coolest thing I found. And I learned this at a counselor conference. This would be a really cool activity to do with your students. And then they could see it when they graduate high school, possibly. So this is called Future Me. And you're writing a letter to your future self. And then you put in the email that you want it to send to, and you can pick you know, if you want it to wait 5 years, 3 years, and the kids will forget about it. I mean, we might even forget about it, but then they get to look back and see how far they've come. I think that is such a huge piece for our kids, is to, if we're really pouring into our students and really investing in them and in their future, this is a really cool piece to have for them, as this future me, to write a letter to themselves. They can go back and self-reflect and see how far they came. So that was so quick and that was so fast, but that is it. That is the collection that you can use and make it to your own.
Thank you so much, Diane. I know a lot of people were loving that collection and loving that template as well, because you've got so many great resources in there. And I think it was PG in the comments saying there that, you know, we ask our students to dream big, but then sometimes they don't know where to start. And your template, your collection is just perfect for that, because it gets them thinking in so many different ways about what they want to do. And I love that you said, you know, it's not just about going to college, it's about those trades, it's about those job opportunities or those career paths that maybe aren't the known to everyone, but having, you know, the fact that you put the time and understanding into learning about them, so that you can help your students also, you know, learn and even be introduced to them. You know, you're guiding them to explore so many different options as well, which I really love. And I know, you know, everyone, they're saying similar comments. A letter to your future self. Love that. Coolest thing ever.
That's so cool. I love it. When I saw that, I was like, man, that's like a message in a bottle, but digital. Because I mean, I had my daughter do it, and she's about to go to 8th grade, and it's to think about her in high school and, like, you know, in a year or two, and her reading that letter as a senior. I just thought that was the coolest thing ever, because I wish I would have had that.
Yeah.
You know, because my interests and my passions obviously have changed. I'm not a marine biologist. I'm a school counselor, but I think it's so important that we invest in our kids more than just saying, okay, what is your passion? You know, and that shouldn't be it. There should be a conversation in place. So this is a Wakelet. I mean, that's the tool itself is an amazing tool to start that conversation.
Yeah, definitely. And like you say, your interests change, and providing those tools to kind of introduce that self-reflection, whether it's now or down the line, again, you're very much preparing them for the future, because, you know, what we want to do, what our interests are change. But it might be that, you know, core parts of our personality and what does interest us stays the same as well, but it's just in a different way. And it might be that there's another path we can take to, you know, exercise those passions without but in a different way, you know. Right. so again, it kind of reminds you of and brings you back to your thought process then, and then allows you to kind of reflect on that and see where you are now, which I really love. But bringing it back to Wakelet as well, in terms of how you're setting it out. Again, shout out, I always do, Diane, but the way you organize everything and have that kind of clear structure, because it can be really overwhelming when you're saying, okay, let's plan your future. That's quite a big one, isn't it? So, you know, having that step by step and allowing your students to kind of work through that and providing so many resources. I think that's just a really nice way to share that out. And like you said, it happens over time. It's not like, here's all these, work through them right now. You've you know, broken that down into steps, and it's kind of like, you know, digesting them a piece at a time. And again, that's going to adapt and change as they go. But I love that you set it out in that way, because it makes it more manageable and less overwhelming for your students as well.
Yes.
So
it's a great tool. I love it.
Yeah. Out of interest, the future letter, I mean, I'm going to come back to that. How long did you say, how long until, can you set it for a time?
Yeah, you said it. So I think it gives you like there's choices, like I think it's 3, 5, 6 months, 10 years. It's really cool. I mean, if I look back, you know, I'm 45. So if I look back 10 years ago, I'm not the person I was 10 years ago. It would be cool to have a letter to myself, you know.
Yeah.
It'd be really neat to see how far I've come. But no, I think it's so important that as educators or leaders or school leaders that we have got to invest more in careers, because, and I'm going to say this and stop talking, but what I learned too through career exploration, for all these big jobs like medical, education, there's sub jobs underneath them that kids don't know about. So when they start exploring these jobs, like, oh, I didn't know this job was under this umbrella. So they're always set on like that one job. No, there's so many subgroups underneath those big professions that are tied to your passions and your interests. And if we just let them explore a little bit more than they're going to learn about all those. So I think that's super important.
Yeah, definitely. No, you put it perfectly, because there is so much out there, but, we do sometimes focus on those kind of, big roles that just, common ones that we speak about or that we're aware of. But there's so many different roles out there that, test and challenge different skills and, fit different people in different ways as well. So, your passion might not be something that is so mainstream. And so you're giving your students the opportunity to learn about them. So yeah, love it. As always, we always love hearing from you and all of the wonderful things that you're doing. You can tell always how passionate you are about it. And I know you've done so much work within the counsellor community and within your school community as well. So thank you for sharing it with the Wakelet community as always, because it's always great to hear from you, Diane. So yeah, have a little look through the comments, because like I said, people are really grateful for that template as well, because sometimes it's understanding kind of where to start and particularly how to get your students started. So that is so valuable for everyone watching. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'm so great seeing you.
Wonderful seeing you. And yeah, I'll let you go for now. But yeah, make sure you have a look through the comments. But yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in, and thank you, Diane, for joining us.
Thank you all. Very sweet comments. Thank you.
See you. Fantastic. Another amazing session. And if you've joined our webinars before, Diane features very heavily because she has so many incredible ideas, and she's always so giving with those resources and templates. It really is her passion to curate and to find those opportunities for her students as well. So yeah, so inspiring. I couldn't agree more. And like I said, there are so many great resources like that on Wakelet. Educators like Diane are always putting together these fantastic templates. So if you are new to Wakelet, or you're just getting started, or maybe you've seen an idea today and you're just not sure how to get started, take a look in our Explore. Just take a little search in Wakelet, because if not the resources that you found today, there's so many great ones on Wakelet. And it's kind of we always say sharing is caring, and our educators are truly all about that. And there are so many great resources that you can find on Wakelet. So you don't have to always start from square one. Just take a look in there as well. But for now, yeah, that's Diane's session concluded. A few of you were asking about resources. If you haven't got those, make sure you fill out the form at the top it's pinned to the top of the YouTube channel. So you should see a certificate link that will send you your certificate of attendance and some fun badges as well. But it'll also send you all of the resources that we're sharing. So as soon as the speakers have concluded their session, we're adding those straight to the resource collection. So you can catch up on the recording once we're finishing up, and you can also catch any resources. Even if you missed a session, you'll be able to go back and see all of those resources. It's all in one beautiful collection that is now divided up into sections, which you can collapse and work your way through all in one. So it's a great resource for you. So make sure you fill out that form, and you'll be able to get all of the amazing presentations and bits that have been shared. Okay, so we are on to our final session of the day. It's been a fantastic day. We really have heard from educators all over the world, which is amazing to hear. So many different perspectives and so many ideas being shared. But it doesn't end there, because we have two incredible educators joining us now as well. So we're going to bring on Jennifer, who is one of our Wakelet certified trainers, and her colleague Sandy. So I'm going to pop you on stage now. Jennifer, Sandy. Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
How's your day going?
Doing well.
Good. You're back in class now, aren't you?
Well, yeah. I'm 12 months, so I'm always there.
Yeah, I always forget who's back and who's not. But yeah, I know you've already been back at it and hard at planning for the next school year as well. So thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy days to come and join us. And Sandy, I believe it's your first time joining us on a Wakelet webinar. So it's so wonderful to see you on here.
Thank you.
Amazing. So I'm going to hand over to you guys.
Okay.
If you've got some slides or a collection that you're wanting to present from, if you bring that up now, if you share your screen, I can pop that on the screen for you and then hand over to you. And please, everyone else in the comments, keep those comments coming through and share ideas. Okay, fantastic, Jennifer. I can see that on there. So I'm just going to bring that onto the stage so we can see your beautifully branded Community Week screen.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to allow me to close out this 12-hour live stream. I thought you were joking when you said, would you like to close out live stream? But I'm Jennifer McClary. This is year 27 in education for me. I actually work at the Alabama State Department of Education, and I work for the Alabama Math, Science, and Technology Initiative, and that is lovingly referred to as AMSTI, and that is our statewide initiative to improve math and science teaching statewide. And our mission is to support Alabama educators and students in learning STEM by doing STEM. And so my job in that initiative is the technology administrator. And so, as you mentioned, Amy, I have a very special guest joining me today, and she was actually my supervisor for many years, and she was the former statewide director of AMSTI. And so we have Dr. Sandy Ledwell with us. So Sandy, would you like to say anything?
Sure. Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I am Sandy Ledwell. I am now, after retiring from state service, I transitioned to a small Christian university in Montgomery, Alabama, Faulkner University, where I am now serving as the Dean of the College of Education, Associate Professor, and Pre-K Director. So we're a lot of hats over here at where I am now.
All right. And so we thought we were going to take a little different turn to share with you. So the title of our session is Curating for the Classroom Using Wakelet to Organize and Share and Inspire Pre-Service Teachers. And so once you get our collection, you will have all of the different ways to get in touch with us. So you'll have our emails, the different ways to get in touch with us on various social medias. You'll also have links to our Wakelet profiles. And there's mine. And then you'll also have Dr. Ledwell's credentials there. So the first thing we're going to talk about is organizing collections. And so one of the things that we did when Dr. Ledwell went to Faulkner University is I said, since we talk to pre-service teachers, we like to stay connected and make sure that they know what's going on, especially since AMSTI serves the different universities in the state. And so she had asked me a couple of years ago when she left if I would share Wakelet with her pre-service students. And so we're going to talk through some of the different ways that she's been using Wakelet with her students and some of the different things that she's done since that initial intro and first dip into Wakelet with her students. And so, Dr. Ledwell, what are some of the different ways that you use Wakelet as a university professor with those pre-service students?
Well, first of all, what you're seeing there on the screen, it's a great tool for me to use to organize myself. So I have a variety of classes that I still am the professor for. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm forever looking for things online. I'm saving links here and there. And I will know that I have seen something or saved something, but I can't find where I saved it. So when Jennifer talked with me about Wakelet and I discovered Wakelet collections, I thought, oh, this is it. I will create a Wakelet collection for each one of the classes that I teach, and that will let me house all of the resources that I know I want to come back to either brush up on for myself or to assign to my students to do. So you see a little video there going for you of some of the items in my art and literature class collection. and it's just an easy way for me to keep myself organized.
Do you share those with your students?
Great question. So some of both. I have some collections that are private just to me for keeping my resources, my teaching resources, kind of organized for myself. But then there are other collections that I have kind of pre-chosen some of the resources that I want my students to look at. Just like with K-12 students, when you put college students just out there wide open on the web, some of the things they find are really good and some of them are not as great. So for some of our topics, I will curate collections for them that I specifically want them to look at certain items, and I will share those specific collections with them. Like I believe you saw on the screen before, the SAMR model. That's one of the ones that I share with them, some of the things that I want them to specifically key in about that model of technology integration. So I do a little bit of both, private and sharing.
Okay. All right. So let's move on down. And I have, seems that I'm not, am I still presenting, Amy?
You're still showing on the screen, but it's not moving.
Oh, it's not moving anymore. Could be I've got too many.
Yeah, it might be. I think you've just got the screen showing, so it might just not be
Let's go
following you.
here. Let's try this. Got too many tabs going. All right, so here we go. Let's go back. This looks like one of your actual College of Ed profile.
Yes. So what we do with that, and I think that you've got the sharing code right there if you're interested in hopping into our collection. One of the things that we do on our College of Education wide collection is, students were forever asking, well, where is this? Or how do I find that? So we were really interested in pointing them to a specific location where they don't have to ask a bunch of times, where is this or where is that? They have a landing place for the resources that we want them to be able to use. So for the state standards, or for which praxis am I supposed to take for this degree? So all of those things have collections on our workspace that you're looking at a video of inside there now.
Okay, so that's a good way to break it down by subject area, because especially if those pre-service teachers are elementary or early childhood, they're responsible for a lot of different content areas.
Yes.
So I see you've got health and reading and math and all different subject areas.
Yes.
So even secondary professors could use this with their pre-service teachers as well.
Absolutely. And then, of course, there are some of those things that go beyond subject areas. They're really about, where do I find good ideas for lesson topics? How do I, what are some things I can keep reading? So that one, the collection that you see there called Great Reads, that's actually a collection that's curated by our students when they run across a book that they like. We add that to, it's like a student review kind of collection, things that they have found that have impacted them and been helpful for them.
Okay. All righty. All right. And if your students wanted to share their own collections with each other, there's an easy way for them to do that too, because I know that probably when they're taking their courses, they probably have certain things that they might need to share, or if they're collaborating with each other and working on a group project.
Yes.
So there's an easy way in Wakelet to do that as well too. So here's a real quick screen capture of how they could do that. So even if I go into this one, I could share my public profile with anybody. Just go into that public profile over here on the top right and click share, and I could copy the link and email it to somebody. Or if you use an LMS, such as Schoology or Google Classroom, you can actually use Teams. It actually has the Teams integration right here, Google Classroom right here, or I could copy that link and put it in Schoology, or I could even download the QR code and copy and paste it into an email. Just easy ways to share those resources with each other or invite each other. So, and there's so many different ways, and there's really not one way to do a collection. So I'm going to click on my profile and show you mine. And one of the perfect things I love about Wakelet is adding the sections. So I've been a Wakelet user, oh goodness, I probably don't even know how many years I've been using it. But the section feature is really good for me. So if I am talking just about maybe technology in the classroom, so if somebody's looking at my profile and that's the only thing that they want to know because they know that I'm the technology admin, they could just take a quick glance at my public profile, click over here on technology in the classroom, and they could go directly there and see what kind of resources I have on my profile. And then they could go straight into there and see what I have.
Hey, Jennifer, you might want to show them how to get to that again. I think we're still in the show.
Oh, okay. It's not sharing.
There you go.
All right. Thank you. All right. So let's go back. So I shared my public profile, which is also linked at the top. When you get this resource, it'll give you the link directly to my Wakelet profile and sections like right over here on the left. So if you're just looking for one particular thing, when you share out the resources and the collections from your Wakelet profile, you want to utilize sections if you're able to, because it makes it a whole lot easier for people to find things. So like I was saying, if you wanted to click on just technology in the classroom, you could click here, and everything that I have that I think falls under the technology in the classroom is here under this section. And then you can see what I have tagged as technology in the classroom. Or if you just wanted to see what kind of PD sessions that I've offered recently, you could quickly click here and see some of the different things, like one of the latest Adobe sessions that I did. Actually, I have some more PD sessions that I need to upload. I'm a little behind on that. But if you needed to know what a learning management system is, here's where I talk a little bit more about Schoology, because that is one of the LMS systems that we have purchased statewide in our state. So I really like that Wakelet utilizes this for you. And if you look down here at the bottom, you have uncategorized. So you'll see I've got a few things down here that I haven't moved yet. And this one right here is the one that's going to be actually moved. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to move that. So this is the live stream that we're doing for you right now. And so all you have to do is click, and this is a PD session. And so I'm just going to quickly click PD session, and then click move here, and then you'll see it's not in uncategorized anymore. And then now it has been added up here under PD sessions.
You know, that's so important to have things that are intuitive, easy to use, and just having the flexibility to use it the way it makes sense for me, which may not be the same as for you. That's another important feature, I think, about Wakelet, and one of the things that our pre-service teachers really like. They're all different, they're all unique, but they're able to curate their own personality, their own collections here because of the versatility of the tool.
Yes. All right. And let's go back into this, and I'm going to scroll back down and share some of the other things that are in this collection with you, since we only had 25 minutes. Here you will find that we have actually linked the actual collection that Dr. Ledwell uses at Faulkner University. So you can click in there and see. Would you like to tell us how you have, that is it. We linked it right in there for you. That's the one that we went through earlier. So there's the actual link to hers that she has.
And we're happy to have you join us and follow. And if you see things there that would be useful to you, save them, bookmark them, whatever works for you. And certainly reach out and share things with us as well that you think would be great to add to our collection.
Then I have another School of Education Resource Hub. Are you seeing this one?
We're still in the show. There we go. Now it is.
Okay. Here's another Blue Mountain Christian University. This is one that I found, and I liked how they did this one. Diane had talked about how she liked using the column layout. So you'll see this one, they have the lesson plans that this particular university uses. They have the blank ones here for the teachers that are field observation forms. They've gone ahead and linked their Microsoft forms here, praxis information, informational videos. And so the collection can continue to grow and grow as you build your program.
That's another one of the cool things about it. And one of the things that we are going to work on building this year is, either, I don't know yet, can take advice on whether we start another space or if we just add some of these things to the space that we already have. But things like forms that they have to complete and lesson plan templates that they have to use, this would be a great place to house all of those. So I really like the way Blue Mountain has arranged this space.
Another thing that we like to talk about are digital portfolios. And I think that is a great way. My youngest is actually a junior in high school right now, and they currently use portfolios. And they've decided that they want those portfolios to carry on with the students. And I'm like, Allie, do y'all use Wakelet? And she's like, well, no, we kind of use this and that, and some teachers use this. So I think we need to have a session for them so that they can learn how to use Wakelet and use it a little more efficiently. So there are some more things, and I have lost the sharing button. Oh, hang on. Here it is. We're going to share the screen again. Technology is great when it works for me. All right, so digital portfolios. There is a quick little 1-minute video that I've embedded in there that was great that Wakelet put out. And this would be great if you're wanting to do this with high school or your pre-service teachers, talking about your more than a test score, because portfolios are wonderful and it shows the student progress. Here is a great collection that shows how to get started on Wakelet. It has MISBA in there, and it has different teachers' digital portfolios in there. So this is an example of a Wakelet embedded in a Wakelet. So that is another great thing about Wakelet. You can continue to add, and it's always building upon each other. So that is in there. And then we have a teaching portfolio from Caitlin Durham. This one was really good. This was her graduate school portfolio. This was a 12-hour from the 12-hour live stream last year. This one was David, and it was a good session on getting started with teacher portfolios. And of course, if you are dealing with pre-service teachers, you got to talk about those lesson plans.
Right.
So we've given you some resources to get started. If you needed to put all those lesson plans in there, Dr. Ledwell, how do you handle lesson plans with pre-service teachers?
Well, it's definitely a process. We start small, with the unpacking standards and how do we even know what we're teaching and how do we align our assessments to that. And then we progress across their years of teaching field classes to the full lesson plan. But we do a lot of videos ourselves and in-house in our learning management system. So this is another area of growth for us as a university. This will be a great platform for us to curate those videos. And, there's some great content out there. There's also some content that is maybe outdated or doesn't necessarily align with our philosophy of how to create great lessons. So having curated content that we can point our pre-service teachers to is invaluable.
Yeah, so they're not spending hours and hours and hours on the web just spinning their wheels.
Right, and looking at something that really goes against the way we're teaching them to plan their lessons.
So we hope that we have shared a few things that will be of benefit for anybody that is building a pre-service program or in the middle of it. And so one of the things, our call to action is, if you haven't even started dealing with portfolios, there is a wonderful course that is in the Wakelet community. And if you haven't seen it yet, we have embedded it there for you. That is an entire course on building your own portfolio. And so this is one of the things that I need to do, because I have things scattered everywhere. And sometimes I need like a quick bio or where is this or where is that. So I myself also need to go in and do my own portfolio. And so we want to thank you for allowing us to close out the 12-hour live stream today. And we hope that you continue to ride the Wakelet wave.
Amazing. Jennifer, Sandy, thank you so much for joining. So many amazing and valuable resources in there. And the audience agrees. So thank you so much for sharing that with everyone. I want to bring it back to what Sandy said right at the beginning, because I think you really touch on the core of Wakelet. And for anyone who is tuning in, maybe new to Wakelet, I think what you said about organizing for yourself first is really important, because before you start thinking of how this can be valuable for someone else and this tool and how you're going to organize things, I think you've first got to try and introduce it to your own workflow and see how it works for you as well, because then you've already got this kind of bank of resources, a library that then you can start to distribute and share out, which is then valuable to someone else. But I love that you said that at the beginning, because like I said, at the core of Wakelet, it's all about organizing all of those important resources. There is so much out there, and you as educators spend time and effort to curate and save down and look at what's right and find those valuable resources. So having a place where you can keep those, even just for yourself, is powerful in itself. So yeah, thank you so much for touching on that, because I think, you know, we share so many amazing ideas, and of course it's all great to see all these big, you know, collections and things like that. But again, it's, you know, start from saving it for yourself and then start to kind of distribute it. But it's great to see how you both collaborated and then built on these profiles and these kind of one-stop shops. You mentioned the workspace, Sandy, that you have, and that's got the kind of different resources for different pre-service teachers, depending on kind of what year group, what lessons are going to be teaching and subject areas. So I think, again, I imagine, you know, pre-service teachers are already quite overwhelmed with all of the new information they're taking in. So to have someone like yourselves putting that all together for them and just making it a little bit more or less overwhelming, I should say, and putting the time into that is really nice. And Jennifer, you shared that, well, firstly, your public profile, and I have seen it before, but it always is so beautiful to see, because I think someone mentioned about the university one that you have as well, about the branding, if marketing teams kind of help you guys with that. But I think it's so nice to see those being utilized, because everyone does have a public profile, so you can utilize that to kind of create that kind of one-stop almost like microsite for educators to be able to use. So it's always lovely to see the branding, because again, I know it's not all about the visuals, but it does make it so much easier even just to navigate. I mean, that is an organized profile, Jennifer.
That's her middle name, if you didn't know.
Tad over the top sometimes. But, you know, I just think about going back, you know, this is year 27 for me, and thinking about those poor first year teachers. Oh my goodness, I can't imagine, you know, how, because the amount of information that's there now. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think, Sandy, you touched on it when you were talking about lesson plans as well. It's ever changing. The standards change. The expectations change. You know, how teach. You know, it's ever changing. It's ever evolving, and it's something that teachers very much and educators have to keep up with. You know, there's lots to keep up with it. So, you know, to have that kind of one place that you can refer back to kind of review what you're sharing out there, and then kind of replenish and update over time, you know, having a place to do that, I imagine makes it a bit easier to do that and refer back to things as well.
For sure.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you both so much for sharing. Like I said, and thank you for mentioning also the portfolios as well, because we have spoken about portfolios, particularly for students, but for pre-service teachers, or even, you know, any educators, wherever you are in your career, it's a great resource to have and to start building on. And things like that. Marilena, I'm in my 28th year and I still feel overwhelmed. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it can happen. It's a lot. Like I said, I hear from educators, and I my hat's off to all of the kind of information that you have to take in, and how adaptable educators are. Always kind of blows me away, and how flexible, and just, yeah, always thinking of new ways to deal with those things. But yeah, portfolios is a great way to kind of document that understanding and learning, but also kind of showcase what you've been doing, all of those PDs that you've attended, all of those sessions and things like that. I think it's a great tool in terms of just keeping that for yourself as well.
And how impressive it is when they go for a job interview and have all of that evidence to show their learning, and not only the artifacts that they're learning with, but that they're technologically advanced, really, for compared to a lot of their other applicants.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly that, and it gives people a little bit of an insight, a bit more into who they are and the skills that they have, because you know, we say you know, in a kind of more traditional resume, that's absolutely fine, but you know, as an initial introduction, but that kind of taken the digital portfolio gives a bit more of a deep dive. And like you say, Sandy, there's so many tools, so many skills that educators now have and can showcase.
Right.
So rather than saying, I know this tool, that tool, that tool, and I know how to, you know, use it in a classroom, let me show you. Let me show you.
Exactly.
Like that. So yeah, I completely agree. I think it's so valuable. Fantastic. Well, thank you both so much for joining us. Jennifer, as always, an absolute pleasure. And Sandy, thank you so much for joining as well. And for your first webinar, joining us on a Wakelet Community Week session. Absolutely love that. So thank you so much, both of you, for joining us. We hope, I speak for everyone, that we thank you so much for all of the resources that you shared, and we hope that the new school year is fantastic for both of you. But yeah, for now, thank you guys so much. If there's anything else you want to end with, it's over to you.
Thank you so much for allowing us to share. And if anybody needs any help, feel free to reach out. You know, I'm always glad to help. I mean, there are so many friends and other trainers and ambassadors I have learned so much from, you know, that, and some of them I just keep meeting more and more of them at conferences and ISTE, and there are people that I see and I'm like, I know you because I've seen your little face in a circle on a box, you know, via a webinar. So don't keep all that learning to yourself, you know, we're better together.
Absolutely.
I love that. And we had the pleasure, of course, connecting at ISTE, which is amazing and always good to, you know, get to see everyone in person as well. But yeah, this gives us an opportunity to connect online. So thank you guys so much for joining, Jennifer, Sandy. We'll let you go now, but yeah, thanks again. And I'm sure we'll see you on a webinar soon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you both. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Amazing. Well, what a way to end this incredible day. Like I said, so many incredible sessions shared by such passionate and innovative educators, so many different ideas. And I'm always blown away when we, after all this time, are still able to pack many hours of incredible sessions, learn new ideas, take away new tips and tricks for using Wakelet and beyond as well. There's loads of app smashing goodies shared as well. So yeah, thank you all so much for being a part of this special event. It's always such a highlight of the week because, again, we hear from you. We hear from our educators who are part of the community and who really make Wakelet special. So thank you all so much. Again, all of those resources, if you haven't done so already, that certificate, you only need to fill it out the once, but that certificate is linked at the top of the YouTube comments in the chat. So it's pinned to the top. You can fill that out. All of the resources that have been shared throughout the day. So there's a section for each of the segments that have been on today. You can go back and look through them, take away all those resources. As many of our wonderful speakers have done, they've created templates, they've created resources that you can very much pick up and go with. So please utilize those and take them away and kind of digest, because I know there's been lots going on today. So thank you all so much. For those of you who have been here all along, incredible, and thank you for hanging out with us all day. And for those of you who have jumped in, we appreciate any time that you give to learning about Wakelet and to join our educator community as well. But for now, there are so many great sessions happening. We're midway through the week, so we do have 2 more amazing days that we'd love for you to be a part of. Tomorrow, we are going to be learning from educators about PBL. We are going to be hearing keynotes about adult SEL. And how to utilize that for yourself as well. We've got some great sessions going on throughout the day. Got another Wakelet trainer joining about collaboration. So many, all great sessions. So make sure that you are in that community event space. All schedule in there, all the links you'll find in there, so you'll be able to join them. And of course, we'll always share out the recordings as well. So if you can't tune in live, we'll make sure that you have that And that is the lights going off on me again. So it means it really is coming to the end of the day. So yes, please make sure that you check out all of those sessions. I'll put that up at the end as well. But for now, it's been another wonderful 12-hour live stream. Thank you all very much for joining us. And I will see you tomorrow for some more amazing sessions. But for now, enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you all soon. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.